Now, before we get started with our lesson plan for Pro Tools, we want you to understand the different versions and how Pro Tools works. So the main version most of our customers have, it's Pro Tools. And then some of us also have Pro Tools HD. And this is a comparison chart to get an idea of what is possible. So for example, here we have the voiceable tracks. So these are tracks we can actually record to, right? Or record audio, whatever, to. It's 128 in Pro Tools and 768 in Pro Tools HD. We also have inputs and outputs. That's 32 in Pro Tools. And you have up to 192. And that's at either 44.1 or 48 kilohertz sample rate. So obviously with 32, I can go higher than 48. Okay? And we have the available sample rates. So up to 192 kilohertz interface dependent. Depending on what kind of audio interface I have hooked up to my Pro Tools system, I can get that maximum sample rate. And the maximum sample rate also is the same for Pro Tools HD. Now, the supporting hardware is going to be a lot of the older versions of Pro Tools, which is like the 002, 003. You've got 11 rack. You've got the MBox version 3 and MBox families. Many of the M audio interfaces do work. Some don't, just a few. And we also have third-party interfaces. I also have Complete, so I use Complete Audio 6. That works perfect with Pro Tools. Now, with Pro Tools HD, it requires a card, the HDX card or the HD native card interface, and the HDIO, HD Ohm, and the HEMADI. And of course, third-party interfaces work as well, depending on what's going on. You can always check out the Avid website for more information about different cards that work with your Pro Tools HD rig. And also, of course, the software upgrades from Pro Tools is to Pro Tools HD. And from Pro Tools HD, it's called Heat. Now, once you've launched Pro Tools, you get this main page like this. This is the actual mixer window. I'll press Command and the plus and equal sign here on my Mac, and it gets me to the edit window here too. So one thing I want you to realize too, you may need help. You never know if you're just starting out with Pro Tools. Our videos will cover everything, but we're not sure of what you have on your computer and what's compatible and not compatible. It's important to know that. So right here, we have the help. And we can get Pro Tools help. We have the Pro Tools knowledge base. We have the Avid audio forum. So we'll go through the Pro Tools help first. And here in Pro Tools help, you'll see it come up here. And there'll be help. Here's Pro Tools. And here on the left, we'll see content. And this mainly probably is more stuff just that are from the manuals that have come out on Pro Tools. And you'll see here Pro Tools 12.4. It gives you help based on the kind of Pro Tools you actually have. And we can go back here. We have the knowledge base, which will pull up again, which is this button right here. So we have help here. We have the knowledge base, and we have the forum here and support. And your account will appear here too. Put your account in right there, and your account will appear there. Put your username and your email address in there, and you'll have your user account come up. So there's plenty of help here for Pro Tools. Now, as I go to the forum here, you'll notice that we have general announcements, and below that we have Pro Tools software. You'll see here we have a Pro Tools 12 discussion, Pro Tools 11 discussion, 10 also as well, and getting started. And you'll see the number right here that appears. You'll see this is post, right? Post and threads. So here we have the post and the number of threads that came with this whole discussion of the various topics in Pro Tools 12. So if you need help, it's always there. Let's close this out now. Okay, we're going to go here to help again. We want to see, the next thing I want to show you more than anything else is the Pro Tools reference guide. This, of course, is a reference guide, and mainly this is our manual. So what I'll normally just do is I'm going to tap my arrow buttons here on my Mac, and I can go up and down here. You can see as I scroll through it with my cursor, I can see the intro to Pro Tools, welcome, Pro Tools concepts, keyboards and mouse shortcuts. So you can click on anything here Let's see, we'll look at configuration. So we'll click here, configuration. Let's look at software. And once I do, I can go right to that page. This is chapter 5 on the Pro Tools systems. And it says Pro Tools software. So help is here within the software. It's pretty cool. Once you've installed Pro Tools 12 on your hard drive, you'll need to authorize it in order to run. It will not run without an iLok key. That's important. And you should already know that. You should already have one and bought one for your system. And you have to create an account in iLok.com, which you can see right here. You'll see the license support free download for Mac and for Windows, whether it's 32-bit or 64-bit in Windows. Now, once you've already authorized it, the Pro Tools application logon will be in the iLok key. This way, when you put the iLok key into a USB drive, your computer will recognize it, and Pro Tools will see it and will authorize your software to run. So it's important that you get a proper iLok key and you store everything on that iLok key, which will probably also include downloads as well. And before you get started, after you get it set up, make sure your computer is fully optimized to run everything on it. As we said before in the other lessons, it's important so you won't have any problems running. The more you take care of now, the less problems later on. So Pro Tools 11 enables you to run Pro Tools on a supported Mac or Windows. Now, Avid and mod interfaces work, and third-party interfaces work as well. Pro Tools can run on a Mac built with I/O without an additional hardware. Because Pro Tools on a Mac, you can run the audio MIDI setup. Now, Pro Tools 11 authorization enables you to run Pro Tools HD on a supported Mac or Windows computer with Avid Pro Tools HD hard drives, third-party interfaces that support core audio, and Pro Tools HD can run on a Mac built-in I/O without any additional hardware using Pro Tools aggregate I/O, which you'll see in the audio and MIDI setup application on your Mac, which will help you to run the system much more efficiently. So be aware of these procedures so that when you do start up, you're able to authorize your system and run it properly on your computer. This is the most important thing to do before we get started with our lessons, is to make sure our system is ready to go and we follow the procedures properly. Now, before you start to run Pro Tools on your computer, it's important to optimize your computer. Prepare it. Get it ready to run Pro Tools smoothly. If you are running Pro Tools and you've got problems, you must make sure that everything works properly and that the devices you have hooked up to it are actually okayed and say, okay, it works by Avid. All right. So to get there, it's pretty simple. You're going to go here to support. We're to support right here, and we're in support. So I'm going to go here to search knowledge base. And then we're going to go to optimize. Of course, it populates with some popular searches. And here we go. Optimize for Mac. I'm running a Mac here, so for you, it might say optimize PC, right? But you notice here too, computer optimization guides for Mac and Windows. It's right here. Also, I have here Mac guide, and we have here Pro Tools 12 system requirements. It's important you to find out which interfaces will work. How much memory do you need? How much RAM do you have on your computer? Will that be okay? So you must always optimize your computer for whatever you're going to use it for when using Pro Tools. Optimizing Mac for Pro Tools. It's important that you do the required optimizations. 1. Turn off software updates. No automatic updates. No need for that. Turn off Energy Saver. No sleeping for your hard drive or your display. Disable or reassign Mac keyboard shortcuts used by Pro Tools. And make sure that you have them set up properly. It's also optimization should be done for disabling Spotlight indexing for your Time Machine and enable journaling over your hard drives. It'll help you save the audio. Now, for PCs and Windows, you disable your user account control, configure system standby and power management, high performance, adjust processor scheduling, and disable startup. Now, optimizing your computer for Pro Tools requires you turn off any program that's running in the background. Quit any program that's not needed while running Pro Tools. Turn off any unused FireWire devices. Turn off unnecessary essential USB stuff you don't need. And also check Avid.com for the latest updates as they keep changing the software. Now, hard drives. Don't record on your internal hard drive. Never do that. Mixing FireWire 400, 800 drives can cause problems. Don't mix drive types if possible. That's important. And keep it basic. Now, when I start out and I start to run Pro Tools, I want to keep my desktop clean somewhat. And I want to make sure I have a hard drive. I have a hard drive right here. And the reason why that is, when you are working with Pro Tools, you want to keep the files that you record or the sample files you use or whatever you're going to use. That Pro Tools session is saved to a separate hard drive other than the hard drive that the operating system is working from. That's important to do. We have no problems that way. And this is also suggested by the manufacturer of Pro Tools, Avid. So I'm going to go in here and look for my Pro Tools. It's right here. I've got a lot of software, as you can see. And I'm going to launch Pro Tools. Make sure that's the right one. Yeah, this is it. And then once you launch it, you'll see it right here. And it says Pro Tools. And we have Pro Tools 12.4 coming up right there. It's loading everything in, as you can see. And once it does, I get the dashboard option here. So something I could do. So let's go ahead and create. I can create my own session right here, right? So I can create from a template, which is kind of cool. Uncheck that. Or not. If I create from a template, I check it now, you'll see here what has happened is we have options for templates. I can have a 24-track mixer with EQs and dynamics. I can have an FX returns, right? We can have 24 EQ FX returns again here, see? And it's not much of a difference. Here I have returns and returns again here. Returns and returns again here. It's different templates, almost doubled up, right? I've done some different things with templates. And we have a template group. So here I click here, there are different setups. I can have the guitar setup for ballads here, which you can see here. A lower CPU usage for guitar ballad, for blues guitar. You see these setups we have in here. So there are different setups you can use that are just templates that open up with a setup that might be good for you. I would suggest you check them out. And particularly this post-production one's kind of cool. And recording and mixing is very good. If you're a songwriter, this is pretty good as well. And for live venue, the venue live sound is very good too as well. But check it out and make sure it sets up for what you want to do. And what I'm talking about here, and setting up for what you want to do, is your file type. Now, normally we always save to WAV. Here's WAV. AIFF is available too. We have a sample rate. So I prefer a higher sample rate, maybe like 96K. Now, if you do use 96K, it's going to make these big files, very big files. So make sure you have a hard drive with plenty of space to store your data to. And for the purpose of our sessions, I'm going to probably keep it somewhere near 48 or 44.1. And then we have your last I/O setup. Okay. This has to do with input and output setup within the Pro Tools system. Bit depth. We're going to do 16 or 24 or 32-bit. Interweaved means that I'll have a stereo track. And rather than making a stereo track, I'll interweave it into one file where the stereo left and right will be made into one file. That's interleaved right there. And prompt for location. So this will prompt me for the location where I want to store this at, okay? That's important. You want to make sure you store your session on a particular drive. If you're making a new template, you want to store the rest of your templates. For example, here the location here is going to be my user. I'm on a Mac, so it's going to go to my Sample Kings home folder. And it'll save it in documents. So depending on your Mac or PC, make sure you know where you're going to save your template to. I can open from disk if I have a particular song I want to open up. I can cancel or just create this brand new template and call it something. And once I do, I can put a new name right here at the top. I can also select whether I want to see this dashboard or not at startup. I can select no, I don't want to see it anymore. But I probably do, just for the purpose of this demonstration. Let's go in here. I'm going to do something. I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to look for, let's see, post-production. Let's look at something else. I'm going to look at music. No, not that. Let's see. Rack 11, rack guitar. I don't think any of this stuff really applies to me too much, but I'll just pull a session up just for one thing. Here's a full session. I'll pull this up. I'll press create. And already exists. Please choose a different name. Oh, I see. So, cancel. See what happens? This is create. I need to go to recents. There you go. And these are recent sessions I've saved as templates. Okay? So I'll pull this one up here. That was today. And we'll say open. Be aware of that. Now, once it opens, I'm ready to go. There you go. I've got my session. I'm going to press Command and the equal or plus sign here. And I can see the mixer view too as well. Let's get busy. Now that we've done everything else, it's time to connect your Pro Tools system up to your computer. It's important you have all the proper cables, whether using FireWire or using USB for your hard drives, or you have a USB connected to your external devices. Now, for example, put the power into your hard drive first, right? Then put your cable for your FireWire, whatever, turn it on. Then plug that into your computer along with your iLok keys you can see there. Connecting your Pro Tools system, you must have an external hard drive. That's important. This external hard drive's got to be fast. So, fast drives include FireWire 400, FireWire 800, USB 3, running at 7200 RPM. A solid state or a flash drive will work. Thunderbolt works well too. It's important not to have these drives onto your computer where your computer may have a operating system on that same drive. We don't want to work our Pro Tools system on the same operating system because Pro Tools must go back and forth with the audio and file data, and it will slow your system down and cause a lot of problems. So make sure you use an external hard drive. Slow drives can be used like a USB or RAID at 500 or more like 5,400 RPM. It's okay to do that for Pro Tools HD due to the RAM cache. That means it's going to use your RAM up more so than anything else. So you can use a slower drive with Pro Tools HD. With Pro Tools, I prefer you to use a fast hard drive, as I mentioned before. As you can see, that's marked above right there to use for your system. Now, once you get your hard drive set up and you're running properly, just make sure that you have your USB key in and it always stays into your system. Don't ever take it out. We're going to make sure that you have no problems. Now, power up your audio interface. Turn it on. Make sure it's running. And what you need to do also is get your mic cables or your amp cables for your guitar. Make sure it's all connected properly. It's important. You want to make sure you have your FireWire cable. If you're using FireWire, plug that in too as well. So that way, that FireWire cable going to your audio interface is connected. You may need to put one in one part and one into your hard drive as well. So make sure you have the proper cable, whether it's 800 or 400 FireWire. Let them run pretty fast, actually, but the proper cable will help you to make your system run better. Now that we have everything set up, it's time to have the proper order of how to power on or power off your Pro Tools system. Now it's important to make sure you've got our cables plugged in, and we want to turn on our control surface first, then our external hard drives, then the audio interface and your MIDI gear, like your MIDI keyboard or your MIDI interface that you use for your controller. Make sure that goes on next. After that, we're going to make sure we turn on our computer. Get your computer on, and then your audio monitors, you can turn those on. In some systems, you can actually turn those on after you launch Pro Tools, but you got to make sure not, because you don't want these pops to come on. Sometimes they come on and they make a little pop or loud noise. That will hurt your ears for one, and it might damage your monitors. So be aware of that. Keep your monitor levels low. Keep them down. So when you do turn on Pro Tools, there's no pops or clicks, or a session might start automatically. Now, powering off your system is pretty quick and easy. Quit Pro Tools. Turn off your monitors. Then I want you to turn your computer off, turn your MIDI gear off, and then your audio interface. Then turn off your control surface. And then your hard drives are turned off last. Do this when you're turning off your Pro Tools system. It'll make it much easier for you to work with. And this way you'll have a order that will keep everything in order. We don't want any problems to happen within the system. And it's important to follow the directions. In our last videos, we were setting up our hard drive system, making sure we optimized our computer for Pro Tools, and making sure that our controller was set up properly, and that we are going to record to an external hard drive for Pro Tools. Well, one thing I want to do next is I would like to set up the hardware setup. So we go to hardware now, and here we're going to launch our hardware app, and I want to use the Pro Tools Aggregate I/O. So now I open up this app, and this app is better known as the Audio MIDI Setup. Now, I want to select the window. In this case, I want to select the audio devices. So I want to do Show, and here we go. We're seeing it right here. I have a built-in mic. I have a built-in output. I have my Complete 6 set up here, which is an audio interface I'm using that comes from Native Instruments, which is a lot with my machine software. And I also have my Pro Tools Aggregate I/O. So here, I prefer to select this. This way, I can see what's going in and out here. And right here, we have the built-in microphone, input 2. And here we have the built-in output here. Next, you'll see here, the I/O setup here, my clock source. The clock source is the syncing source. That means everything will sync properly to my clock source. In this case, I want to use the built-in output as my clock source. And once I do that, you'll see it here, it's using the built-in output. Next, I have a sample rate. This is a sample rate that will be set up for my sessions. I'm going to use 44.1. But the available sample rates can be 48, 88, and 96K. Now, if you select 96K, be aware that it's going to be pretty big files, all right? The higher the sample rate, the more sample it's going to take in a second. So at 44, it's taking 44,000 samples per second. At 96, that's 96 samples per second. Those are bigger files. Now here, this is my built-in microphone. We can see here, channel, and here is the output. As you can see, it's selected down here. As you can see it, I'm ready to go. So this is how I want to use it. And you can also configure your speakers here if you'd like to. So in this case, I'm pretty much just going to quit this right now. I'm back in Pro Tools. And then I'll press OK here. Now next, I want to set up my playback engine. Here in the playback engine, I'm already set for my Pro Tools Aggregate I/O. And here I have my buffer size. Now the buffer size has to deal with how much RAM my computer is going to use in order to process the data and everything else that goes on, including plugins and how many tracks I have. So if I'm recording vocals, I want to go down to maybe 32 samples. This way, my power will be used for just what's coming in, which will probably be my audio from recording vocals. The reason why I want to use 32 samples, I want to have less latency. I want the computer's RAM power to just process the vocals coming in. The difference is that if someone sings, I want them to hear it back as they're singing. If I have higher sample rates here for my buffer size, and I'm using more samples, it takes longer for the computer to process that and process plug-in power and process how many tracks I have. I want to keep it simple. So when I'm mixing, I'm going to have the maximum amount. And the amount is here. 1024 samples. It's going to use all the RAM. As I'm mixing with sessions and plugins, I want this. When I'm recording vocals, I want to be 64 or 32. Now, depending on the samples you pick, if I go to 32, I might get a lot of noise. And you'll see here we have this host engine. And this is checked. This will ignore errors during the playback and record process. But I might get pops and clicks. So when you're down here, you will get pops and clicks. But if you have a powerful enough system, it might work. So just test it out, make sure it's okay, or just do 64 or whatever best, as long as you have low latency. And clicking here will also minimize low latency as well, in addition. We also have dynamic plug-in processing. Now, there's this new thing with Pro Tools where they have this, I believe it's called AXX, new plug-in system, where it's going to add more power, where it's spread across the entire range of all the plugins. I prefer to have this default set because this way I have no fear of using plugins that I'm going to reduce the power somewhere. When I do use plugins, I will set my buffer size higher. The next option we have here is the video engine. And this is used when I'm using video along with the audio. Let's say I'm doing a music video. I want to sync some video up to a track or a video, a test video I have for a commercial. I'll pull the video in. And so this way Pro Tools knows I'm using video. It'll create a video track for that as well. In our last video, we were talking about latency and dealing with our playback engine, the amount of samples we're going to use. For example, here, playback engine. Here I have 64 samples set for my HW hardware buffer size, right? And so if I have a small or a low sample set up here, I'm going to have less latency. And so when I'm recording audio or recording inside of Pro Tools, I want to keep this number around here, so long as I don't get any of these pops and clicks going on, right? Because we want to minimize the additional input and output latency, which is the I/O. And when I'm mixing, I want to have the maximum samples. So I'm using all my power, my RAM, right here on my computer to help me use the power to make the session bigger. In a sense, having more plugins, more tracks, I can do a lot more. Let's go back here to 64. I'll press OK. Now, within Pro Tools, you start recording a lot of tracks. You're going to get some latency somewhere where one track is behind another. You may get a track where there's a vocal and there's a chorus and you add a delay to it. And so, okay, that chorus may sound more delayed. It's recorded in the track. Then you add delay, and we may have some drums or something that sound like they're in time that I recorded or that I actually just put in as samples. So there may be some delay going throughout the session. And what has happened over the years within Pro Tools, they came up with this idea called automatic delay compensation, better known as ADC. Now, normally when you see ADC in your session, you'll see it right here. There'll be a DLY right here. And I suggest you have it on and turn it on when dealing with sessions. You may not need it for the first recordings, but from that point on, you will need it. When you're mixing or recording inside of Pro Tools, you want to make sure everything is in sync. All the tracks start on time, and there's no delay within the session. Now, to set this up, you go here to our options. And we want to make sure we have delay compensation on. So here is delay compensation, right? I select it, and you'll see here, a little red sign there, delay compensation. That's delay compensation. And so I want to set that up in my session. Let's go back to options again here. I can have low latency monitoring set up also as well. When I want to cut back on latency that's going on within the session and keep that out. Now, normally I want to just record first and then set up my delay compensation. And low latency monitoring will be on when I want to monitor to make sure I have low latency. This is very important when I'm recording vocals in. I want to make sure there's no lag time between the time the singer hears her voice and then the time that she sings it. She may sing it and a slight lag happens. So the smaller amount of samples we use, the less latency we have. So now in this session, I have no tracks whatsoever, nothing set up. So delay compensation doesn't see all the plugins going on that I had before when I had a full session lined up. So it's important when you start out with your session to be aware of when delay happens. You saw before that delay compensation was red. Now here in this option, this is a totally blank session. I'll go to my option of delay compensation, select it, and now it's just the regular color of green, like everything else is in this window. This is an important lesson. To understand that when you do apply delay compensation, you should apply it at the beginning of your session before you start doing anything within your system. All right? Maybe on the first track, no, if you're going to do vocals or something, but from that point on, you can apply delay compensation because you want to make sure from this point on that every track is recorded and properly, and Pro Tools will make sure it's compensated. Now we're open up here, we got a blank session, nothing's in it, and what you want to do after doing all the stuff we did already is you want to go to Preferences and get our setup perfect. Now if you're just starting out, this is the way to do it. You can go to Pro Tools right here, the upper left-hand corner here, and you can go to Preferences right here. Or you can go to Setup and you can go to Preferences here. So you know there are two places to go to Preferences at. Now here we have our first thing I want to show you is the tooltips, which is the function and detail. So this gives us a tip of what's going on, particularly if you're new. So if I move my cursor here, we'll eventually see a tip. This says pencil tool, and I move it here, it says scrubber tool. So it gives our tools and tips of what it does, right? Let's go back to Preferences. And then right here we have Organize Plugin Menu by Category. So we have a couple ideas here. We can do Flat List, Category, Manufacturer, Category, and Manufacturer. I prefer this in case I've got one manufacturer that makes a couple different plugins. I may want to use their plugins and see how they work. So that's pretty cool too. Now, let's press OK. And I'm going to go back to the mixer window now. And I'm going to make a track up here. We'll make a quick new track, and we'll just make this track audio, and I'll make it stereo here and some samples, good curated. And then here, I want to get a plugin list, and now we got a plugin list. And now it's by manufacturer here, see? So I've got manufacturer and category all lined up here. So here's all my Air plugins. See that they're all lined up there. So you get the idea. Now, let's go back to Pro Tools and Preferences again. Then we can organize track I/O menus by type or width, or type and width. So I'll select type and width. So I'll press OK. Now this is a stereo track, right? So let's make a new track here. We're going to track, make a new one. It's a mono track now. And so we're organizing it by width and type. So you can see this here. It's organized by width and type. As you can see, this width is thicker. This is a stereo. This is a mono track. Okay? That's kind of cool. Now, also right here, show dashboard window when Pro Tools starts. The dashboard window is the window that opens up when you start, which shows you templates. If you want to use templates, you can have that open. If not, you can close it here, and it won't open again, and you can just pick the files that you already have. One more thing here in display, I want to make sure the MIDI note color shows velocity. I always like that. Then here, I want to make sure in operation that we have edit insertion follows the scrub shuttle. Now this is important when I'm actually using the scrubber and I want to scrub over a track to hear what it sounds like. Well, let's show you. Let's press OK here. And this is a audio file here, right? It's audio region, as they say in Pro Tools. Now I'm scraping across this guitar line, and now that point stays there. It stays right there. Now if I go back here to Preferences, and I turn off the Edit Insertion Follow Scrub, and we'll press OK. And now I'll do it again. See, I have to start again. No matter what, it goes from where it was at before. Even though you still see it here, it's really still here. Now if I go back to here and we put it back in, now you see it, that cursor is now moving. And where that little line is at, is where it's going to be at. So, may not seem important now, but later on it will in lessons down the road. Okay, we want to make sure also we have a certain amount of backups. It's important to back up your data constantly. The cool thing about Pro Tools, there's an auto backup. So you want to enable the session file auto backup right here. And, you may want to keep the last 10 or whatever. This backup says 5 minutes. My preference normally is like about maybe 2 minutes of backups, and I may want to keep the last 20. But depending on your preferences, set it up for what you like. That's always important. But it's important to keep a backup because you never know if the power is going to go down, whether Pro Tools might just stop all of a sudden. You don't know what's going to happen. But I do prefer, and you should too, to keep auto backup enabled. Now, one more thing I want to show you here also as well. As I pressed OK for that, I'm going to go here into editing. And here we have the levels of undo. So we can have up to 64 undos. That's the max. Now, the thing about the undo is that it's using the RAM. And that's the memory that we have in our computer. And as it uses that RAM up, it might use a lot of RAM up. If you got a lot of RAM in your computer, then it's okay. And if you don't, well, you might not want to do that. So for me, I don't have that many undos myself to keep 64 in there. I prefer 32 for now. For my lessons, but for you, you may want 64, but it depends on how much RAM you actually have. So be aware of that. Now, once we launch Pro Tools, we get the dashboard that you've seen before. And here in the dashboard, of course, we can always curate a session. We can look at recent sessions we've had before and load those in. Or we can create from templates by checking right here and selecting templates. In this case, now I want to talk about creating a blank session from nothing. So we'll just uncheck this and we'll have a new session up here. Now, first I want to talk about the file type. File type can be .wav or AIFF. What this is actually telling Pro Tools is that once I select WAV, every file it writes from here on to the end of my session will be a WAV file. Or if I select AIFF, it'll be an AIFF file. But you got to realize too as well that Pro Tools can play back either file type in a session, which is really cool actually. Then we have our sample rate. So our sample rate here just tells you that the system is sampling everything it hears, right? So 44.1 means it's taking 44,000 samples per second. And up to 96, it's taking 96,000 samples per second. And what this is, it gives more accuracy. So the higher the sample rate, the more accurate we are getting in the sound of recording, like a vocal or a bass line or something. But you got to realize too, the higher the sample rate, the bigger the file. So a file that would be 44K would be one size, and 96 will be more than double it. Or rather, right back here, 88 is a double of that file. See that? 88.2. So be aware of that. Now, if you're going to do 44.1, that's good for music most times, but today a lot of guys are recording in 48 because it gets them a little more of that sample rate going on. But it's good also. Now here, a bit depth helps it to get even bigger because the bit depth makes sure the level of each one of these audio files is more accurate. So a larger bit depth helps us get a much more accurate sound. And 24 is very good. 16, I would normally use 16 with 44.1 in the past, but currently I normally use 24-bit. But remember, the larger your bit size, the bigger the file will be also. So this is like 8 bits more than 16 bits. So it'll be like 1.5 times more. So it'll be a half time. So this is like one time, and this is 1.5. So your file will be bigger. Be aware of that. Now next here we have interleaved. And what interleaved is that before in the past in Pro Tools, you would be able to have a stereo file, but Pro Tools would make a left and a right file. But when it's interleaved, it's one file, but it's still stereo. And this is really cool. It's easy. So when you drag a file in, we'll say from the menu or from your audio file list, and you drag it into a session, it'll come in as stereo. But it'll be just one file, an interleaved file. Next, we have our I/O setup. Normally, I would use my last used, but there are several different setups you can use. As you can see here, select one that works for you, or you can create your own, which we'll cover in the next chapter in this series on Pro Tools 12. Now, once you've got all this done, you can actually save it. But realize this too. You want to maybe not show dashboard at startup if you don't want to. You can do that. You can click here, and as we showed you before in preferences, you can bring that back later on. Now I'll put it on for now. And then I can also open a file from disk. I may already have a session I'm working from a disk. I can open that. I can cancel, or I can create. In this case, I'll just create. I'll just call this new session. And then I'll open the session up. Now just be aware that I can also open from my disk if I want to. Go back here, and then I can search on my hard drive for a disk that I'm looking to open up. And what will happen here is that Pro Tools is now looking for a disk I want to open. Okay, so it's pulling out some stuff here, and I see we have a choose a session, it says here. This is Filter Dreams. I want to go back here, and I have other sessions I can pick out. Here we go. I can pull different sessions off, and then I can just run them right through. Let's cancel this out. Now watch this. I want to go back here and make a new session. So let's create new. And look what happened. The dashboard came right back. So if you're not going to have the dashboard in like this, so you pull it out and you say cancel, and I want to go back here and I want to create a new session, I can still get dashboard back without having it come up each time I load or launch Pro Tools. So I'm going to go back to having it interleaved. I'm going to keep my settings where I like them right here. And then we're going to go here and we're going to go back and say new session again. And then I want to create. And there you go. So we have a new session I opened up here. It's called Demo, and I'm here in Dashboard, and I've got the file type set up. I've got my bit depth right. I know what I want my sample rate to be, and I'm going to use my last I/O and interleave. So now I'm going to save it to my desktop. So I'm going to press Create, and it creates this brand new session here, right? And then I want to probably close this session real quick. And you see here, this is the folder that you will have on your external hard drive. Now, normally I do not save anything on the same hard drive on my computer because my operating system's here. This is just for the purpose of demonstration. Open this up, you'll see what we have here is demo. We got session backup files, and this is the demo Pro Tools TX. This one, Pro Tools went to X version, it was 10. And this is the file that opens up the session. Let's do this right now. And now my session opens up. It's pretty simple, right? And then we'll close the session again. Now I have some other sessions I opened before, which are right here. And these are different sessions I've done over the years in a sense. So I'm going to show you some things in case you get some sessions. Here's a first session, for example. There are backups right here. There are a bunch of backups. Let's look at this one here. And you'll see here, there's a different version of Pro Tools here, which is this PTS. Then here's this another one, which is PTF. And here we go back to take it slow right here. And we'll see other versions of Pro Tools too as well, which is this PTF. If I open these files up, they'll open, and Pro Tools will save them again as the PTX. Now, normally in your session folder, you're going to see audio files. So it's an audio file folder. There's going to be a fade file folder. If you have fades, we'll start creating fade file folders. There's a plugin setting. Now, a lot of times I use different plugins, and I will tend to make a special setting for a vocal or for a particular sample or whatever I'm doing, and I want to save that setting. So when I open the session back up, those plugin parameters will load in with the session. That's kind of cool. And we also have our session backups, a lot of backups. So you may have some backups from before, or you may want to get rid of old backups. See, I've got some here would say this, and some say, oh, he made a remix, right? So here's my original session that I made a remix of this session. If I look at my backups, we'll have both the original session and the remixes of that session will be here. And we'll have this wave cache file. And this is just a file that sort of tells Pro Tools where these audio files and MIDI files are placed within the session. And it's saved constantly throughout the session. And I may have also structure files if we're going to use that as well. But be aware of what's saved in your folder and know what's in there. Get an idea so you can understand how Pro Tools works. Now, once we have our session lined up here, as you can see, it's empty, right? And we want to create tracks we can build our project with. So to create a track, there are several ways to do this. So I can go here in my session, and I can go here where it says New Tracks. I can go New Track. Or I can press Command-Shift-N for New Track on a Mac. And then the new track opens up here, as you can see, right? And I can select a track. I want to do maybe a mono track. It's just one track. One audio signal will be in it, and it's in terms of samples. So samples are, as explained before, how many times a picture is taken of this audio, right? And so these are samples. And then ticks is based on music. But this is an audio track, so it's going to be based on samples. And I'll say, yes, create. And now it creates a track right here. Let's look at the edit side of this whole thing. And there's a track right there in the edit window. See that? So now I'm going to pull up on this here and sort of close my counter. I'm going to pull out to expand my edit window here. And then I'm going to go back to track again. I want to make another track. I want to make a stereo track. Here's a stereo track now. And I can make one complete stereo track. It's going to be audio track and it's going to be samples as well. Let's create. Now you see here it's stereo and this is audio, right? Let's go back to the mix. And now you'll see in the mixer, the stereo track has a wider meter here. You see audio. And this is a single meter here. So this is a mono and this is a stereo track. And you can tell because we have our pan pots here, one's extreme left and one is extreme right. And here, this is just the pan knob for the mono track. That's how you can tell the difference. So we're going to go back to our edit window, press Command and the equal sign. And I'm back here on my Mac. And next, let's make a new track. We got more to go. And let's try something else. We're going to try an auxiliary track. Now, an auxiliary track is a track where I can route signals through. I can send audio through it, and then maybe put a reverb on it, or put a chorus on it, or take a vocal and send a vocal through it. Since the vocal is just mono, I might want to make that auxiliary track stereo. And then we've got a stereo vocal effect, right? So this is just a routing track in essence. And it's always going to be in terms of samples. So we'll create a stereo auxiliary track, and it appears right here. Let's go back to the mix window. We'll see how it looks. And there it is, right? But this is not an audio track. Now you'll see in here I can put audio in these files. You see once I put my cursor there, audio comes up. And here too, but this has like a line on it, right? And this is a line, a signal. This tells me how loud that's going to be, how loud that signal will be. This in terms is just for audio that will play back. Click back here again, and now this tool becomes several tools, of course, which we'll cover later on in our lesson. But now we're going to create some more tracks. So here we created the auxiliary track. We need a master fader. The master fader is the summing amp. That means everything in the entire project, this whole session, its output goes to this summing amp. And it's going to be samples as well, since it is audio. That's going to take all the audio files in. Press create. And there again, you'll see this again, this little line here across here. Now notice the auxiliary track is a little grayed out almost in a greenish way. And the master track is almost in a reddish way right here, right? And let's flip this back over to the mixer view, and here's our master track. Notice the master track doesn't have a left and a right or a mono. We know it's stereo. Everything comes here. So I will control my left and right of my regular sources, whether it's a keyboard or a snare drum, which could be just mono here. I can pan it anywhere I want to pan it. But here in the master, we do not pan this track. This is the overall head track. There's no sending this signal anywhere. This is where it goes right to your speakers. This is your master track. But we can put inserts on here, and we'll teach that later on in a course. But I want to get you familiar with these tracks and how they look. Now next we have here, back to here, we have another track I want to show you, which is a MIDI track. Whoa. We'll skip this VCA master right there, VCA master, and we'll go right here to our MIDI track. And this is in terms of clicks. It is not stereo or mono. It's just MIDI information. And I'll press create. And now, look, it's bluish here, right? And there's no line, but a little piano, right? Almost piano keys, right? See that little piano stuff? So we know it's a MIDI track. Almost like keys in a piano right here. And we'll create another track. We'll go back here to new, and we'll select another track to create. And we're going to create an instrument track. Now this can be stereo or mono, because we're going to put an instrument in here, which would be a MIDI instrument, but a plug-in instrument. And it's in terms of ticks. And I'll press create. And now, notice, it's like the MIDI track in the same respect here and there, but this is an instrument track. And we'll go back to the view here, and you'll notice here, the MIDI track has no inserts, no sends, nothing. But the instrument track does. But they're both MIDI tracks. Be aware of that. You'll see this MIDI thing appear here, and here have a MIDI plug icon right here, and here it looks like keys. All right? So track type, and that's MIDI. This is the summation app, signal for summation app, and this is a signal for our auxiliary. And this little waveform looking icon is for audio for both these. Now, another thing we can do here, we can go back to tracks. I can say new tracks. Like I said, forget this. You know, I want that track. Let me go here. I want this to be stereo. Let me go here. I want to add one more. I want to make this to auxiliary. Good. Stereo. Good. Next, I want to make this master. And so on. So as you can see what can happen right here, I can just keep making what I want to make if I already know what I plan out for my session. And so I want one master track. I want 6 of these, and I want 12 of these. And so I can create my session. If I know ahead of time the type of tracks I'm going to need to use, I can create those right here too. Let's cancel that out. Now you could also make a track by just clicking right here. Twice I made a new track, but notice it made a new instrument track. So it makes a track of the last selected track I made. I can do that right here in the edit window. I can do it in the track list. I made another one. Let's go back to the mixer window. I can do it right here. I made another one right there. So there are other ways, and many ways, to make tracks in a session. We're going to take a look at our edit window now. And here on the upper left-hand corner, we have our mode section. We have our shuffle, spot, slip, and grid. Click grid again, it becomes relative grid. And we'll explain more of this later on, but we need to know where it's at. Next, we have our tools right here. Many tools we have. Of course, it's our smart tool, 3-in-1. Click on one, this becomes just one tool. Click here, it becomes all 3 tools. And there's a magnifying glass here, our pencil, and our scrubber here. These are the various zooms I can have. I can zoom in someplace or zoom out and get a zoom in. And I can define that zoom. Various zooms and selections where I can actually be in a particular song. This is like, for example, the link track and edit selection. And we'll explain more of this later on, but I just want you to understand where this stuff is at. This is our counter, our main counter. Move my cursor there, you see it says main counter. Of course, I have, this is main, so this top one looks like beats and bars, right? This is minutes right here. Let's go to here, click on here, it's minutes, right? And so we can select what we want to have here too as well. And so if we go to here, we can say hide the sub counter, and then we just have the main counter. It's our cursor where the cursor is currently. As I move my cursor here, you see it's moving, and then also you see where it's at in terms of right here. So this is the sampler, right? Here's our start stop, the length, of course, And of course, this is the note value, default note duration. Then here, as you can see right here, we have our grid value, the value of the grid. And the grid, of course, are these lines that go along here with this one all the way up to the end of the song or whatever that is would be here. And that would be our length of the entire grid. And the nudge value for the grid. If I want to nudge something and move it left or right, I can do that. And right here, it's like a peak meter. This is our output meter path. And it's the output 1 through 8. And I could click here, right click, and I have other options as well. I have the sample pack, the Pro Tools Classic Linear extended, of course. You can read all these yourself, actually. And these are different settings, which we'll go over also later on. But you need to know that we can add more. We can go right here. It's a little triangle right there. You click on that, we can put in the MIDI controls. Oh, it went over here. Okay, it went over there. So it may go anywhere. Wait a minute, I got a better idea. Let's press the command button and move anything anywhere. See the little hand come up? That hand came up there. So I'll move this over here. Or I'll move this over here. Or I'll move this over there. See that? I'm moving stuff around. Let's take this and move this over here. And so once you see the yellow little line come up, let's go right here. I'm holding down this command button on my Mac, and I'm dragging it over here, right? And then I can also go to here and select what I want to see. Well, look, I can get rid of the MIDI. Or better yet, let's go to minimal. Let's go to all. Then back to minimal. It's just everything there. So if everything's here, let me see this. Whoa, everything's there. So I can't see everything because it's too much. So I'll go back to minimal. So we can change what we see. As you can see right, I have this universal view. I can pull it up here or along there. It gives me a universal view anywhere. I can just slip it anywhere within the song, up or down, see it going up or down or whatever. Cute universal view. I can hide it. Click here. Whoa, this button hides and shows my universal view, which is kind of cool. Now here also, I can do special links in it. We'll show later on. Here, as you can see, there's the samples. There's plus, minus, right? And here, if I go down to here, I get a different view also as well. So these are different views I can get. As you can see right there, I can scroll down from this one. See arrows up and down right there. You can see that for sure. I can click on here. Wait a minute, we opened up the clip area. Let's do that again. See this little arrow right there? Open the clip area so I can see the clips. I can click on a clip and grab various clips, move clips. Scroll up or down in my clips. And these are clips for the song that I have. To be audio clips, right? And even MIDI. So you see MIDI here and audio. So this is my clip list. Let's close this out. And then here, of course, I got a handle on the bottom. I can scroll on the bottom and scroll from left to right. Now here we have, this is our MIDI editor, right? So I can click on that, get my MIDI editor going. Go back to here, it's gone. So go to here, it's open, and go to there, it's gone. When I see it, I can see which tracks are MIDI, which tracks aren't. I can edit MIDI notes in here. Oh, I can edit the note here, the note there. And you see I'm just editing notes right there. If I want, I just move the notes here. And of course, my tool comes up. I have the Smart Tool here, 3 different tools, and I can pull it up here and do 3 different things with the Smart Tool. We also see a counter here, right? And we see the mode again here in MIDI. This is important. Realize the mode is here as well. And we have our little grid here. This is for our grid value right here as well. And MIDI. What's the MIDI channel? But this is just our MIDI editor, which we'll explain later on, but I need you to get familiar where everything's at here. So go to here, which is kind of cool. And here, as you can see, we can expand it or bring it back down, which is kind of cool also as well. And so this is our MIDI editor. Now, let's click on here, bring it back down. And over here, we have our tracks. And these are the channels for our tracks right here. And these are the inserts, as you can see right there, right? And I can go to here, and we can see linear, or we can see a linear tick or sample display, all right? Which is kind of cool. I click here, and I'm only seeing inserts, so I can see everything else. I can see mic pre's, everything. I see all. And when we see all, wow, look at this. We see the comments, the mic pre, the instruments, the inserts F through J. That was A through E before. Sends A through E, sends F through J. The I/O, in and out. and the real-time properties of that particular channel or what's going on in the session. So as you can see here, everything is here for you that you see everywhere else. And this is so cool that it's going to be here. And you can also get rid of it too, because sometimes it gets to be like, this is crazy. And you go back to minimal. So you understand, we have the minimal and we have all everywhere. And this is our edit window. Now we'll take a look at our mix window. Let's go to here. I'm going to actually press Command and the equal sign on my Mac, and I'm right here, as you can see. And here's my mix window. Of course, you can get there from right here as well. Go to mix or edit either way, right there. And you can see it's a mix window. We can scroll up and down. I'm using my trackpad to go up and down here, as you can see. And I can go side to side too with my trackpad. So it's kind of cool, easy to work, easy to get around, of course, and a lot of options. So you can see here we have a lot of stuff to show you. Essentially, though, it's just a track. So let's go here to the left here, and we have our track view, right? And below that, we have our groups view. So I can go down to here, pull this up. Hey, we got our groups view right there. And we can see what groups we have. Now let's go to drums. This is my drum group. And so as you'll see, I selected drum group, and you'll see here, this says D, indicator, right? The ID there. And this is my drum group, A. Drums, and you see the little color there, right, too, as well. And this is my drum group, and I've got this group. Well, they're all moving at the same time. They're all part of the group, so they move with the group, which is kind of cool, too, as well. And you can see here, we have one not moving. We'll see how that works also as well. And we'll scroll back to the top here. As you can see, we have inserts and sends and everything in there right there. So if I look here at tracks, we can see selected tracks. Well, selected. Only one track was selected. This track here, the MIDI track. If I go to here, I select the track, and that one track is selected, or this one track is selected, right? So I'll go back to here and see all tracks, and now we see all the tracks. If I select more than one, I'll just hold down my shift and then go back to here and say, show only selected tracks, and now we see only those tracks. It's a great way to get a better view of what you're looking at, saying, I want to see maybe how this auxiliary send works along with these tracks. Really cool. I like that a lot. Of course, you can always adjust this view here as well. And if I don't want to see it, I can go right to here and get rid of it, or bring it right back right here. And let's bring all those tracks back in again. Show all tracks. I can hide all tracks, hide selected tracks, hide. I can restore previous shown tracks. The commands here for tracks. And we have some commands also here for group. I can make a new group, display group, suspend all groups. I can modify a group. We're going to explain all this later on, but for right now, I just want you to get familiar with this area before we start getting deep into it. You need to understand the view of your edit window and the mix window. So when I start talking about stuff, you know what I'm talking about as we move further into the lesson plan. And of course, right here, we can set up our mixer view. So for example, let's say I want to go to here. I'm tired of seeing this view here, right? And I want to go back out, go right there. And then I go to right here, and now I may want to add instruments. I may want to see more than I want to see. Let's see the delay compensation, which I love to see all the time. My delay compensation is important to me. And then I may want to see all. Let's see it all, forget that. And you can see everything that you can have on any one track, which makes it cool. And that's the mixer window. Okay, we can see stuff moving here. That little head is moving here for the playback head right there, little line. And the tracks are moving. And we want to see the transport. So if you want to see the transport, you can go right here and I can press play from here, right? We've got on loop. I'm just going to right click, half speed loop there. Let's turn the loop off. And now I press play, and now we're playing. You learned something there, right? Stop that, press this. If I do this again, and again, and again, let's take it from the top again. Stop that from where it ended last, obviously. So this is the transport, but I don't want it there. I want a pop-up. So let me get rid of this first. And now we'll get the transport. Go to Windows, and here it is right here. Where? There it is, right there. My transport window. And here's my transport window, right? A lot of stuff there, too much stuff. Let's go to here. That little triangle again, you know what that means. Let's go to minimal. There we go. Now I can explain some of this stuff a little easier for you. This is our minimal transport window. First thing here is our time code. This is our syncing. Am I going to sync to time code, or am I going to sync to MMC? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Well, don't worry about that. We'll teach you that later on. Let's go on here. We can start from the top. We can go to the ending of the, beginning and end right there, right? And we can go to here. We can press here. And we're fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. See it moving on there? It's moving fast forward. Wait, I want to go backwards, backwards, back. Oh, back, back, back. No forward, no forward, back. Okay, you got the idea. Anyway, I can press play, and I can play from right here. That's kind of cool. Now what I want to do, I can also record from here, right? And we have our pre-roll and our post-roll. So we have our fade-in. This is kind of cool. I like these new things they have. And the fade-in is new, and I like that a lot. Sometimes you want to fade into a track rather than having it right there in front of your face. You know, it's kind of funky. So what we got going on here, we've got our pre-roll. And the pre-roll means we're going to roll before something. So I'll put the cursor here, and we see the little playback head there. And now I'm going to say I want to go, let's do 1 bar. So do 1. And this is our pre-roll. So when I press play, look at that. So it's right there. So look, that's in the wrong spot. That's all I want to be. So it's right there. That's the pre-roll before it goes. Let's go up another one. See that? It went back. I did 15. There isn't 15 there, so I can go up here and I can scroll up or down. So I can just pull, drag up and down, and I want to go back 6 and press play. Cool. Now, this is where it's at, right? So let's go here. Let's do a post roll. And we'll do 2. And we'll press play. And so I can also go to here, let's say, and I can select an area. So let's say we're going to go from 2 to, let's say 4. And we're going to start from 2, 1. Let's put 1 in there. I put that, so 2, 1, and then we're going to, now we're back to 4. This is 4, edit. And then this is the area. See the area right here? That's 2 to 4. And I got a 2 roll here. I got a pre-roll there. Let's make our pre 1 bar. And I can even change this now. I can say I want this to be 3. Now I'll put 3 here and I enter 3. And now that's going to be just 1 bar my length. So I taught you something here. We got the start, we got the end, and the length. And we got a pre and a post roll. And I'll press play. It's in. Then 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, stop. There it stopped. So I have an in and an out. It saw that and it stopped and came to that point. So I had a pre and a post roll, which is kind of cool. There's also a fade in, which is this new thing they have is fade in. So I can put fade in value here, as you can see. So I might make the fade in a little bit like this, and we're going to fade in. That was the fade in. So it fades in. That's the fade in. So it fade in, and that's kind of cool. I like that a lot. And so right here, I'll explain more that later on, but we also have our counters. So I can pull the counters in. And here I have a counter here. So I have a counter here, of course. We told you before, this is the main counter selector. This is our sub counter selector right here. Sub counter selector right there. Let's go. Let's bring in the MIDI controller. I can control my MIDI from here, which is pretty kind of cool. And we'll explain more of that when we do the MIDI. Synchronization, which is always great. I want to sync up to something else. A lot of times I'm going to do video or I'm going to do some film or something. You want to sync it in. We want to put that gunshot exactly after he pulls it out and the smoke comes out. Well, how we do that is we sync that little sound in so it syncs in time. Or when the girl's walking, you can hear the heels, a certain echo off of the background. Well, it's getting complicated now, but you get the idea. And so the next thing here we're going to have is the output meters. So I press play. I can see the output meters here. See how the level went down and comes back up? Full level? You saw that. That was the fade in. And we can always go to all. And, oh, we already have all. Excellent. Now, one more thing I want to show you here. That is the big counter. And here it is right in the big counter. You pull the big counter up and it shows you the count. But we want to select what we want to count. I'll select beats and bars. And there we go, beats and bars. And now I know where I'm at. And see, we have the fading coming in there. And these are all pop-up windows. They're going to be in front of everything. If I go back and I press Command and the equal sign here, and I pull up my mixer window, we still see the big counter and the transport window. That's how it works. So the look of my mixer is important to me, and sometimes my clips. And I prefer to have it the way this is right here. But sometimes you may want to change a few things, depending. And my girl loves color, so when she comes in, oh my God. Anyway, here we go. We have our color palette. And you can see here, I can go to have no colors. And now there are no colors there. I selected these tracks here, there's no colors there. But if I go back and I want to go to default, a default color appears here. See that? So we can color tracks, clips and tracks, clips and clips list, and the groups. And if I had markers, I can color markers. So we can do almost everything here with this kind of like coloring of these tracks and everything. I can select the track, let's say right there, and I got the color thing on here, right? And I may select that color. See the color there? That color appears there? Ooh, that color's too much for me. This color's better. The lime color. I can saturate that color. As I move my saturation fader to the right, you'll see it gets even more and more limey, if that's such a word. And you can see it right there, right? And I can also make the entire mixer brighter. So it's kind of cool. So I can make everything brighter that I see right here. I can also go back and say, give me a default back again, and I'm back where I started. Same thing can happen here for groups if I wanted to. I have my groups there, and if I had a group selected, I would say, oh, that group should be a certain color, and this group should not be a color. You know, once my group's selected and they're on, it makes it easier. So I got my group here selected, of course, obviously. And we'll go back to here. And here's the group right here. All selected tracks, right? And you see everything turns that way right there. I can bring my color saturation up or not. My group. I can set the color for the group, and it's not a group color change here. See that? The group color changed, and we can saturate this stuff here for the group color, as you can see right there. So it makes it a lot more easier to identify stuff and see where it's at inside your mixer window. And also, this also works for clips as you saw before. But for me, I prefer to have a default setting. I don't want this other stuff going on because sometimes it distracts me, and then I just want to keep it this one bland color because I might look at the mixer for maybe 3 or 4 hours. And I don't want to do that. So that's our color palette. Now, one more thing I want to show you, that's the arrange. So arrange is this idea that we have different windows, obviously. And we can arrange them in any way. We want to arrange these windows. So this is the cascade where one's on top of the other one, or one's behind the other one. Where's it at? It's behind there. Let's go to Windows. Let's find it. Mixer. Ooh, it's behind the edit window. Okay. Now, we go back to arrange. And let's see, we've got arrange here. It's my window for arrange right there. And then I can also do this tile horizontal. And so look at this. We have the edit window on the bottom, and the mixer window is on top. I can scroll up here, see, move my cursor on my trackpad. I can do the same thing here for the edit window. Now, we can also not just do horizontal, we can do a vertical. So here it's vertical. So I have the mixer to the right and the edit window to the left, or rather, reverse first. And then here, the cascade again. One on top of each other, but now they're cascaded pretty good. You can actually see them as they're cascading. And here I can see this one's behind here. I see it right there, right behind it. So there are different ways to view the windows, and I can color stuff inside each window too as well. And we'll show you more how you can actually save the arrangement setups later on further in this lesson program. The Pro Tools menu is full of stuff, and I think we better get started to show you the menu next, because we have the windows down and some simple stuff, and I want to explain about the menu. So if I go to Pro Tools first here, we have the preference menu. We have services, and you can hide Pro Tools. You cannot use a keyboard command to hide Pro Tools on a PC or a Mac. You got to go here and you got to hide it from here. You can hide others, show others, and you can quit Pro Tools from this menu. The file menu is very simple. I can create a new session. Open session, recent session, close a session, save as, save copy. You can read this yourself. I can save as a template and put it in my dashboard as a template. You can do everything here. You can also bounce, which you do a lot. We're going to mix and bounce some files out. I can import samples. We're going to show you that's going to be fun. Import samples, MIDI, video, the works. I can export too as well. I can get info too. And we can do this for the score setup, which is really cool. Set up for a score. If you're an arranger, we'll show you that too. So right here at the edit, I pull down my edit. It's cut, paste, copy, clear. We got a special cut, copy, paste, clear. Select all, selection, duplicate, repeat. You can see the stuff. This is all editing, and we will do all of this throughout the course, so be aware of it. Plus, we have our faders here at the bottom, which is really cool having the faders. Next, we have view. These are different views for everything, which is obvious. And we have rulers here. We have all kinds of views, clips, waveform, transport, different views for the transport, and our main counter view can be done from right here. We have track, new, group, duplicate track. So I can group tracks too as well. I can make a track inactive. Can't use it anymore. Bam. These tracks are inactive. Just want to show you that because it was available. I can make them active again. So you get the idea. We do this to tracks. Even the new freeze and commit and bouncing tracks and bypass. They're all right here. We have clips. So clips, these little areas inside. When it's a clip, right? These are a bunch of clips. Here we have MIDI clips, right? There's a MIDI clip right there, right? So those are clips. And we can do everything to clips right here with our clip menu. Then we have events. I can change the tempo. I can change the time operation. What time operation here? As you can see, it changed the meter. Insert time, cut time, move a song start. So these are all events that we can apply to clips in the window. Also, beat detective. I've got a loop. Well, detective, tell me what the BPM of that loop is. I can identify the beat, identify the BPM. And these are all event parameters. Audio suite. Audio suite's kind of simple. I select the file, or select these files here. I would go back in. I can EQ them all. I can do everything to them. I can add delay to all of them. This is sort of like I can do this without having to do it in real time, where I would do it in a mixer. I can do it right here with Audio Suite. And of course, we'll explain this later on. I just want you to get an understanding of how the menus work. Options, as you can see here, destructive record. We have loop record, punch. That's a quick punch in. Pre-roll. Remember pre-roll before? I had it in the transport. We have loop playback. That was in transport also. So some of these things you may have seen before. Also this here, link timeline to edit selection. Remember over here? I go to here, and it appeared right here now. I linked timeline to edit selection. I stopped it. See that? And that was the options. As you can see, there are more options here. I can even check out my delay compensation. As I talked about before, my low latency monitoring. We have setup. We went and set up the hardware, the playback engine. We have disk allocation. I can allocate a certain area I want to store these files on. And so this is all part of setup, which includes MIDI, and preferences are in setup as well, obviously. And we have window, which you saw already, that many windows we can arrange or set up or pull out. With this transport, the bit counter or automation window. Marketplace. You want to buy some plugins? Well, I guess Avid's got them. There's a marketplace. You can go to your account. You can go to Avid Support Center as well. And of course, the help, which we showed you earlier, where if you've got a problem, you can find help at the Pro Tools knowledge base. And this is just an overview of the menus, and we'll go over everything in the menus that we're going to need as we start to really get in depth in our course on Pro Tools 12. In this lesson, we're going to deal with and show you the differences between ticks and samples. Now, as before we went to track view, we brought out a new track, the selection for in could be samples or ticks. So I could have a track that's audio, it could be sample or ticks. And if I have a track that's MIDI, that track can be ticks or samples as well. And we're going to try and explain how this works. Let's cancel this out. Now here we have a couple of tracks. We have some audio clips right here, which are regions. And here we have a clip here, which is all just MIDI. And you can tell since we have the piano right there, right? The piano keys are right there, as you can tell. And so you'll notice here that this is time-based selector, and it says ticks. And right here, as time-based selector says samples. So samples are an audio picture that's taken for the length of this particular sample and how many samples are taken. So if it's 44.1, it's taken 44,000 pictures or samples of the various frequencies, from the bottom frequencies up to a certain amount. And then it says, okay, this picture is of this audio for this long. So it's from the beginning to the end of that length of the audio. While tick is based on time, and that time value could be based on the tempo. And so between the first beat and the second beat, when you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and between 1 and 2, and 2 and 3, and 3 and 4, there are a certain amount of ticks. That's probably about 960 ticks between each beat, which are these subdivisions where I can place another note or something, you know? And so that helps us to quantize and also get an exact space and time for tempo. So, but ticks are not a defined element like a sample is. Because a sample is more sound constantly, and a tick is just based on the tempo. So the tick itself can be faster when the tempo is faster and slower when the tempo is slower. That means the distance between one tick and the next. So, for example, here I've got a little session going on here for our demonstration, and I want to start from the top. Here we go from the top. We got a beat, and we got a little piano playing there, right? Okay, obviously. So now I want to sort of check my tempo out. You can always go here, right click here actually, where it says bars and beats, and you can get your tempo right there. Here's my tempo, right? And I'll click right here, and now we see my tempo is 101. Suppose I made this faster. So let's change this, since this is tick based. I'm going to drag up a little bit. I'm going to go to 114, and I'll press OK. And now I'll play it back. But you notice one thing. See how I went faster, and the piano, look what happened to the piano. It's shorter, but the audio remained the same. Now we're out of sync. And this is because the MIDI files are tick-based, right? That MIDI clip. And so it's reacting to, well, I changed the tempo, it changed the tempo as well. But the audio file didn't. So let's undo this. And we're back to normal. Okay, we're back to normal there. So, in order to correct this, in Pro Tools, we can actually make the audio files become tick-based. So here, for example, that's there, right? I can go to ticks now. Instead of being in samples, go to ticks. Now, once I do, I have the ability to change it. I can go here and change my value of the audio. So right here we can go to elasticity. See this? And we're going to do more about elasticity later on in future videos when we actually cover a lot about elasticity and changing audio files. But in this case, we just want to show you. And I may go here to a polyphonic, we'll say right now, right? And then it's polyphonic bass, and I'll go back here, and now I'll change the tempo. So I'll click here again, and I'll change my tempo again to some other crazy tempo. And we're going to do it here, press OK. And notice, look what happened. The audio files sort of contracted. They shrunk down because it's faster, so they will be going along faster. And now we're tick-based. Let's play it from the top now. See, it's faster. The beat's faster, and so is the audio. But I only made it faster in these first 2 bars. See that? As you can see here, as those values are displayed here in the tempo lane. And that's the difference between samples and ticks. As you can tell, we can make a lot of tracks inside of Pro Tools. And everything comes through a track. Our audio regions, our MIDI regions, and our clips. So here, for example, we see tracks. I can just go here and select tracks. We want to see these tracks though, right? So I want to go here. I want to view show all tracks. And now we see every single track. I can click here and select the track. As I do in the track list, you'll see that it's highlighted. Even here too, and also here. Then I can go to here. I can see more, right? I can go to here in my track list, and I can say, well, I'm going to hold down my shift key, and I can select a number of tracks. So I can go back to here, select the kick drum, so you see it better, and go to clave, and I selected those tracks, and we can see it in our track view. So from the track list, we can do many things. We can show only selected tracks. We can go back to show all tracks. We can show only audio, only MIDI, only auxes, only the master track. Well, it's just the master. So we can select the view of what we want to see. I can also hide. I can hide all tracks. Hide selected tracks. Hide and select audio, MIDI, aux, or master as before. And if I had instrument tracks, I could do that. Or if I had VCA masters, I could do that as well too. I can make them inactive, or I could freeze a track. I mean frozen. And we can also restore previous shown tracks. And I can sort tracks by their name, their type, edit group, mix group, voice, everything. And this can also be done in here. In here, for example, there's a little like gray button there. And once I do that, that track's missing. Let's try this kick drum. This kick drum right here, I'm going to go here. I'm going to click on it. And it's gone. So it hid that track. It's still there. Didn't go anywhere. I'll click here again, and now it's back. You'll also notice here that you can see other parameters for tracks. What's the color? You'll see this is a master track. You see the icon here for MIDI. You see the icon here for audio. Here's a MIDI again right here. I can move tracks. I want to move this MIDI track along to the next MIDI. I'll bring it down to the yellow line right there, and I'll put it right next to it. And now my MIDI tracks are together. This is kind of cool. I want to move the audio back over here, and I did. Now we have MIDI, audio, everything's right there for us, right? And so we can move tracks here in the track list too. On the tracks themselves, I can do things. For example, here's kick drums, right? I can go here, select right there. I'm going to put a comment in. I'm calling it called kick BD and put enter in. And now you see that right there. So I've placed a comment in. I put my cursor there, and of course my little help comes out there and tells me this is the comment section, right? I can also go here, and I can right-click here, and I can make it inactive. And now it's grayed out. This track is not going to be heard. It's there, but it's grayed out. It's inactive. I can right-click here again and make it active. I can actually go here in the name and right-click, and I make it active or inactive, either way. If I right-click in the name or here on the icon for that track. And it's more than I can, once I right-click here in the name, you'll see I can hide, I can make it inactive, I can scroll to view, I can freeze, I can commit, I can bounce the track. There's more down there. We can make a new one, copy. I can duplicate this track. Let's duplicate it. And if I duplicate it, it'll duplicate all these parameters. It'll active playlist, alternate playlist, automation, inserts. I'll duplicate the sends. It'll duplicate the group assignment. Wow, it does everything. Let's do it. I can make 1 or 2 duplications. Let's make 1. And see, here's the copy and here's the original. And they're both there. And they're both available. And it maintains the same comment as well, as you can see. Let's undo that. And I'll go here to edit. Can't undo, right? Notice that. So if you can't undo it, you can go right back here. We have to delete it. So we go back to our track menu. See this? Track menu, delete. We get rid of it, we delete it, it's gone. So it'll actually make sure that you want to delete it. But you can see there, once you do make a duplicate, there's no sort of undo and go back. You have to go in and delete that track. And I can also hide this track for you. I can go to here and get rid of it. And now we're going to go to the edit menu. Go right here, and here's our edit menu right here, right? And let's sort of hide this. There we go. Let's get rid of this tempo thing. We can see everything right here in the edit menu. And these are tracks as well. And as you already know, I can go back in here, as we showed you before, and I can say I want to see all. I may just want to see the mic pre's or instruments or the inserts or whatever, or the IOs. And I can see the track color, obviously, right? So in this case, I'll put the comments back in. And now you see the comment I made before in the mixer view appears here also in the track view for the edit window. So it's everywhere pretty much. And I can also size up the view of this track in the edit window. I can go right here, move my cursor there. I get the up and down, the horizontal cursor, and I can stretch this out and get a size I like. Or I can right click here, right along that line there. I can select whether it's going to be a small, medium, or large, or jumbo. Here's the jumbo view of the region that's in this track. And if I go to here, I can have samples, ticks, and of course I can change it. Or I can have it in alternate playlist. Here also, you see the dynamics are on or off. We can read or write. Oh, it's rendering now. See, it's running it out again. That's the waveform there. So to render that back out, let's undo that. Let's undo the, I was a freezing of the track, what happened right there. Now here we can have a waveform. I can show the volume. So this will be the volume of that track. I can change this volume by going in here, let's say for example, and go into here, and I'm making breaking points within this, and then right here, the sound will go down drastically and come back up quite drastically here, as we have this vertical breaking point right here. Let's undo that. And I can change that in the volume. I can also change the mute. We have panning. So I can change some of these audio and some of the parameters for this track. Now also I can go to this little button right here and I can change the size again. So you can see there are many ways, and some of the same things appear twice or 2 or 3 times. And here you can see this is a left and right here, right? So an audio track. Let's go back in here and let's make it into a large track again. We have a left and a right. And then what I want to do is I'm going to go back into here, since that's for panning. I want to go back into seeing this as this drum. And instead of me making this thing into a volume or a mute or a pan, I can create automation lanes. This is great when you're automating. And once I hit that little triangle there at the bottom of this selected track, you'll see I have the lane. No longer it is superimposed on top of the region. Okay, so let's go here. I can add to these lanes. I can add the panning or the mute. And it's adding the parts in for other lanes for this one track. I can close those out. I can do breakpoints for the volume, mute, and the pan. Now we'll cover more of this in the automation part of our lesson plan. But I want you to get familiar with the tracks and what you can do inside these tracks. Understand every angle there is. Here I can read the automation. I can touch, I can turn automation off. And we won't hear anything happening from the automation. It'll just play the way it is, straight out. Now I can, of course, solo. I can mute a track, as you already know. Here, I can change my track input. And here, we can record. Now here from the track menu, you can see I can make tracks into groups, which we'll cover later on. I can also split a track from mono to stereo. I can make a track inactive, as we saw before, or make it active, delete a track, freeze, commit, which we will explain later on. But the track menu helps us to edit our track. Now in this video, we're going to talk more about the routing of input and output signals and the buses, how we send signals from one place to another. Now in this session here, I've got some selected tracks here. I'm going to solo them up. And you'll notice here that their outputs are going to 1 and 2 analog stereo. That's a built-in output right there, right? And so here in my master fader, which is right here, this is the master, and this is the summing amp. See the summation signal right there, the sigma. And so right here, all its inputs are coming in, and it's sending them all out through 1 and 2. So it's an output. So these outputs are going to this output. Now, there is no input to the master, but the output of these are going to the output here. So they're all coming into this one track. And we play it back, you'll notice that. Now, since it is a group, I can bring this down and see the level drop. And if I pull the master down, the level drops. And this proves that the outputs of these tracks, which are the drum tracks from the drum group, are going to our master output. So I've got these tracks here, and what I want to do, I want to make a new track. I'm going to go right here to new track, and we're going to go here to mono and this stereo, right? And we're going to make this an aux track, an auxiliary track. It's in terms of samples. We're going to do one track, create it, and place it right here next to the master. I'm going to make its input. It's going to be bus 3 and 4. So we're going to input the audio here. Now, how are we going to get there? We're sending the bus out of this one and this one and this one and this drum here. So let's play this back a little bit. We don't hear this track yet, right? Let's turn this down. But here it is. Okay, what I did was I sent the output of the kick drum and a couple other instruments, this hiccup, the clave, and this Dembros drum. I can also send, let's send the hi-hat. No, let's go to, here's the analog, right? Let's send the output of this, 2, 3, and 4. As you can see, once you click that, you get this breakout fader. Don't need that right now. And then we're going to play it back. And I'll pull the aux down. And as I start to reassign these outputs, you'll hear this stop. You won't hear anything after a while, because their outputs are now going to 3 and 4. And this one here is the next one. And you still see them right here. You see the levels come up. Those levels are coming up. So they're coming up here. And once they get to the bottom here, they're coming out of here, 3 and 4, and they're coming into right here, which is aux 1. And aux 1 has a output of 1 and 2, which is feeding the master. And this is how we send a bus output out. So we went output, input, and then input, output. Now in this lesson, I'm probably going to look at this Komplete Audio 6 I have hooked up to my Pro Tools system, and then we're going to look at the I/O setup here. So for example, it's my Komplete. I pulled up the audio MIDI setup, which was obvious. Let's close this out actually and go back to Pro Tools. So I'm just going to hit the Pro Tools screen there. Back comes up Pro Tools. We'll go to setup. We go to MIDI. We go right here. That's how it worked, okay? So I want to see these outputs. So to do that, I put the cursor here. I get the horizontal cursor arrows, and then I grab it over here, and I can look at my master. I can see the main output, left and right, the output, 3 and 4, left and right, and also the SPDIF, output, left and right. Great. And of course, levels are here. I'm going to use a 48K format. Okay, it's my sample rate, as you can see there. And we're going to use a 24-bit integer here. It's going to give us pretty much a decent quality. The same thing here for my output. My internal source is the clock source from the Komplete Audio 6. So I'm going to do that. And next, I'm going to go back to here, go to setup, and look at the I/O setup. We have our I/O setup open here. And as you can see here, we have some tabs on the top. And these are pretty much self-explanatory. We have our input. And you see here it says built-in microphone 1. 2. So I have an input 1 and 2. We have the output here, built-in output. And then here we have the bus assignments. These are bus outputs, or bus assignments where I can send signals and route them within the system. We have inserts, mic pre. So I'm going to have a mic pre. So my microphone will go into a mic pre, and then its signal will come into my system. That's my mic pre. This is for a hardware insert. I can insert a delay into here. So these tabs represent the ins and outs. That's why it's I/O. Now you'll notice here it says built-in microphone 1 and 2. So I might just use one of these inputs. So it's obviously 2. You'll see here it says here analog, and that's 1 and 2, left and right. If I click on this little triangle here, you'll now see this drop-down menu appear. We have built-in microphone 1, microphone 2. So of course, I'm not using a stereo mic, I'm choosing a mono mic, so I would have one microphone on. That mic would be here, but it would come up as the left side. And if I use the other side on my Complete Audio 6, it would come up here as right. And as we saw before, I have my Complete here, and that's my input. If I move this over a little bit here, we'll see input 1 and input 2. I have 3 and 4 as well. I'm choosing 1 and 2 for this session. And so this is my built-in input. Now let's go here to output. Here's my output right here. As you can see, it's my output. And there is no ability to make it into a mono path like 1 and 2. This is just 1 and 2 stereo, and its format will always be stereo, as you can see that there. This is my master output. This is the output that the entire mixing board comes through. The virtual one you see here in Pro Tools, which is our main mix. I'm going to turn the background back here. And you'll see here, here's the master right here, right? That's the master. And so as you can see here, the master only has output 1 and 2. Now next we have bus assignments. So bus assignments are used to route signals throughout your Pro Tools system. Now for example here, we have the 1 and 2 output. I can use it as a bus assignment, but I'm not. Here I have a reverb, delay, and chorus. Actually, these are actually just buses, but I renamed them. And it's pretty simple to rename. I can come right here. I would go BUS 1-2, enter it, it's there. I can go here as well. 3-4, that's in, and here too. Oops, that's 5-6. And now you see they're almost all the same here, right? Except the way these are actually labeled. So I can click here again, and I have the bus assignments like that, 1 and 2, and they're mono, and once like this, they're stereo. Now you'll notice some paths here at the bottom, where we have A34 up to A1516. You notice here for the mapping of its audio output, they're italicized, and they're checked here. So that means these are not available. And it's easy to get rid of them. I can go to here, so I click right here. Oops, let's go back to here. I can get rid of this one. Let's say delete path. See, I can click a path and delete a path. I'm clicking several paths here now, and now hold my shift key down, and now I'm going to press delete path, and they're all gone. So you can delete paths, or you can add a path into the system. Now within Pro Tools, you can have an unlimited number of bus inputs, bus assignments, not just inputs, but just buses to route signals from anywhere within your Pro Tools system. Now you know we can also create a new path, a new subpath. Let's say we had a path here. Let's make a new path somewhere in here. We can make a new path, and let's make a new subpath. And once I do, this box comes up, dialog box. I can make it mono or stereo. I can create 1 or 2. How many buses I want to assign here, as you can see here. Let's cancel this. And that's how we can create new paths somewhere in the system. Plus, we can go back to our default setup. Now, one thing, once you press default, it will only happen and set the default for the tab that you're in. For example, here I'm in buses, so it will only affect buses. If I go to insert and I press default, it will go back to my default setting. So I press default here now. I just did its default setting. So I come in here and say, and I want to add a new path, new stereo path here, and go create. It put one there in the bottom, right? I'll go to default and it gets rid of it. So we can get rid of the default, but notice it hasn't affected any of the other tabs here, whether it's input, output, or bus. Now you see here our default format, stereo. And the path for the output here's the path order, stereo. See that? I can also do 5.1 or 7.1 and film C24 and SMPTE ITC, or ITU rather. I can also export my settings. Now, I may be taking my session to some of the studio or something, or I may want to send these settings to someone who has the session and they want to work with it, but they're not sure of their output settings. You can send them the output settings along with the file. So you want to export your settings. You may want to export your input settings. I can restore the session. I may want to export my settings, and I may want to select this button here, and I will export all the tabs. That means input, output, bus, inserts, mic pre's, and of course, our hardware insert delay settings. So this way I can select all these tabs at once by hitting apply to all tabs. And this depends on what I select, where it's going to be import settings or if I'm going to restore from session. But by selecting this apply to all tabs, it will not affect the export settings. Be aware of that. So let's close this out for 1 second here. And let's press OK. There we go. We're back in the session. So here I'm in a session. It's pretty crowded here. And I may want to add a reverb, right? So I may want to change this to reverb. I can do that right here. I can go to here, select rename, and call it reverb. And now, as you can see, everywhere there was a 1 and 2 bus, now appears the name reverb. So I can assign a reverb to bus 1 and 2 in the signal path. And that's just one example of what we can do with our buses inside of Pro Tools. The signal flow is important to understand within your Pro Tools system. This means audio. Someone's got a microphone they're singing in, a guitar player playing through his amp, a MIDI device. You've got a MIDI keyboard, they're playing it, you want to record the MIDI information into Pro Tools, it sends the data back out, and then it goes right back into that module. You may want to record the audio from that back into Pro Tools. These signals happen within less than a second, and it's important you to understand how the gain stages work within audio and MIDI devices inside of Pro Tools. This will help all your sessions, and they get a quality output. Now, for example, the vocalist sings with a microphone. The microphone picks it up. It turns it into data that is then sent back out directly into your system. A mic pre will say. That mic pre will boost the signal. Then the mic pre will take the audio from that and send it directly into our interface. In my case, I may use a Complete 6, or you may have an MBox. Well, it goes through there. And this audio interface turns the audio signal into ones and O's, into digital input, where it could become, let's say, 16-bit, 24-bit, it might even be 96K. Well, the computer takes that in and makes up this audio track that you actually hear within the system. And then you play it back through your audio interface, and it comes out your speakers. And this all happens within seconds. And that's important for you to understand what happens when this happens within your system, where the gain stages are. For example, there's a microphone, and if we have a quality mic, we get a great sound. We can boost the gain of that audio with an amp. So we have an input gain stage happening there, right? As you saw before, we have our preamp that boosted the signal. So the dynamics of the performance will rise even louder, depending on how loud the vocalist sings and our setup for the preamp. Instrument volume. Someone plays a guitar or a bass or a trumpet or a horn. They're coming through a microphone. Rise and lower. We have an amp. You plug an amp in for a guitar. Hey, effects. Guitars with distortion pedals, wah-wah pedals, mic pre's, post-mic pre-effects. We have these effects you put on after the singer sings. You may want to add a delay or something, or some sort of compressor. We have output gain stages too, where that output from that microphone has already been laid down. Then the vocals in the system, I put a plugin on the track. I can insert levels and raise levels once the vocal's recorded. Gain stage again. Sending levels through the buses and creating an auxiliary track, adding reverb, gain more. Individual track volume faders, faders on the actual master output within the system. These are all gain stages. The headphone set, the monitor level, I would gain and make it louder. And next I want to talk about MIDI. Oh shit. How'd that happen? And next I want to talk about MIDI and how MIDI works within Pro Tools. Now MIDI is going to be this signal that comes off of a device, which could be a MIDI controller. Let's say you're playing a keyboard, and then that information is sent in 1 and O's directly through my MIDI interface. That interface is connected to my computer system, and Pro Tools read the signal coming in. Well, I can also send that MIDI information directly through to a sound module or another keyboard that has MIDI input to it. And I would send that information directly to there and also through the computer system through my MIDI interface. And then that sound module would send an output. But I can also send that into my computer, Pro Tools will receive it, then Pro Tools will record the MIDI data and send the MIDI data back out to the MIDI interface, then send it to the sound module. My sound module is an analog device, so I would hook up an audio output cable, whether left and right, from that device, and send it directly in through my Pro Tools system to my computer through an audio interface like my MBox or my Komplete Audio 6 I'm using for this session. So this is whole signal path that we have here, where we can send signals and route them throughout Pro Tools. That's our MIDI signal. And the whole purpose of this is to probably get that audio, as you can see, coming out the sound module into Pro Tools. And you can also use your MIDI controller to play back plugins inside of Pro Tools. And this all happens within seconds. But it's important to you to understand the gain stages and how the system works with MIDI signals. Let's look at our edit window. A mixer, edit, mixer. I'm moving faster because I'm using keyboard shortcuts. It's the best way to get around in Pro Tools. It's the fastest way. It keeps your focus on what you're doing and it helps you to move faster because you're going to concentrate more with the keyboard shortcuts. Now, you may not know all of them. I know I don't know all of them. I know the ones I use the most. And we'll go here to the Help menu here and we'll select Pro Tools Shortcuts. This little PDF file will open up here. You can scroll up and down. I'm just going to grab this axe. I can move up and down, and I'll just scroll here over the pages. And you'll see here that we have global keyboard shortcuts. We have keyboard focus shortcuts right here for keyboard focus here. And the commands for it you'll see here. To nudge, you'll see that here. Here's our timeline selection to edit. So there are a lot of keyboard shortcuts for you to know and to understand. It's really important. Let's close this out and show you a few just to get us started. But I want you to look this over and understand as much as you can. And as you work, go back and try to find the keyboard shortcut that helps you the best. Particularly stuff like here, recall, zoom, memory. That's always good to know. So here I am in a session. I can go here and flip back to my edit window, pressing Command and the equal sign. I'll do it again, and I get back to my mixer view. Now here in the mixer view, you can see it's almost all scrunched up or squashed up in this one window. I may want to expand it to get a better view. If I pull down here with my cursor, I can see the top of the mixing board. So I'm going to press Command Option M, and it gets it wider. See? It widens it right out, and now I can see everything here. I can see my EQs, my compressor, and my sends right here for the headphone, the reverb, and of course bus 3, 4, and 5, 6. This is kind of cool, actually. Now sometimes these meters right here, they don't seem all that large. And if I play something back, I really can't tell sometimes. And I may be in a session and I want to. So what I'll do is I'll press Control, Command, Option, and click right here. Command and click here again, and it's right back to normal. It's kind of cool. Let's switch over to here. Now here I am in my edit window. And here in the edit window, as you can see, there are a lot of controls here. I can also go to Window here, and I can look at my transport. And we see these other commands we can deal with our keyboard pad. We can have Command 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If I had a video, I can do Command 9 to pull up the video window. And I can also use my commands here for mode. So if I select F1, I get to the shuffle mode. F2, the slip mode. F3, spot. F4, the grid mode. Now there are 2 modes in the grid mode, and we'll cover more of that later on when we do our editing. I also need to probably zoom and use some tools. So it's really great. I can go to F5, and I get my magnifying glass tool. If I hit F5 again, I can get the different options of that tool. Let's go to F6. I get my trimmer tool. I hit F6 again, I get the time correction, the TCE for the trimmer tool. F6 again, I get another part of my trimmer tool. So there are 3 different tools in one tool. Let's do F7. F7 right here. You can see that. This is my selector tool, right? I'll press F7 again, and it's only one tool for that. Now, I go to F8, I get my hand tool right there, right? You can see that? And this is my grabber, a grabber or separation. Now it's a separation because you see the little scissors right there? Now if I hit F8 again, it turns into something else here. And now it's an object grabber. See that? Let's hit F8 again, and now it's just going to be a grabber, a time grabber. So let's go to F9. This is my scrubber tool. And then we have F10. It's my pencil tool. I can F10 once, twice, 3, 4. I have different tools I can, if I select right here, you'll see the different tools I can get for this. I can get the freehand, the line, the triangle, the square, the random, the parabolic, and the S-curve. And by just simply pressing this F10 several times, I can select those tools much faster and get the right tool for the right job quicker. So it's much more easier to understand and to know all your keyboard commands, shortcuts, and the keyboard focus. Now some keys have a dual command inside of Pro Tools. Like for example, here I have these tools, and my tools, I was just using the F1 or the F3 or 4, right? I can also press Command 1 and I get my zoomer tool. I can press Command 2 to get the selector, 3, 4, 5, and 6, as you can see, and I can get to those tools pretty easily. If I press Command 7, I can get to the Smart tool, where I can have all 3 tools at once. Now, if I go here to this focus, this is a focused button here. It's like a keyboard focus button, and I select this button right here, and I press 1 I can change my zoom level of the grid. 2, wider, 3, wider, 4, wider, and 5 is just ridiculously wide. And if I turn this keyboard focus button off, and I press 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, nothing happens. So this button allows me to apply the keyboard focus button pushes I would have, or shortcuts I would have here on my keypad to apply it in this area here. So you'll notice there's one here for clips, there's one here for groups. And I want you to look through that PDF file that we showed you earlier, which is right here, and know your keyboard commands as you work within Pro Tools. Great feature they added to Pro Tools a couple of Pro Tools ago, I guess maybe 10, was when they added this browser and this workspace browser. Let's look at this right now. It's kind of important, so let's look at this thing. And here we go, new workspace. So here I have a workspace browser open up, and you can see on the left we have locations. So I may have a bunch of samples and stuff and I want to bring in, well, I can find it now. We have a browser for our volumes, a browser that goes for our particular session. In this case, it's the session called DJ Dance DJ. We can go through our catalogs. I can look through my user section also as well and get an idea what's going on from there. It's kind of cool. So I can go here to my session right here, which is open right now. And I can search through here. Now it says catalog, and these are the audio files for that session. I can click here, and I will see all the files for the session. Let me pull this out so we can get a better view of the browser window. And now you can see here we have audio files. And I can move my cursor right here. It becomes this horizontal cursor, and I can drag out and get a better view and see the real names right there of what I'm looking at. So I can see all these names, and we see the audio files here. And then we also see here the session file right there, right? Major session file. So I can scroll right across either way, moving my cursor along there. Or I can just drag here, click and drag at the bottom of the window, and we can see everything, as you can see. It's a lot more than what you see right here. So obviously, we can see the name, we see permissions, the kind of file, audio, that says session right here, right? And then here we see another file, right? These are just different audio files compared to here. Here we see the actual size of those files. And here we see the waveform, which is a graphic representation of what that file looks like. And so here I can go right here, I select that up, and I hear it back. We also see the duration of the waveform. We can see the date indexed. These files are indexed, right? I actually indexed them today. So they're here. Now, once Pro Tools indexes everything, it's in the database. It creates this index of what's going on for this session with these files. So that's great. It can find it whenever you want to find a file to find it for you, which is really great. And of course, there's more here. We have capacity free. We have date modified, date created. As you can see here, we can have the file format for waveform. This is wave. The sample rate. So we notice it's a 44.1 sample session. And of course, it's 24-bit. So in case you want to find that information will be here in our browser. So here above that, we have presets too. Presets 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I can have preset locations. If I want to find something, I say, well, this is a preset. That's a preset. This is. I would go here and create a preset of something if I wanted to. And I can also do a search. So here, I can say I want to search for something. I can press Command F, or I guess Control F on a PC. I press Command F here, and I can say I'm looking for beat. And as I type, it actually filled out, here we go, house beat, right there, right? And you could see it. And of course, I can click anywhere here in the waveform. It'll play from that point. I can click on the speaker icon and turn it off or on. Now you also see that same thing right here. We see the level that we're trying to keep it at or below, right? And here we have the LED to read back the audio file, whether it's too loud or not. You can see it right there, how loud that file is. I can bring my audio down here, see that? That's not telling me the loudness of the file, just the loudness of the playback. I can click here to stop it. Now, sometimes you may want to import a file, right? You want to find that file in a different location. And this only gives us location of, I guess, the files we have selected and where they are for this session. I may want to go here and do a more advanced search. I may be looking for, let's say, keyboards or piano. And here I can do, it says any text column here. We can do contain, doesn't contain. I can add more to that search. So I'm going to find that stuff. I'm going to find my results. And so it'll search and look for what I'm looking for as I look for something containing piano. So it's a great way to do an advanced search. Now, once I do, you see it happens right here. I have piano. I'll play it back from here. And there's a piano sound I'm looking for. And this is from the session itself. So I can search any drive. I got volumes here. Let's say I've got a volume here. Let's turn this off, actually. You're still doing a search, stop the search. And I may want to go to my volumes right here. And I'm going to look at this. As I do, I may want to find some sounds. You see everything piano, still my piano's still there. And as I'm doing this, it's looking for piano. I can still find more stuff. I can go to here. I want to show you some more things here with our browser. So of course I can go here, I put in beat, I get my results here. It says 4 results. And here, of course, I can, but also I can right click here and I have other options. I can do an auto preview. So that means I select something, you see a little R there, I hit it plays. I go here, it plays. Kind of cool. I can stop it right there, pressing the play button. Let's right click the play button once again, turn off auto preview. And I can also do loop. So I can say I want to start from right here maybe, and it loops back to the top. See that? It loops automatically back to the top. So if a loop playback as well. Let's turn that off. And we have here already selected is the spacebar toggles file preview. So that means I can just hit the spacebar and it plays it, right? Obviously. And audio files conform to session tempo. So sometimes you might have a file that you want to bring in, which could be 48 kilohertz, and it could be 44.1. And so you might want to bring them in and have them conform to tempo. That's what this little button here will do. As I bring a file in, as you can see a little metronome there, and arrows pointing either directions, that means that file will be played back based on the tempo or the sample rate of the current session. Whether it's 44.1 or you're at 96K and you want to play it back at 44.1, this will make it conform to that. Now also, doing a search, I put a search here. If I select another volume, and I select that volume while that search field is full, it'll keep searching. And once I click here, it searches. Once I do, it goes back to view on a search with a magnifying glass right there. So I'll click here again. I can fill this out. Say I want to find beat, right? And then I can look at a volume, then see it's searching. See that search right there? That's the search sign. I'm going to cross that out. I'm going to get rid of this. I don't want that. So we're done. And we're done with that. So see what happened? It fills out so many different beats here. Everything that said beat, it fills it out right here. No need for that whatsoever. But you get the idea. That's how it works. You know, working in music and working with Pro Tools, you want to import something. Could be a drum sound, an ice cream truck, could be a fire engine, you never know. Or it could be a drill from a hammer in the street, you know, jackhammer. So I've got samples, you've got them, you want to import them. You go right here and let's import some audio. So here, we're in File, we've got Import, we can import audio. Or I can just press Command and Shift and press I, and I'm importing audio. Here's the dialog box for it. And we need to explain some of this here, actually. So here, as you can see, we've got audio files, right? And I can import them in. They're selected. It says Import Audio. And so let's select the file here. Once I do select the file, you'll notice here that the file I've selected has a type. And here it's a wave. A bit depth is displayed. The length of the file, the size of the file, and the channels. Just one channel for this file. You'll notice down here, below that, we have clips in current file. Here it is right here. And then we can add it over here to clips to import, add all. If I have a bunch here, so add some more. Let's add this base here. Let's select a couple of things here. Actually, go to here and to here. And there we go. This is all selected right there, right? And I can convert all. We see a start time and end time here. This is kind of cool. So I can go here and play it back. And play it back from right there, right? I can play it back any one of these tracks. These audio files from right here. I can play them back from right here in the system. You know something? I have a bunch of files here. I want you to see something though. Right here it says Chug 101 WAV file can be added directly to the current session, but it will play back at the wrong speed. So this is on purpose, of course, to show you that you need to be aware of what you're importing and not importing to your session, whether it's going to be the proper speed or not. In this case, this is a 48 kilohertz sample. That's the rate of the sample. And my session is 44.1. So it will play back at the wrong speed if I import the file. Be aware of that. I can also convert the file. Let's say I want to convert the file here. And this is the file here. Same file, obviously. Not converted yet, though. See, to convert that file, I can select this is the source rate, and I have my destination is this. So it'll play back the wrong speed, but it will convert the file to the proper speed once I say convert that. I can select the quality of my conversion rate, whether it's going to be fast, which means it's going to be a low conversion rate. It's going to be do it real fast, though. It's going to do it real fast. Good is good, better is better, best is really good, and Tweakhead is the slowest. But Tweakhead is slow, but it tends to get you really great sound. So I would suggest you compare between best and Tweakhead, which is really good. So you can pull in samples in, just make sure they're going to be the same sample rate as your session, and I would prefer them to be the same bit depth as well. You can also import MIDI files into your Pro Tools session. Let's try that. So we're going to go to File. We're going to select Import, then Import MIDI. There we go. I got some MIDI files here. I'm going to try this one right here. And I selected that MIDI file from my MIDI folder, which I already selected out. You'll see here we can make new tracks. So track instrument tracks or MIDI tracks. This is kind of cool. I can also import clip list as a clip list, right? That's destination right there. I'd rather keep them probably as instrument tracks. I can have start, session start, or select where I want to put it at. I can put it at a certain selection or spot, right? If I had a song set up, I would say import it to the bridge or to the chorus or the hook, whatever, right? We can import tempo map from this MIDI file. We can import key signature from this MIDI file. So some MIDI files, type 1 or type 2, may contain import tempo, import key signature, right? It'll be on there. Now, if I want to remove, I could. I don't have to. Instrument tracks right here, and I'll go OK. And then these files are brought right into the session. As you see here, it's figuring out these files. They're right here, and the files have been brought in. Now, you'll see here in the clip window. Let's sort of expand the clip window view. And we have our clips right here. Let's go right here and select the clip. That's one clip. And all the clips appear right here. And this is 2 through 16 in terms of MIDI files. So I'll drag this back over here, and you'll see the same name appears here for the MIDI files. And they have MIDI note data, of course. So I can go to here, select that MIDI file, and I can see the notes here. And of course, I can go here to edit, sort of change notes if I want to, add a note somewhere here. Once I click on there, I'm able to do that, as you can see. So it's really cool. I can import MIDI files and sort of just adjust them, add notes, correct notes, and edit notes. We'll cover this more later on in our session on editing within the grid, but I want to get you to understand you can also import MIDI files and have fun doing it. You can also import session data. Now, for example, I have this session opened up here, and there's another copy of this session that's an older version of Pro Tools. I go ahead to import. I can select session data. See the key command right there? I open it up, and I have here another file here, which is this PTF, and it's a PTX, which is the newest version, and this PTX is from 2008, right? I can go to here, and once I click there, I get this import session data dialog box with everything on it. I have the session name. I have the file type as Pro Tools 7.0. I have created by Pro Tools. We have the start time, the time code format, the bit depth, the sample rate, and the audio file type. And this is what the source properties are for that session. So I'll know in case I'm bringing it into a session that's a higher bit depth, I want to know this for sure. We have time code mapping options, so I can maintain absolute time code values in relationship to the session, which will cover more in our time code and syncing lessons in this series. We have track offset options. I can offset the track limit just a little bit in case it's out of sync. I can offset it, which is great. I can use beats and bars. You can see minutes and seconds, time code, feet, frames, and samples. We have media options. We can link to source media where possible, and I can link to source media right here anytime. This is video. And we have our sample rate conversion right here. I can apply it, for example, if it's not the right sample rate compared to my session, I can apply the SRC and it will work to convert it down to the proper sample rate. Now below here we have tracks. So we have tracks that match up, right? So you'll see here there are tracks and you can select the destination where that track should go. It's kind of cool. I can scroll up and down through my tracks. I can match tracks here, match them up. And you'll see all the tracks appear. It's a small little window there, but you can see them as I scroll up and down here. It's 88, and then down, down, down again. And there's a bunch of little tracks in here, so I'm just scrolling through them. Right there they go, right there, as you can see. Now, below here we have session data, what I want to import. So I may want to import the tempo, the meter map, the key signature in the chord group, or the chord map, actually. We can import the markers, memory locations, window configurations, mic presettings. I can also have the main playlist option, which will cover more about playlist, but it covers everything available that's in your session that you would want to import from another session. Particularly if you've got someone sending you a session and you may have done some mixes for that person, they want to do a remix. Well, you want to import the session again. You would select maybe a few different sounds, and you want to select the vocals, the music, but no drums. You might just want to remix the drums. So you just want to import certain tracks and certain information. And it makes it easier to do that using the import session data dialog box right here. So once I'm ready and I'm done, I would just press OK and import the session files and whatever else I needed. I have one more import I want to talk about, and that's a CD. And if you have a CD player on your computer or you've got a CD drive, an ancient device today, it seems like, you can import audio files from a CD. So I've got import here. I've got a CD player, but you want to select audio. And I did, but I need to find the file. So I want to go here at my Mac and look for it. Here we go. This is the audio CD right there. And it's in a CD drive, as you can see. And here are the files. It's pretty simple stuff. We get to see the size of the file. We can see the date modified, In this case, it just came up today, so it hasn't even been imported. And some CDs will have information about the audio file, some won't. And so I can select one here as I did before with audio, and it would appear down right here. But right now what's going on is the CD player is spinning, and then now it loads it up here. It sees it. And so we can see it's a QuickTime file. The length here is 6 minutes and change. We have the size, of course, the bit depth is 16. So if you want to make your session files ready for CD, it's got to be 16-bit depth, okay? And then, of course, it has to be 44.1 and 2 channels, of course. Now, this is just a session I have going on, but it'll tell me that I can't import this session in, of course. It says here, oh, I cannot because AIFF must be converted to be used in the session. Right? I can import it because I can convert it. As you already know, we go to here, convert these clips to import, and down here I would just select what I want to use as my sample rate or my sample rate conversion. We can play it back here, of course, as before with audio files, and we'll see the length here as well. So it's pretty simple and easy to import CDs. In this lesson, we're going to talk about a click track. That's a tick, tick, tick track. This track's going to maintain the tempo of the song we're on. So it's going to be the speed. And the reason why we use a click track is because sometimes we have a drummer coming in for doing live music, or a guitar player, a bass player, and you want them to play a particular bass line or a guitar line, and you want them to play in time, or a vocalist comes in. You do not know how fast her song is. She's got it in her head. She wants to just sing it out without any music. You're going to use a click track. Now we're going to go to track. Here at the bottom it says create click track. We'll do that. Now we'll press play, space bar, and this is our click track. This is based on a tempo. Now I just launched this session, so my tempo is around 120, which is the default. To see the parameters for it, you'll see it right here. Now this click track is actually an auxiliary track. Let's flip over to the mixer track. You'll see it here. Just a mono track. It's an auxiliary. We've got an input, output, right? See right here. We can add some effects to it if not. But you can see here, it's just a plugin. It's the click track. And now I want to see the plugin. This is the plugin for the click track. Let's play it back. You notice here, it says beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next to it, we have the BPM. And here, we have a light, which indicates that it's on, or a sound. I can click the word on here. It's still playing. Just this light goes off, okay? You'll notice here, I just stopped it. This first fader here is for click 1. Here's click 2. The first click is the downbeat. The next click are just the clicks after it, which gives you the subdivision. Let's play it again. I can also change the click. I'll play it while I change it. Let's try blocks. I like the block sound more than anything else. And we're going to try the comp block here for the accent. So that's a comp block ACC, the accent, the downbeat. And then we're going to go here, the blocks, and we'll just get the comp block. This is a classic sound you may have heard on old drum machines before. And this is our metronome, our timing, our click pattern. Now I can also change the volume. And this is really important to have this going on, particularly for a drummer or a guitar player, as I said before, even for a vocalist, to have that click track going on so they can record what they're trying to say musically, but based on a tempo. Let's stop that. Now, this is the tempo here. Let's change the tempo. So let's close this window. And we're going to open up the transport window. Now, we don't see the full thing here. We're going to go here. We're going to open up the entire window, right? We want to see all. And now here, you notice here we have a conductor, right? It's the conductor. And if I click on the conductor, I can go to here. I can change my tempo. I'm just clicking there I can drag up or down, and I can change the tempo. And as I do, you'll see the beats and bars line slide back and forth based on the BPM that I'm selecting here in the window. Right? I can also type this in. Well, let's go ahead and type it in for 1, and we'll type it in. Now we have 120 BPM. I can go back here, 1. I want to show you a few more things before we move on. Let's press play, and we'll hear the click track back. We're going to go here to Options. And here in Options, we can select to hear or not hear the click track. It's on, and once again, it's on, it's off. Right? Good. Now, as you can see here, we have changed the tempo. We can also change the timing. Now we're hearing it as a quarter note. As you remember before, let's open this plugin again. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? That's a quarter note thing going on there. I can go to meter here, and I can change the click. This is the quarter note of the click. I can go here and make it 1/8 notes. We'll press OK. That's 1/8 notes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See that right there? Those are 1/8 notes. The downbeats on the 1, and these others are the subdivision based upon 1/8 notes. I can turn it back or go to 16ths, but you get the idea. We'll go back to quarter notes. We'll press OK. Now, sometimes we have a tempo and we want to change it from several places. So from here we can do it. We can change it from here as well. So I can go to bars and beats, select tempo, as you can see right there. It's selected already, and a tempo track appears here. I can click right here, this little red thing sticking out there, and now we have our tempo change. I can change my tempo wherever I want to change my tempo at, right? So I can change it here, and we see the resolution here is set up for quarter notes. Now we're ready. I've got a click track, and it's time to record after all this. And we want to get a brand new track. Let's go to here. New track. We'll make it a mono audio track. It's in samples. And we're going to create just one track. Here's the one track. And it seems big enough here for us to see everything. But all we see here now are just the inserts. So I want to go here. We'll click here, and we want to bring up the I/O, the input and the output. We know the output's here, and there's our input. I want one more track. I love having a master track, some overall controlling summing amp. So we'll collect new track. We'll go here and we'll select master fader. And it's going to be stereo. So I want to make it stereo. It's in terms of samples. You want to create one. And now we have a master track. Great. So this is my input right here. And I can go to here, and we got microphone input selected. That's good. Selected right there. I can go to here, and now you can hear my voice coming through. My inputs are here. Built-in 1 and 2. It's 1 and 2 inputs. And I can input monitor from here. And there's 2. We can hear both of them. I'll go back to the breakout cable. You can see it here's the breakout of the fader. Too loud. Bring it down. Always be careful of that. Good. And then I want to close this breakout fader here. And next, I want to turn this off. That's my input monitor. So it monitors the signal coming into Pro Tools. I can check to see how the levels are and get an idea of what it sounds like, whether it's too loud. See, it's too loud, too much there. Make sure you don't want to have too much of that going on. We want to keep it low. Now I want to also connect the Native Instruments Complete Audio 6. And I want to go here to setup, and I want to go to MIDI and the MIDI Studio on my Mac. And I'm going to go to Show Audio Devices. And I see them here. But you see here the input, as I was talking, the microphone was the input. I want to go to here. And then I want to right click. I can right click there. Or right click here. And select Use this device for sound input. As I do, the microphone appears here. But I want to use all these inputs and outputs, the built-in microphone, built-in output, and the complete audio 6. So I click right here. I'll pull a drop-down menu, and you can see they're right here. And we know we have input here. Great. Let's close this out. I want to go back to my setup, I/O. Now I have my I/O setup open. I want to make a new path. So new path, here we go. It's going to be a mono input, and it's just one input. So I'm going to go back here and create it. It makes some sense. Here we go. That's my input. Now I want to label this input, right? I want to label this input as my complete audio 6. Bam. There it is. I got that input, right? And you can see here we're in the Pro Tools Aggregate I/O. Now here in the input, you'll notice here in the I/O, in the edit view, we have interface. You'll see built-in microphone 1, 2, and now we see the complete audio 6. And I'm going to switch my view here and go back to the mixer view. Here's the mixer view. And if I go right here, we're going to hear my voice. There's my voice right there coming through. It sounds like it's flanging a little bit. That's good. And now we're going to go to the complete audio 6 and see if we can hear it. Okay, we can hear the bass. I want to explain two things. And first of all, it's about this button here for input monitoring. Once it's plugged in, that's track input monitor, it turns green. That means we're hearing the audio signal coming in. I can go to here, record. I can press record, but it won't work because the track is not record enabled. But what it does allow us to do is to hear back. And you like to have that most of the time for a singer or someone doing overdubs. And you'll see here where it says set record track to input only. Let's turn this off. I go to record. And now you see that come up. Before it was grayed out, now it's not. Because now I'm in record. So I can record right here actually. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to press this button, record. And I'm going to record this track. So now I'm recording. You can see that it's recording on that track. And next what I want to do is stop. Now if I go to record input only, I go here to play back. You can still hear my vocals, but we're not hearing the audio that was recorded. This is input only. All we're hearing is the input coming in. That's what that I means. Track input monitor. We're monitoring the audio coming in. If I take this off and play back from the top again, I'm going to record this track. Now you hear this, but you can see that you don't hear me on that track in Pro Tools. Now I can do this again. Press record. Let's press play. So I can punch in here. You can see that it's recording on that track. And next what I want to do is stop this. I'm going to record this track. We'll go back to here first and use quick punch. Here's quick punch. Now P appears here. And I'll play back. Record this track. So now I'm recording. And I'm ready to record. See that it's recording on that track. And now I just recorded right into the track. I punched in. Now I'm out. So see what happened? I could be singing along here. And then I punched in right here. And you'll hear it back from right here. Let's hear it back from there. I'm going to record this track. So now I'm recording. You can see that it's recording on that. And now I just recorded right into the track. Right? So you see where it's at. On that track. And now I just recorded right into the track. So our input monitor allows us to have the microphone on. We see the input coming in. We're playing back. And a singer might want to punch in real quickly into a spot to fix it. Or the guitar part might be wrong. You want to fix it. That's a punch in. Okay? And that's how we would use input monitor or track input monitor. Now, one more thing I want to show you here is the idea about latency. Latency is not a good thing. And what's going on in this computer system, and as in all computers, is that it's calculating your recording audio, you're speaking it out, it's analog, and it wants to turn it into digital. It's digital now. Ooh, O's and ones. And it does it so fast. Like, you're hearing me now, and I'm coming through the computer. And my buffer size is 64 samples. So it's a small buffer size. It doesn't have to use so much of the memory to create this audio like this. So it's fast. But if I go to 1,000, 24 samples, and now when I say something, it's a little bit like I'm in a big cave and the latency's there. It's late. And you don't want someone to hear this in the headset and they sound like they're playing late or they're singing late. So, whenever you go to 1024, that's primarily when you're not recording audio in and you want to use this power for your plugins. When I'm recording in, I want to get somewhere near 64 samples. If I go to 32, it could work, but you might get a lot of pops and clicks. But try it and learn from it. Now in this lesson, we're going to talk about and explain how to play back files, how to play back anywhere in Pro Tools, stop, start, fast forward, or whatever. So, we know we have a transport. Here's one right here. This is too much stuff, actually. Let's get down here and get a minimal going on. There we go. And we can press the play. And I'm playing back this file from right there, right? This is stop. Now we can also have a transport up here, right above our rulers right here. And you'll see here, there's a play. And there's a stop. Now also, you'll notice here this little blue selector right there. And this is our location selector in the ruler here for bars and beats. And if I click here, I can move it anywhere. Now once I do, you'll see a little blinking line right there, which means that's where we'll start from. So I'll press play. I can go to here. As I do it, it starts playing from there, see? Anywhere I select right there. Now, this tool is my selector tool. I got it from right here. It's my grabber, right? Here's my trimmer right there. But here is my selector tool. That's why I'm doing that. That's how I can do that from right there. Now also, if you have a numeric keypad on your keyboard, you can use that too. Let's go back here. We'll go to Preferences now. And here in Preferences, we'll go to Operation. And here in Operation, you'll see right here, Numeric Keyboard. It's a classic, and it's a transport right here. Click this button right here, and you'll be able to press 0 to stop and start your session. To play back, and press 0 again to stop it, like you would do with a space bar. We can also use our rewind button or our fast forward button to get around. So my cursor's right here, and I can click this one time, and it moves up. See, it's moving up by a bar, and you'll see it here, indicated here, in our counter right there. I can move back by a bar. I can also hold it down. I just keeps rolling by. I can hold it down, and it's moving back. So we can get anywhere in this session we'd like to. And once I get there, I can stop it. Say I want to start from here. And then just press play. It makes it much easier. I can also go here and I can just click here. I can pick the number. I want to start at 4. I go to 4. Okay, that sounds good. I press enter. I press spacebar. I'm playing from 4. I can select my location right here in the counter by just finding out or putting in the number I want to start from, which is kind of cool also. Now, I can go here with the selector tool here. See that tool right there? That's from right there, my selector tool. I can go here, press down, and drag across this file, and I'll select an area that I want to play back. I may want to do some editing here, and I'll say, well, from here to there, and I'll play it back. Notice what happened here. The top location selection right here, timeline selection in point and the out point, it's split in half, that arrow. And now we got an in point and an out point for that little blue arrow that was there before split in half. Now I can just press spacebar. I'm playing back or play back from right here. Notice it always plays back from the top. And then it stops. We can also use our grabber tool. I'll select it here. And now I've got this hand, right? So I can go to here and go to there. I'm grabbing it. I go inside the timeline where there's no region, nothing. So if I grab a region and I press play, you can see that this little arrow split again. So it's going to play the entire region. Let's move the region over, and we can see the front and the back of the in point, in and out point. And we'll press play. And it'll play all the way to the end. That's another way we can actually play something inside of Pro Tools. Now also, let's click back in here and get out of that. And get this back again. I want to go here to the options and select edit window scrolling. So what I want to probably do here is go to, it's no scrolling right now, it's just page. Let's go to no scrolling actually. And then I want to probably zoom in. So I'm going to do here, I'm going to press my command and the curly brackets, sort of zoom in here, as you can see. And you can almost barely see this. I'm going to turn this into a 3-tool thing there so it becomes whatever I want it to become. And drag this over a little bit more like that, right? And we can see we have this file here, and we're sort of zoomed into it. And I'll start from right here, and we're going to play. So it just plays, and we don't see anything happening. We know we can hear it, but we don't see it. And that option, as you can see here, is no scrolling. Let's go after playback right here. And once I stop, it goes to that point where I stopped at. Let's play it again. It's going by, see? Once I stop it, it goes to the end again. So that's after playback. Back to options, back to edit window scrolling. And we're going to go to page now. And I'll move this cursor on the bottom back to the top here. And we're starting from there. So see what happens? It goes to that page, the next section, the next section, and the next section. So it's almost going by page. And it's still going. Let me stop it. Be careful of that. If you don't see it, it could still be going, obviously. And then we have the next option, which is this continuous. And this is pretty obvious to you once you see it going. Let's go back here to the top again. And right here, right. And then our selector's right there. Our timeline selection point. And press play. See, it's just scrolling along. It's continuous. It's just going by. It's just going past the playhead. And everything goes past it and it's playing it back. That's continuous. So these are the several ways to play it back. And also, if I press return here, and I go back at the top, and I'm in continuous mode, there's a big gray region here. And this just signifies the beginning of things there at all. So be careful. If you see this, don't worry about it. But if you do, you know you're in continuous playback mode. And those are the options we have. So let's go back here. I want to go back to what we had before. I was in page. Let's go to no scroll, actually. This is good for me. And then I'm going to press command on my curly bracket. And I'm right there for my view. And that's how we can get around in Pro Tools to play, stop, start, and get to any point in our session. There's more than one way to play back a sequence or a region and even MIDI files. And we have playback modes for that. Now, for example, I can press play here. I can also stop it here. I'm going to go to play now. I'm going to right click here. As I right click, we get a little menu here. We can see we have half speed, prime for playback, loop, and we have dynamic transport. Let's look at half speed, which is obvious. It's going to play at half speed. I click here, and it's playing at half speed. If I stop it and play again, it's normal again. I can also hold down Shift and click half speed, or click play, and it plays back at half speed. I can also just press Shift and the spacebar, and it plays back at half speed. And we stop that. Our next option is Prime for playback. Now this is used when you have a lot of tracks. And sometimes when you do, depending on how much power you actually have, meaning how many gigabytes of RAM is on your Mac or PC, it may start slow, or you may have something where it just takes a while to get going. So Prime for playback gets the computer ready to roll and play back every track. So you just select here, and then you're just going to play. And you notice once you do select that, you go Prime for playback. Stop is just turns blue here, right? And we're ready. It's ready to play because it's ready. It's primed and ready to play for playback. So make sure when you do want to play everything, do that. Now you won't hear that here now because I have just a few tracks here, but I've had a lot of them, and I was sort of like really taxing the power. I'd be able to use Prime for playback to do it. And you can also, let's stop this. You can also hold down your Option key and click the play button, and then we have Prime for playback is ready. And on the PC, it's the Alt key, and click your play button. The next option here, let's right click on the play button, and we have loop. I grab that, and it makes a little icon here where there's a play, but there seems to be a little loop thing going on here, right? And that's how loop works. So let's click here again, undo that. I can also go to options here, and then here we have loop playback, or press Shift, Command, and L, and I can get that. So let's do that. Shift, Command, and L, and you see it right there. Shift, Command, and L again, and we've stopped it. If you have a numeric keypad, you can just press 4 to loop it, and press 4 again to unloop it. And I can also go here with my cursor, grab a section right there, and that's my loop area. And then if I go to here, I select loop, and I'll press play. And it's looping over and over. And press stop. Now, we're going to go here, and we're going to look at dynamic transport. Now, once I do, notice in the bars and beats ruler, it's going to expand a little bit here. So you did here, and right here, we have this little marker, and this is our play start marker. The arrow's still here, right? So I'm going to make sure I go here and I select the link timeline and edit selection right here. And then I want to come in here. I want to select a region I want to deal with here. There you go. And as I do, you'll notice here that the little arrow here for the timeline selection point, this is the in, the out point, is split again. And if I play it back, that's cool. But I can also just go here to my cursor, and I want to hear it there. I may go to here and say, I want to hear it closer. Let's go back down to maybe 16th notes. And now I can move to here, or move to there. As a matter of fact, let's do it even, let's go to 32nd notes, or 64 notes. And I can move it anywhere here within the little steps. As you can see, as I change the resolution, and I'll play it from here, and come back again. I'll play it from here. And this is a great way for you to like sort of audition a certain section, see how a loop might sound, or let's say maybe let a singer hear it back, and then they can know when to come back in when they're recording over a certain section of the song. And this is a great way to use dynamic transport. It's right here. And see, once I did that, you notice what happened too. The loop came on, right? I want to show you one more thing. Let's turn this off. And go right back to here. Now, previously, as you've seen before, I press play. It goes back to the top. So we want to go to preferences now. Sort of stop that for a second. And we want to be here in operation, in preferences. And we want to select this here. It's called timeline insertion, play start, marker follows playback. So we'll select that. We'll press OK. And now I'll press play. And I stop. See what happened? The marker came to right where I stopped at, and it's a new mark point. And this is great when you're working in real time. And you want to like, well, I'm trying to see this part here. You want to keep going back to the top again. You want to stop where you're at, look at that section maybe, and then continue from there. Now another way to do this also is you can select this focus keyboard button here, right there. Once that's selected, you can press N to turn on or off. And you notice that right here, this turns on or off. Go back here to preferences. You'll see it's off now. So rather than go into preferences each time, I can just, my focus key is selected here, press N, and I'm off and I'm on. And that's how we can use it. Recording is what we're going to do in recording, of course, music. And we need to understand how the features in Pro Tools work when you're recording a track. So I have a brand new track here. This is called Audio 2. And this is Audio 1 right here, of course. So that's 2. And this is a mono track. I want to record here. Now to see the record functions, you'll see it here. Go to your options menu. And we'll see destructive record, loop record, and quick punch. So destructive records means that if I record something and then record over it, I will destroy that previous recording. It'll be gone forever. Now this is a useful feature, I guess, if you're just trying to save hard drive space and you're not really worried about it. You want to get the perfect track, which I do sometimes also. But generally in normal, if you stay in normal, you're not going destructive, then you won't destroy anything. It'll still be there and you can use it again if you want to. Depending on your setup, you could look at how you want to use destructive or non-destructive, which is normal. Now currently normal is this. If I go here to destructive, we get this D right here. You'll see it here and of course up here, so it's in our transport. It'll just destroy over our previous recording. And I can also right click on the record button and I can change that. So I'm undoing it right now. Now, let's go back here to this button here. Let's go to normal. There we go, normal. And we also have loop record. But first, let's set up our recording here. I'm going to put recording on. And we have my voice coming through the session here, right? So let's try to record first. Let's record something, get an idea what's going on. And I'll press record here. And you'll see record's blinking now. So record is enabled. And you'll see here this is blinking too at the same time. The track record enable button. So in order for us to record, we need to have the button pressed either here or there, but primarily here then, and I can select any track to record to once this record button has been selected. And then I can press play. And I'm recording right here on the track, and you'll see the file go by here as we're recording in this region, and I'm recording, and I'll stop it. And I can come back here. And I'm recording right here on the track, and you'll see the file go by here as we're recording in this region. So you see I recorded right onto the track. Now here I have a selector tool, and I want to go up here and click on this little bar on top of these 3 tools, and see it says Smart Tool. I click there and now I have a Smart Tool. So it says selector here, down here it's a grabber, and over here it's a trimmer at any end of the region, right? So I can trim it if I want a little bit like that. And I have this tool going on, which is kind of cool. So I can also loop record. So I can select a section. Let's see, maybe right about there. Change my grid views. I'm just do it in bars. So I'm gonna go here to bars, and if I go to here and I grab over, it'll select the bar and the next bar right there, like that, right? And then I'm gonna go here. And we're going to right click on the record mode button and select loop record. And I can also go back to options and you'll see the command right here, right? For loop record. And I want to set a pre-roll up, so I can click here to get pre-roll. And then I want to make it maybe 2 bars. Let's make it like maybe 1 bar. I have 1 bar here in front of me, right? So I can do 1 bar. So I can select 1 and I've got a pre-roll of 1 bar. I can also do Option K on a Mac. See that? And I can also do Alt K on your PC. So on a post roll 2, I could do 1 bar here. So I can do 1 here and 1 there. But in this case, I'm just going to keep it 1 here. Good. and got a pre-roll. And we'll press play. The recording right here on the track, and we'll see the file play. Go by. Good. Now, I want to go back to here again. I'm going to get it further ahead. I'm going to get this one bar to be right there. It's perfect. And then I'm going to loop record. And then I want to get my pre-roll going on here. And make sure I'm going to record right there. And press this. And now I'm playing back and I'm recording. Yep, and there it is. And that's recording again. Recording again, over and over. I can record again. And this is the third take. And then the fourth take right here. And I'll press stop. So, I can record over one section over and over. Now, why this is great is because if you got a singer and she wants to sing a part over, not sure how she's going to sing it, or a rapper, or a guitar player playing a solo and wants to get this one part just right, you can play it over and over and loop record that one section. And it's great. And then if you want to find out if you have it or enough of it, you can find the matching alternates, and you can find the, let's say it's audio 2. So I have all these audio 2s right here. You'll see them. There's a bunch of audio 2s right there, right? And you'll see them right here. The one that's checked is the one that's selected currently. I can go to here and do that one. And here now, this is another one. So this is the other version here. Let's go back here and right-clicking again. We're going to go to matching alternates, and then I can select 2, and it's changed again. See that? So I can change and find the right one I like and say, okay, I want to use that one. So loop recorder works great when you want to like audition parts and go over and over to see which is the best section. So here I've got my record button on. It's off now. And we want to do quick punch. So go back here. We're going to right click on the record button. Go to quick punch. Now quick punch is enabled. Here's the P right here. You don't see the P here in these record enable buttons at all. Of course, it only happens right here in the grid. I want to change my grid here too for a second. Get back down to 64. It's good for me right now. And I may want to quick punch something here. This section here, for example, or any section. So that means I can punch in and punch out when I want to. So let's do that. I got a pre-roll here of 1. So I'm going to go to here. Oh, see that? You have to enable a track. No tracks are record enabled. That's good. And now we hear my voice and we know what's going on. And we'll press this, and we'll press this here. Recording right here on the track, and we'll see I'm recording in, recording out, over. I'm going in and recording in again. So I stopped it. It got there, recorded over that part. And this is the part I recorded. Recording right here on the I'm recording right here on the track, and we'll see I'm recording in. So I'm recording in right there. Now, I've got my tool here. I've changed it. It's become a smart tool. Just click the little bar. If you don't have that, click this here. And then Pro Tools actually records even before I start recording. And you'll notice I'll pull it back here. It was recording all that time. So what it does, it records continuously when you're in quick punch. You can do up to 100 quick punches. It may eat up hard drive space too as well, so be careful. But when you are quick punching in, you may have a part that you may have tried to put in the beginning, or you're recording over something. You can always go back here and sort of get your trimmer tool out and see, well, what did I do here? You know, and see what's going on. Even see that? I didn't even know this part was happening actually. And then I'm actually still talking. And then here, it's still recording up until the time it stops. So in quick punch mode, even when it's not recording, Pro Tools is recording. Now, one thing I like to use a lot in Pro Tools is the playlist option. And what that is, I can make a different list of regions to play for that track. So, for example, here I've got this track. It's called audio. It's called something else. It's called talk. All right? And that's the talk track right there. And so I'm going to come in here and record something. I'll go to here. I'll press record. I'll press this. And now I'm going to record. I'll press play. And I'm recording right here in this function. And we're recording to stop it. And that piece remains there. And this could be a vocal I want to keep, or a bass line or guitar, whatever. Now, I may want to keep that and try something new. And to do that, I can go here to the right of this track name. As you can see, each one of them has this little thing right here. And this creates a playlist. I can go right here, and I want to make a new one. As I do, the original name appears there with a period and then a 01. So this is playlist. It says name for new playlist, talk 01, right? I'll press OK. And now it's empty, right? And I can go back in here again. I want to record again and press record. And this is the second playlist, 0.01. I'll press stop. Now I've got two different playlists. I can go back to here, and it's my first one. I go to here again, and here's my second one. And these are two different lists, two different options, two different recordings I have where I can pick and choose. Now I've already done it here for the drums, for example, and we're going to turn my record off and mute the audio talk track here. And then here for the drums, I'll play it back from, I guess here is good. And so it plays straight through. It's pretty simple, straightforward. And now I got another playlist version. So I go back to here, and you see it there. It's Neo Soul Drums. That's 44.01. That says 2 there. Now I'll play this back. A different playlist. Now, another really great option with playlists is the ability to record, that is loop record within that playlist, and then make a brand new playlist each time you record. Now that's kind of cool if you got a guitar player, he comes in and he's playing these solos, and you want to make sure, he wants to get in the back, and you want to comp out a new track. I'll explain it later on how I can take little sections from each playlist and make a brand new playlist with all the best parts. So you're going to play it over and over, and we can make a brand new track. And to do that, first we've got to go here to Preferences. We're in Preferences now, and we're going to go here to Operation. And you'll see here, automatically create new playlist when loop recording. Click on that. We'll press OK. And so now we're ready to roll this up here. And what I want to do next is go to, let's say, this track right here. I'm going to go in here to record. And of course, you see that coming up there, but I'm not ready because I didn't put this record enable button on here yet. So I'll make sure I'm ready to record. I want to select my section. I want to go here and I want to do loop record. Now my L's there. And then I want to probably pick a section to loop record. Let's make it right about here. It's even better. You see what happens? You get a smart tool. You got to make sure you're doing the right thing with your smart tool. There you go. That one section there is good. And then I can go to here. And then I should be ready to record in. Now, I just need to press play. Okay, so now I'm loop recording. And that's loop recording 2. That's 2, number 2 there. Here's number 3. That's the third loop record. And here's the fourth loop record. And I think I'll stop it here. And we stopped it. And I recorded over there 4 different times. Now if we go to here, we'll see I have, wow, look at that. I have 4 different loop records. I have the original one I started out with. And I have 1, 2, 3, and 4. The fourth loop record there. As you can see that. And I can select any one of them. Let's go to here. That's the one there. It'll play it back. Okay, so now I'm loop recording. And see? And I can go to this one here. And that's recording 2. That's 2, number 2 there. That's number 2 there. See that? So the loop records are there. Let's turn this off, my recording input. And they're right there in the track, which makes it so cool. It makes it much more easier than anything else to do. Now also, when you're recording, you might get this little peak red thing there. Just click on that, you get rid of it. But you don't want to get that far in recording. So, I can also show you one more thing here. I'm going to press Control Command and click right here. And now, let's move this out the way. You'll see that each one of those takes, I can see them all now. So this is a cool way to see every take. It takes every single copy I made when I was recording over and over in loop recording, and it has a separate track now. And these are the separate alternate takes of the same recording. And this is a great way to pick which one to use. I want to use this section here or that section here. And it's so cool to do loop record and to have the playlist happen, because it makes you have different play versions, and it's great when you're trying to comp something like a vocal or a guitar solo. Input monitor. This is really important when recording, and this means we're going to input and monitor the input, right? So as you can see here, my cursor's there, and it says that I there is track input monitor. So if I turn this on, we now hear my voice coming through the Pro Tools system, and it's monitoring the input. It's listening back on an input, and we can hear what's going on. Now let's turn this off. Let's play this back, this section here, back for this song here. Now we hear the organ on this track right here. This is the organ track. And if I go to input monitor now, and I play it back, we only hear my voice. We don't hear the organ, because it's only monitoring the input coming in. It's not going to play back what's on that track. That's input monitor. Now, if I go to here, and that's a record, and you'll notice here that we have set record tracks to input only. Now that option is going to be Option K on my Mac and Alt K on a PC. And you see, once you do that, this I button lights up. Then I can move along here, and you can hear my voice, and I'm ready to record. So if I'm going to record a vocal or something, or a guitar part, or a bass line, or whatever you're going to record, it allows us to monitor the input, get a good level of that input, see if we like it or not. So I would normally probably go to here, get the breakout fader, and well, let's go down a little bit more here, and then make sure we don't hit too much of the high ends there, even though you really can't distort inside of Pro Tools in the new system. And I can check out that level as the music's playing. And then when I'm ready to record, I can record into the track. So I can do this. Let's first go back. Let's make sure we're ready to record right there. And we'll press play. And so I'm recording now. I press play. I was in record. We're in the input monitor. I can stop recording, and it starts over again. See that? Now I can do this again. I can undo that. Let's go back to here again. And let's press play and stop it. So you get the idea that once I start recording, I'm in there. Now, why this is important is because if we start doing quick punch, it's even better. So we're going to go here, and we're going to use quick punch. And now what I want to do is probably get rid of this. Oops, undo that. Just get rid of this one piece. And next what I want to do here is I want to record and go in and come out. So here what I'd probably do is set myself up for this pre-roll and this post-roll, right? So here I may want to be, let's go 2 bars. I can drag up or down here, you know. So I can drag up or down. There's 2. And maybe I do 2 outputs too at the same time. Right there. So here we go to that point. We'll get right here. And the next thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to run the punch in. Now I'm set to record using quick punch. And I've got this pre-roll set here to 2 and the post-roll set to 2. I'm going to punch in at 5, and you'll notice here this is at 5, and you'll notice here, right there, that red used to be blue before, and now it's red. So my timeline selection point has turned from blue to red because it's now in record mode, in this quick punch mode here. So I want to probably come here and make sure it's 7. I'll probably just do 2 bars right there. And then you'll see this area right here for the track we're going to record on. Of course, this is record enabled. This is the area we're going to record in. And it's going to start playing up to here, punch in and punch out. I'm going to press that for quick punch. We're going to press play to start. It's starting. Here comes the beat. And now we record right here. We're recording, then it stops recording and comes back out. And that's done automatically. And this is a great way sometimes when I want to punch in a vocalist. She knows the part she's coming in at, and then she can hear herself a little bit before I start, and she can practice her line in her head. Then when it comes in, she can keep singing along with the music and then sing right through that part, and it's kind of smooth. Even if you're playing a bass or guitar or keyboard, it's a great way to quick punch a part in that might be a mistake and to fix it, or to improve it if it wasn't that great. And that's how we can use quick punch. In this video, I want to talk about latency. And this is the time it takes for me to talk to you right now, or if I was rapping or singing or had a guitar plugged into my Pro Tools system, for it to listen to the analog signal, convert it to digital, zeros and ones, and then send it back to me so I can hear it back. That's a lot of work to do, but it does it so fast, in less than a second. But there's a latency that's going to happen where it takes more time, just a little bit, and you hear this delay. It sounds late, obviously. And we want to show you how you can set it up in your computer so you can avoid that problem. So we're going to go here in Pro Tools to Setup, and we're going to select the playback engine. This is where it happens here. As you can see, I have the Pro Tools Aggregate I/O, and we have a buffer size of 64 samples. I'm going to close this now. I'm going to turn this on. Hopefully it won't get too loud. And turn this up a little bit. Checking, testing. And you can hear somewhat what's going on with the Pro Tools system and my voice. And it sounds pretty close, right? So we're going to go back to Setup, and we're going to select the playback engine. And now I'm going to select 1,024 samples. Now, we hear a delay, it's like K-buzz, right? And that's the problem. When you have this large amount for your buffer size, it causes the computer to have too much to deal with. So, what you want to do when recording vocals or a guitar or whatever, you want to make sure your buffer size in your playback engine is quite small, allowing the computer to use a small amount so it can concentrate mainly on getting the recording done. And this way your singer or your rapper or your musician will be able to hear what's going on, and they won't feel like there's so much in a cave or they're delayed, they're not in sync. And you want them to be in sync. So remember, take care of that. Also, you also have this low latency monitoring. I leave that on all the time for that too. So leaving on low latency monitoring will help also in the process of recording. And be aware if using FireWire, FireWire takes longer to go around, more so than if I'm using USB. So be careful, listen back, and make sure you get it right. Groups are so important whenever you're working in Pro Tools. I want to group drums up. I tend to group up background vocals, percussion parts, strings, or whatever. And this is a session here that you should probably see if you're in the school or if you're bought our Pro Tools lessons. You'll see the session's called the R&B Funk Soul session. Let me play some of this back. So we got some tracks, obviously. And what you notice here on the left-hand side that we have our groups. And I've had some groups already made up here. We have a drum group, percussion, strings, bass, and whatever, right? And you can see this is our group area. And we also have this all group. And this is in all sessions. This means if I select this, everything is selected. You'll notice that on top of this track, which is all right here right now, everything is purple. If I scroll along the tracks in this session, you'll see everything is turned purple. If I turn off this button, then now they're not selected. And their individual group colors are selected. Now you notice here also these groups have a letter. This is A, B, C, D up to H, right? And this is our keyboard focus button for groups, which means that when this is highlighted, that's off, this is on, I can select any letter and toggle that group on or off. So if I select A now, you'll see the drum group go off and on. If I do B, we'll see the percussion group go on and off. And you see the color for that group right above it. Let's go to the mix window. I'll press Command = on my Mac. And here we see the mix window. We see the same thing here. We're going to pull this up. So you notice one thing, that the drums, or the groups rather, aren't the same when I actually pull them up here on the left side of my mixer as they are on the left side of my edit window. That's it. Here's the mixer, here's the edit window right here. And now let's create a group. To create a group, it's pretty simple. We're going to go to Track here, and we'll scroll down to our second option, Group. Or just press Command-G on your Mac. Or Control-G on your PC. Now here you see I have groups already created, right? And I've got a group selected here, or a group of sounds. This is drums. And you see we have the cymbal, drum, right? R&B. And here, this is the next available ID. You'll see already I have A through H as groups already made up. So what happens is it just makes up the next available ID. And your IDs, you can see here, are, as you can see in terms of letters. The ones that are already been made up, A through H, are grayed out. Let's go look at the option number 2 here. Again, we have it again, see, so we have more. And then here's 3, and here's 4. So these are letters here for 4 different banks of groups. We can have a lot of groups. So I have an I group here, right? So what I could do here, I may want to take this shaker here. I select that, and I can select this button in the middle called the Add button, obviously, and it adds that to the group. I can go to the shaker, select it here in the current members of that group, and remove it too. Below the Add button is a Remove button. It's an easy way to add and to remove items from a group. So I'll go right here, I'll select this, I'll select tambourine, so I hold down my Shift button, and then I'll select congas, so I hold my Shift button down, and now I can add all 3 sounds to this group. There you go. That's the group. And I can name the group. So right here it says Group 1. I can name it All Drums. And then I can press OK, but first I have other options. I can make it an edit group, which means I can edit everything in the group at the same time in my edit window. Or I can make it just a mixed group. So being a mixed group, I may want to turn all the levels up at the same time. They may have independent levels, each one of these separate sounds, but I may want to have them all as a group. That way when I move one of them, they all move. I can maintain their audio level throughout the mix. And here we can have it as a mix and edit group, which is kind of cool too. So in this case, I'll make it just a mix group. And then I can also replace a group if I want to. I can say, I want to replace a group, or use track selection from mix edit window. Replace, see that? But I won't. Now here you also see attributes. We'll see globals if I just set those up too for globals. And in this case, I can select anything pretty much. So we have the VCA, which is not available right now. We'll do control amplification. No need for that. But you get the idea that I can change different parts of the group. For example, here, as you see, we have attributes where I could change the volume, the mute, and the pan. And then we have globals totally. So we have main, volume, mute, and then pan. So in the mix, I can pan them up too as well. So here we have I, right? So this is the I right here. And so in this mix group, I can select to do panning, mute, and volume. I can also use mix attributes, where I can enable to record these, but I can record on all these tracks at once. If I press record enable, it says if I press record on one of them, they'll all be enabled for recording. I can do input monitoring for the mixed group attributes. And automation mode. That means if I automate one part on one of these groups, turn the volume up or down, all those other tracks in that group will do the same. I can press OK. And I've saved it, and you'll see it here. All drums right there. And once I click here, you'll notice it turns it on or off. We're going to go back to our mix window, press Command and the =. And then here, we have this group on. So I turn this on or off. You see this here? Now it's on and we got it off. And then it's on again. And you can see it because these groups right here are all being activated here. Or these actual sounds that you can see here. The first 6 sounds. So now these groups here are set up for separate groups. I have the drums and percussion, but I turned off my all drums. And you'll see here as I move the faders, they're all moving at once, right? If I move this pan, they're all moving at once too. So we sort of set these groups up to have an volume and a pan automation or control of that as one group for our mixed group. And if I go back over here, and let's say I go here into this section here, I'm only actually able to edit one track in that group. I can go back and change the group too. So I can go back here and I can select track up there. I can go over here actually where the group is at, little triangle right there, and I can change groups. So for example here, I can get a new group. I can display a certain group here. So I can edit groups, I can mix groups, all groups, as you can see there. We can suspend all groups. So I can stop all groups from doing anything, and they all become individual tracks in the mix. I can modify groups. But notice, if I select this, our dialog box comes back up again. Let's cancel this out again. I go back here and select display, let's say new group, and it comes back up again here as well, where I left off at. I'm going to go back to tracks, and now I can make a brand new group. Now, so I can go right here where it says that drums, and as I right click on top of that name, this comes up, where tracks. This shows me the tracks that are in that group. I can modify that group. Once I click modify, the dialog box comes back up again. Let's turn this off, cancel, and I'm going to right click here again. And now we have duplicate. I can duplicate this group. I can delete the entire group. Now once you do, say if I do that, it says here, deleting a group is not undoable. Are you sure you want to delete this group? So be careful. If you delete a group, it's gone. So if you got automation on there and some parts you've already done, you're just going to be really messed up about the whole thing. So be careful when you are deleting a group. Then below that we have here select tracks in a group. I can hide tracks in that group. I can show only tracks in that group. So let's say I got that group selected. I click here, and now the only tracks we see are the tracks from that group. And this is a great way to mix also. If I only want to hear one group back, I want to mix it, I only want to hear the tracks that are in that group. And so I'll pull it up. And I can go back here also and just say, look, that was cool. And I want to go back to show all tracks. And they're all back again. Now to modify a group is pretty easy. I want to select drums again, right click, and I want to modify the drum group. Now it comes up here, the name appears here as drums, you click here, and you'll see it says drums right there. I can modify this group to become a mix and an edit group. So even after you've done something, I can go back in and do it. Also it says follow globals, your globals will be here, and it'll follow the globals that appear right here. So we'll press OK. And now let's say, for example, I want to move a bunch of stuff. I can just go right here. So I move my cursor over here. I select a region within the timeline here. And you'll see all 3 of the sounds in that group. I can edit them right here in the edit window. If I select all, and I do the same thing again, I can edit all the tracks in this edit window. Now this is kind of cool when you want to take a chorus, you want to cut it out and put it someplace else in the song, or take one whole section and cut it, paste, and edit. It's a great way to make everything part of a group and then to move those files around. Now, once you've recorded a lot of parts down in the session, or you pull some samples in, and you have your session going on, you may want to add some plugins. Kind of helpful in a way to get you started with an idea of how a particular sound should sound. And also give some characteristics to, let's say, keyboards or violins and give them some sort of reverb so they sound like they're actually in the hall or in a nice sized room. And I'll play this back and get some ideas here. This is my session, R&B, funk, soul. Which you should have. Okay, get the idea. You hear the strings, there's some reverb there. So I can also hide some stuff. I want to hide these group and the tracks here in the mixer view. And I select a little arrow at the bottom there, and we've hidden those tracks. And you'll see we've got a lot of tracks here in this session, obviously, for lesson purposes. And we have this drum right here. This is for the drums. And this is a auxiliary track, see? And this is the track type. And this is a return, we call this. Here you'll see here we have a master right here. This is the master, the summing amp. That means everything in the session goes to our master fader, no matter what. So go to here, up or down. They're all locked to a group right there, right? As you can see. So what we'll do now, bring this down, bring them all down. Stop that. And go back here to group and turn the group off. Then turn this off here. Oops. Go right there. And we're back where we started from. I can just bring this down, play, and get my level. This is tied to output 1 and 2. As I learned before at IOs. So we have this drum group. And here are the drums right here, represented with this yellow at the bottom of each one of these tracks. So what I want to do, I'm going to bring this drum, I'm going to scroll, see, I'm taking over here, and as I scroll, I can move tracks anywhere within the window, which is kind of cool. I'll move it right here. And now we have this set up for right here, see? So this is my drums return, but nothing's set up there. And let's say I wanted to put some sort of reverb or something. So let's say, for the purpose of this session, I'm going to use some sort of effect. Let's find. I have multi-channel effects. We have mono effects. And as you can see here, we have 2 tracks here. So there's 2 little lines. If I press play, you'll see something's coming in here, right? That's our drums. And you see the 2, so that's left and right. Let's stop that. And here, you'll see here that this bus input is for drums. Go here to bus, and we'll see that I have drums selected here as the bus. So the drums are coming right there. And how they're getting there is that here, the output of these drums, these tracks, their outputs are going to the bus for drums. And the return is being sent right here. And this is known as post fader, because after it comes to the fader, then it's coming right here to this section, to this return. Now what I can do also, I can go right here on this track, and I have this insert A, right? These are pretty much in views. So if you don't see it, you can go here to you edit your views, and of course we have insert A through E. I can go here, let's solo this track actually first. So we're hearing this just loop right here. And as you notice what happened there, they're all doing it. So I can go to here, I can just press Control, and whatever I do, I've suspended the use of groups, and so if I press solo on this one track in a group, just that one track will be soloed. And that's pressing Control on my Mac. On a PC, you would press Start, but read your manual also. Now go here, I'm going to add something. You want to add an EQ. So as you can see, this is left and right, so I want to use a multi-channel plugin. I'm going to pull up this Air Killer EQ actually. Well, matter of fact, let's go to 7-band. I like a 7-band. There you go. There's a 7-band EQ. And we can affect this. And see, we don't hear it, right? Now, this is important to understand. The reason why we don't hear it is because the output of this drum is going into this drum auxiliary track. Let's stop this for a second. Now, here's tracks. We're going to go new tracks. We have the mono audio track. We have the auxiliary input track, right? It could be mono or stereo. So this track, the drum track, is an auxiliary stereo input track. Cancel. That's what that is. I can just make that track up and put something there. So in this case, we don't hear this. So I have to press here. I hear it. So I'm going to go back out of here. I'm going to press down Control, then keep Control press, and I'll press the solo on the drums, and I can hear it now coming through here. That means it's routing the signal from the fader directly into our auxiliary right here. So the drums are sending the sound into the input here for drums. That's why they're both selected as drums. As you saw from my sessions earlier, when we talked about IOs, we just named the IO. We called it drums because we're going to use it that way. So now, got my EQ set up here. I can add an EQ, or I can go here to factories. So this is our typical plugin setup. You'll see it here. We can change our plugins here also as well. The current plugin selected will have a dot to the left of it. And if I don't hear it again, I'm going to go back to my edit window. So to pull this down, let's close this actually for a second. And I may want to hear one section. I'll go to here, and we're going to do some stuff we did before. We got loop set up, right? So go to loop right here. I'm going to change my grid. So I may want to make the grid just one bar. So if I go to here and select this, and I go along to here, I just get, there you go, I can select 4 bars. Then press play. Back to my mix window. So it's important to know your buttons, which keyboard commands you can use. And now, I'll scroll back down here. I'll click here. Oops, too much. And now we can see we have the EQ set up here. So I can, let's see, get some more bottom in there. So you can see I'm boosting around 10 dB, more like 3 dB, here on 200 hertz. So I can move this around to get an idea of what I want to boost with my EQ. Now we'll cover more about EQs in our mixing. I just want to get you to understand how to pull plugins in and out and how the routing of signals work. And I go to here, I can sort of make a peak, like a little mountain peak there, and I can boost that up. Or I can widen it out and get more of a hill with my cue. I got more bass, a little more drums there. And you see there's just too much sound there, so we're getting too much audio. So I can bring my dB down here. Close this out. Bring my track down. And also press Control and bring that one track down. And you see here, it's still there, but it's not distorting. It's going right to the top. So what I want to do here now is sort of like bring some of this back. So I want to dial it back a little bit. Now, can't be like that totally. So what's happening is we're creating this effects loop where the output of this goes directly into here. And we've added in a plugin. Now, if you add a plugin here, let's say I want to use the same plugin someplace else, or I don't like it, I want to move it, just click on the plugin and drag it. I moved it right there, which is pretty cool. I can go to a plugin here. As you can see here, I'm just right-clicking. I can bypass it. I can make it inactive. I can commit up to the insert. I can freeze up to the insert. So what happens here, I can freeze it. I won't be able to use it no more. I can commit with it. I'll explain that more when we get to mix mode, but I want you to understand what you can do with plugins here. So I can also take this plugin here and then just drag it anywhere. You see what happened? It turned a different color there, right? So I'm just pressing Control now, and it turns a different color here. Let's Control again. Gives me true color of what I'm using. That makes it actually ability to use it, or I can press this again, and then it bypasses it. So when you see that color there, that means we're bypassing it. I may want to bring up more than one plugin in the mix. So I'll click this button, right red button, and now I can bring up another plugin on top of this plugin. Otherwise, if I don't have that on, and I close this plugin here, I bring a new plugin up, it turns that plugin off, another one comes up. So I may want to see more than one plugin at once. I can do that too. And we'll cover more of that in the mix. But we'll get you an idea that when you do add plugins, it's kind of nice to add them in the mix to get an idea of what's going on, or just in your state of mind to say, okay, this is cool, it sounds good. It can help you be more creative too when you're actually working your tracks and bringing a vocalist in or a guitar player in or a rapper in with another rapper in. You may want to have different effects on certain sounds. A real important part of setting up a mix for a vocalist or a rapper or a guitar player, whoever's going to listen back to the mix before they perform, is a headphone set mix. Now I'm showing you here, this is the Complete Audio 6 from Native Instruments. And you'll notice here in the lower right hand corner of the device, this is the top view, we have this headphone icon, and we have this 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So I have routing in my system currently where 1 and 2 is going to the speakers, and I can have 3 and 4 go right through my Complete Audio 6, and I would use that for my headphone set output. Now, depending on what you're using, whether using a Pro Tools Digi-001 mixing board or whatever, there will be a headphone amp that you can use, and you can route your signal within Pro Tools to the headphone. Now, I want to set this session up so I can actually set up some headphone set amp output. So this is the session. I'm scrolling back and forth in the session, as you can see. Okay, I'll stop that there. And I want to make sure I got some output. So I'm going to go back in here to setups and go to I/O. And here in I/O setups, I've already set up something here. As you can see here, it says headphones. And this is like 3132. And I can send those out and bus them where I want to bus it to. I also want to make sure I set up one section in my buses for the headphone amp. And so that's going to be there. So I'll press OK. This is pretty simple too. I showed you before in I/O. Just go and name it. That names the other two left and right. Let's press OK. That's from our I/O lessons, if you don't remember that. And now I want to make sure I can see this stuff. So here we've got a lot of stuff going on. You'll see here on the right side of my mixer, I've got some delays and reverb stuff and delays right here. And it depends on whether I want to send those or not to the headphone for the mixer, singer, or rapper, or whoever. And so I'll need to route this stuff. So we're going to go ahead and view. And then I'll look at mixer window views, and I want to go probably to write this FJ thing. I pulled FJ up here. This is good. So now I've got FJ here, and here's FJ for my inserts, right? But we don't want that. We want FJ for our sends. So let's go back to here, mixer. We're going to turn the inserts off. We'll turn the sends on, and then we're going to turn the inserts off. That's how we can turn them on and off in here. A little quick lesson there on that, because you can have a lot of inserts and a lot of sends. You can obviously see that. So here we've got a send right here, right? So I may want to go in here and go to bus, and then I want to select, oops, big long list here. Scroll down, there it is, headphone bus, right? So I could do that. And that'll be just for this one track. And what comes up is this breakout faders you can see here, right? That's that fader that comes out, it breaks out there. But you see a faders here too as well. See that? Now let me show you, let's turn this out here, and we go here to views. And we have the expanded sends. And I have the send def already set up. If I go to here, it's no longer expanded, and now you see it like it was before. The other send is right up here from A to E. They're sort of like scrunched up under each other. So I want to make sure that I expand this view so I can see the view of send F. So I want to send this signal to the headset. So we get a headset mix. I have a lot of tracks here, right? I got a lot to do. Let's cut this down. This makes it easier. I'll go to here. Let me show you an easy way to do this. I'll go to here. I'm going to hold down the Option key. Look for my bus. Scroll down to here. Go to headphones. And now we have these headphones sends everywhere. See that? They're everywhere, all through the whole mix. So by just holding down my Option key, it made sure it applied that send for headphones to every track in the mix. I may not use all of them. And for example here, I may want to mute this. See that? I can mute anyone I want to mute. If I do, you see the headphone name here appears blue. Gray when it's not being muted. We have this button here. This is pre. So I can send my signals out. I can press play. I can route my signals. I can go in here. So I'm just routing signals in and out. And this is my drum mix here, right? So I may not even want to send this one out. I'll just send the drum mix out. Because all the drums will come through to the headset. So what you want to do is you want to make sure you route the particular sounds you want to have. Go to that headset. Make sure that that level is set up for the singer or performer, whoever's going to hear that back. And then you want to have your own mix going on, which is going to be in your control room, we'll say. And in this case, I'm hearing back from these faders right here, which are on the mixing board currently, right? And this will be a separate mix that will go directly to the headphones. And so you want to make sure you set up each one of these little faders here properly. And if you can't see them like that, you can just pretty much click on this here, which is headphones, and get the breakout fader. We can see everything a little bigger. I can move this up and down as you can see. You'll see the dB level appear right here on the smaller send F and also here on the breakout fader. And that's how we set up our headphone set mix. Once in a while, I'll get a client send me a session and I'll have to mix it for them and send it back. And that may happen to you too as well, where you're not just mixing, but you want to record someone at someone else's place and come back to your home or whatever. And so you have to carry the hard drive. And so you need to understand about disk allocation, where this stuff's being stored at, how to locate it. So we're going to go here to setup, and you'll notice here we have disk allocation right below the playback engine. And you select that here, you'll see the different folders and where stuff going to. Like for example here, we've got my tracks here. You see each track, also the track here, and then you'll see here for this track, it's going to the Macintosh hard drive, I guess the power drive, and it's going to my S Sample Kings 1 hard drive. And I would select the folder where to put it at. So you go ahead and select the folder. I can select the folder from the session. It's my session. The folder's here selected for it, and I see my audio files are right here, right? And so we see audio files. I can also make a brand new folder and say I want those files to go there. So this way I know where those files are going. So if I make a brand new track within Pro Tools and I pull up disk allocation, that track will appear here on the track. Then I have root media folder. That's where that audio will go when I record it on that track to that root media folder, as you can see right here. I just showed you a minute ago. Now I can also do custom allocation options here, as you can see here. And so I can pick and change. So for right now, I've got stuff going to that main folder. I can change that. I can say, look, I want everything to go to a new folder. I'll go here, select, I'll make a brand new folder, and I'll say from now on, I want all the new audio to go to this new folder. So you might want to do that once in a while. Say if you take a session someplace and you want to bring the new audio in, you put it in that separate folder. It's only going to be just a lot of vocals, because you may want to put a lot together. You know, you may want to put a bunch of vocals in and then cut, paste, and chop and build one big track in the background or whatever. Let me uncheck that. I'm not going to use that. And then here we also have use round robin allocation for tracks. Now, if you got really big session, and I suggest probably if you're going to use do like a movie score or something, or a movie track, which is like going to be kind of crazy, but most of us aren't doing that. But when I did do that, it's like a lot of files, a lot of hard drives, and you want to make sure you want to know where each file is going within the system. But with today's drives, I mean, you can get a terabyte for like $100 or $200 now, and you can get 2 or 3 terabytes. So hard drive space is pretty much easy to get. So my suggestion to you is just stick to one audio folder, keep your files in there, and it'll work out great. And when you do take stuff to someone else's crib, get a separate drive or something, or make sure they store it onto a separate medium where it's going to be a DVD stored for you that you can bring back, or on a hard drive you can bring back. You can probably put those files in a separate folder. But I just want you to understand how disk allocation works. Now, once you've got your session underway, you should back up constantly. You should back up every 5 minutes. I tend to keep the backup going on. As we told you before, you'll go to preferences. You may want to keep several backups happening within your session. So you're going to have a lot of backups going on, of course. And I try to keep as many as possible. Now, here, as you can see, I've enabled session file audio backup. Keep 20 most recent backups. Backup every 2 minutes. That's a lot, right? And so I also want to just save what I'm doing. Besides backing it up, I want to save it. And there are ways to save. Now, for example, I'll do a track and then I'll do a mix. I have to do a remix or a mix again. And so I'll do a mix for several different options. Sometimes I have a mix for Japan, a mix for the US, a mix for Germany, a mix for the UK in the old days. Or you have to do a mix for a DJ, and then you got to take a song and do somewhat of like a semi-slow mix for some radio stations, make it 3 minutes. And it gets confusing to keep all these mixes going on. So what you want to do is you want to go here and you want to go to save your data. I click save, it saved it. I can do a save as. So if I did a little mix here, I can come back in. I'll say, well, save as something else. Save as new mix. See that? I put new mix in. I have a folder selected here. I can just click on this though again. That just to make sure I'm in that folder right there, right? I can make a brand new folder to save it in. Now what this does, it saves a session file, and where all these audio files go, we'll save any bounce files will be already be in here. Clip groups, of course, and plugin settings if I made some, and video files. So in this case, I just say yes, and it saves it there. And I may do another mix. So I'll save as again. And once you get in there, you'll see I have my first one right here. See, the first one's right there. That's it. I may want to make this one 2. I'll do it again. So you can save your different session files over and over again. This way you can keep track of them. And I do suggest you always try to back up and save everything you do, because you never know. Now in this video, I want to talk about the status of tracks and how these audio files are used, how you can edit them, and what's really going on in Pro Tools with audio of its non-destructive nature. So I've got some samples here I'm going to import really, and then I said, yep, I'm going to put them here in this folder here, and I'll say, yeah, okay, open them. And then I can either bring them up into a clip list over here or put them on a track. So I can go to here and say I'll make them into tracks, and I'll make sure they start the session start point, right? And I'll press OK. And so they appear right here. But notice something, they're still in the clip list. Don't think it didn't go there. So they're right here in the clip list, and you'll see how some have a triangle, and you see there's our stereo files here. And I'll click on the triangle here for one of them here. And you'll see there are left and right files. I just grab that file here, and I highlight here. You saw it happen in the track. The same file is highlighted here. And so these tracks have these audio files I just imported. Now if I go in here and I do this, I'm going to go in here and I cut that out. move this to here, and then cut this out here, and then go to here, and I'd say, I was going to edit window and say clear. Now, this is going to sound weird. Let's go. Let me turn the tracks off. Let me just slow this, matter of fact, make it easier. And I'll play it back. And I hit the metronome. Let's turn the metronome off first of all. Let's mute this. And then, if we hear this track back, yep, we hear nothing, right? And it sounds like there are spaces in there somewhere in this whole track. And what's going on here is that I've chopped it up, obviously. But in reality, this is just edited files that look like they're files, but they aren't. The original file's still there. So if I were to go here and like that, and I put my cursor here, so I get the right tool here. Let's go right here. Let's sort of get a wider view. There we go. And now my tool here, I can drag it out to the full length again, and I have the original track. Let's play it from the top. Sounds kind of low, but that's how it sounds. So this is non-destructive editing. I imported a file. You saw me chop it up. But what happened was that it just chopped up what it saw. And you'll see right here, there are different names for every chop I've done. See this? And you'll see as I go back and touch these little files here. Matter of fact, let's turn these triangles off here. So you'll see that once I opened the triangle up, it just kept making them as triangles. But you'll see the same name appears here. Let's pull this out totally. And the same name appears here as the original name. Now the original name is here in bold letters and numbers, right? And here, everything else is just regular, just typed out. And these are just little pieces of that file, or little segments that Pro Tools has designated as this area is here, this is the area of this part of that file, this is that area. And so it's saying I can play back certain sections if you want me to. And as I grab these, this section you already cut up, you cut this, you cut that. So it's telling me I cut these parts up, and it still has them in here in case I want to use that. Now let me do undo, 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 undo. And now we're back to where we started from. There are a lot of undos, obviously, right? And so the more you chop something up, and chop it again, cut this out, it made these files right here, just from that chop, undo. So that's the nature of non-destructive editing. And those clips all appear here. Now, if you have a file, let's say this one right here, and you want to get rid of it or something, or do something with it, there's a little triangle right here, and we get this menu here. We can actually select parent in session folder, and this is the parent. So if I cut this up a little bit like that, and I select this, select, see, still select parent in session folder, and then this one too, the same. So still part of the same file. Be aware of that. Because you want to get rid of stuff and say, I'm getting rid of that, I don't need that. All of a sudden it's part of the parent file you're getting rid of. So here I can show audio, MIDI, groups, auto created. These are all clips I can show. Database, color. So I can show a MIDI clip in here too as well. I can select. So I can select all. All these clips have been selected. I can select the unused clips. Let's go unused. Unused is this one right here. See that? The top one says unused because this is a different clip. Now see, it also renames it. Go back to here. You'll see the rename here. The original name is 10, but here it's 10.02, 10-3, 10-04. These are used. The unused are right here. That's unused. And this top is unused. I can sort my clips based on length, name, original timestamp, user timestamp, time base, start. You can read it right there, actually. No need for me to read the whole thing off, but you get the idea. Everything has been categorized It's been labeled. Pro Tools is going along with you and watching what you're doing, but still understanding every single audio file you bring in or record into Pro Tools as it stores it in the audio folder. I can clear everything. I can rename a clip. I can auto rename. When it comes in, it automatically renames. And why it's good to rename, because that way when you do rename, everything that goes on in this same track will have the same name. So always name your tracks. I can timestamp. I can change a clip according to the point that I brought it in. What timestamp was that? Was it the beginning at bar 1 or bar 3 or bar 4? Compact. We'll use some of these features later on as we start dealing with mixing and editing clips and tracks. I want you to understand that the audio files that you import and you record in Pro Tools are non-destructive until you actually decide to clear or delete them. So for example, I grab this here and that's a rename, cancel this. And then I go and let's grab this matter of fact, and go back into here and I say clear, remove selected clips from this session, move to the trash, or selected source file. If possible, delete selected source file permanently from this. So if I decide to delete the file, then I would delete the file permanently. Be aware of this. Sometimes you may not want to get rid of something, so be careful. Clear means it just removes it from the session and it keeps it in the folder. Delete means it's going to throw it out and get rid of it. What you'll be using most inside of Pro Tools are your tools to edit files, to move around, to move files in the edit grid right here. And so let's check this out. We have our most used tool, probably of all the tools, is our selector tool. Now I put it right there. You see the little help menu come up, selector tool. And it's this tool right here. As you can see, it's our selector tool. I can select regions. I can go to here and I can double click and it selects the entire region length. I'll triple click 1, 2, 3 and it selects everything in that entire track. Let's do it from here too. 1, 2, 3. Everything selected. 1, 2, 3. Pretty cool. And I can select a region. First, let's go back here. Let's sort of make it wider so you can see this. Good. I can come in here and I can also select an area. Now this is all based on, this area here is based on one thing, and that is the grid. So you saw I want to get a little tighter. Well, look, I'll go to here. I'll come down to 16th notes. Let's go 32nd notes. There you go. And now I can select a 32nd note area or more, so long as it's by that amount and more. So I can select little regions, little areas. Let's open this up more. There we go. And you can see it right there. And I can go here and select it, and I can press play. It plays it. Let's go from here and play it to here. I can go up here to the play button, right click, select loop, and press play. That's pretty cool. So I can select the area. I can also take it and just click right here, and you notice here we have that blue arrow, which is our pre-roll flag, right? So it tells us where we're starting from. That means I can use my selector tool to start from anywhere. When I'm editing, I can come in here. I can say, right click now, right click, I can cut. I can right click here with my tool and I can copy. I can go here with my same selector tool. Again, I'm right clicking again and paste. Undo, undo. And there we go, back to our original session. Our selector tool can do many things, and that's kind of cool. My next tool is the grabber. Now the grabber is kind of cool. To get it, you can pretty much just select F8 and you're right there. Now notice something. I select F8, I hit it 2 or 3 times. 3 times we get 3 different tools. So the grabber tool, I'm right clicking now on top of the grabber tool. It's a time grabber. It's a separation grabber. It's an object grabber. So it's a time grabber. So I can come in here, I can move anything in time anywhere. So I can grab it and just move it around, right? I move it over here, move it over there. Let's undo, 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 undo. And I'm right there. Let's go back to here. Everything's always set based on your grid, so get used to this. Understand what your grid is at and where it's at, you know. There you go. There's the grid. I moved it there, right? So this is based on time. I set the beats to bars, and my grab is moving it to the time space that I can move it, that the grid will allow me to do based on my value here set in my grid. It's kind of cool. Then, I go back here again, I can do a separation. So I can say, come in here. But if I let's go right here. We'll take the selector tool right here. Then I'll go to here with the separation grabber. I just moved that tool. See that? I took that piece and moved it out. I cut it out with the separation grabber. So I went to the selection, I clicked on it, it grabbed it, cut it out, and I moved it over here, which is kind of cool. I also, let's go back to right click object. It's the object grabber. So I can come to here, select that one, I'll select this one, and now I can move those. See that? I can move them anywhere in the track. So I can grab several objects, several clips, audio files, or MIDI, and move them around in the track with my grabber tool. Now also, let's go down here. Let's look at this stuff. I got this out for one reason. This is a MIDI file with MIDI information here. Here's the keyboards, right? So let's go back here to our tool right here. And I have my finger there. Look at that. I can move a MIDI note anywhere. Now, even though this is just a grabber here, you'll notice once it gets in here, we have our own tools here. This tool does not supersede the MIDI region. So it's just different things that you can do with your grabber or your tools in different areas. For example, this is the MIDI region. It's the MIDI area for actually editing MIDI files. Other one just for time, right? So here I'm in the MIDI editor, and so I can turn this, go back to grabber, now it's just a grabber. And it won't do anything but be that grabber. And here you notice in the MIDI editor here, it can only be one tool, just a grabber. It's not three tools, not a time or an object or separation, just a time. One tool. And here, this is just a selector. I can go along here and play back something. And play it back within the MIDI region with my selector tool. So it's important to understand how to use these tools. That was my grabber, and the first one was our selector. Now our next most popular tool is our trimmer tool. And our trimmer tool also has three different standards here. It's a standard tool, there's a time correction tool, and then we have the loop tool. Now the standard, of course, is to come here and sort of pull the front or the back out, you know, and get the true meaning of what's there, see? So that means that's the most in that clip. Here, we go further out. Oh, we got tons left, more. And you can even go over parts. That's the extended full clip. And that's the trimmer tool. So I can go either way. If I go to the end here, I'm getting there. If I go to here, I'm getting there. But I can also just press the Option key, and it turns the trimmer tool in any direction. Reverse direction too. So I'm here, reverse that way. So I can come out this way. Boom, pull up, right? Reversed away. Now, of course, this is all based on, when we're in the grid, we're based on what our grid value is selected, right? Depending on our grid value. Or we can have it just be this ridiculously, like 1/64, which is a serious grid value right there, as you know. And then I can just go, I can move it in such small increments. See that? And then I can move this region anywhere, at least the beginning and the end of that region, and go to any one point in that region. And if I double click right there, it cuts it off. I come right here, click again. I click one time actually. One time right there. See that? One time there and one time there. Nothing. Let's get back here and then let's see if we can grab it here. So you saw that once you get here, it's almost a ghost. See, it's a ghost right there. You can barely see it. That means it's not grabbing anything. And you pull on it, nothing's going on. It's a ghost. But once it gets here and you see it highlighted, then you can pull something out with this tool. That's our trimmer tool. Now next, we have it's time-based. And what happens here, this is time correction. Let's say I've got a beat or something. Let's go in here And look at this file right here. It's playing over and over, right? Let's zoom in on this thing. There we go. This is a rhythm file. And what I could do here, once I get here and I select my trimmer tool, I can make it fit a particular tempo. Or I might want to take it, if it's a bell, I might want to make it extend it longer or shorten it up. So I'm going to go here and grab it here. And once I do, I'm pulling it out, extend it, and now I'll play it back. It's out of sync now, see? Because I'm trying to play it back like that. And I'll extend it more. Really out of sync. And what happens here in Pro Tools is that Pro Tools makes another audio file. So here's a tambourine, but it made a new tambourine file. And it changed the BPM of that file too. I can undo this and undo that. As I do, you see it happen right down there. And play it back now. And now we know it's in time with music. So this is really cool. I'm going to show you more about this when we actually do some sort of time correction to a beat or something within a session. But it's important to understand that this is a tool used to time correct. So let's say there's a vocal and I want to maybe extend it a little more. I can use this tool to extend that vocal. I may have a drum loop and it's 120. I might want to make the drum loop 110. I can change the time of that loop in terms of BPM. Now you'll notice here in preferences also, and we go to processing, you'll see the time correction tool plugin, and here's Avid Time Shift. So there are various presets, as you can see right here, right? There are various little presets for that right there. And here's the factory default. So we can have it just a bass for mono or brass, polyphonic bass. We can have it for beat detector, it can detect beats, or a drums polyphonic time correction, vocal. I can fix vocals, fix guitars, male vocals. So this can help time correct anything. And there are presets here in our default setting for it. So if I select, let's say, guitars here, right? And then we're ready to go. My time correction tool is ready for guitars. And see, it's set for Avid time shifting right here within it. Or go to here, and it's set for my Avid TCE. I go back here, and there are no factory presets. See that? So go where your presets are. We got time shifting. That's where it's at. Our presets are here. I can do more here now. As you can see here, I've got a session. And I've got a couple of samples that's from that same R&B funk soul. I took and made a new session out of it. Got these things looping here, right? Okay, the BPM here is 72, right? And as I go by, you see it go by here. 3, 4, 1, 2. It's in time. But let's say you want to change the tempo. So I'm going to go to here, and you want to change this. I'm going to click on here twice, and this comes up. Let's say you want to go to 80, right? So let's go up to about 80. I think it's going to head to about 80 should be good. There you go. 80 is good. I'll press OK. Now that says 80. Now it won't be in sync. You'll see it here in our counter. It's not in sync. What I can do with this tool here, I can sort of get it to be in sync. So I'm going to go back here. We're going to get my time correction trimmer, right? Let's see, you see it right here. Time compression expansion trimmer tool, right? So I can compress or expand this thing. So I want to probably make it faster. As you can see, it's going to be 4 bars. So this is 4 bars here. I need to bring it down to right about there. So, but what I can do here, I want to go back into, let's go to preferences. I believe it's here. And here's my processing. So those are drums. So I can go to the factory default here. And I'm looking for drums, right? Drums. And now that tool's set for the drums. And now I'm going to take this here. I'm ready to grab it and pull it in. Right there. And now I got this set to drums. And this is a bass line. So I'm going to go back to preferences here, go to here, preferences, and I'm going to go here to drums and look for a bass. Here you go. That's a monophonic bass if I ever heard one. And press OK. So now that tool's ready to do the monophonic bass. I'll grab it, bring it in here like this, and put it right there. And now, let's see if it's 80 BPM. We'll watch here in the counter. And it fits. It's perfectly in time. It sounds good. It sounds clean. And that's how the time compression expansion tool works in Pro Tools. And the next tool I have is the scrubber tool, which is right here. Now, we can get to here by using, it should be F9. Yes, it is, because F8 is right there for the grabber, and F9 is for the scrubber tool. So I'm here, and what it does is scrubs audio files. Let's make this a little larger here. And we see the audio file here, and we're going to widen it up a little bit. There we go. And I can scrub in here and get, like, see, what's this here? If I want to find something, what's that? I can run over here, bring my scrubber tool up, and scrub within this region. That's on any audio track, too. So I can go scroll over here and here. There's something there, right here. I'm just scrubbing here in the track. I can actually go here, too, and I'll select option, and I'll go to medium. And they're all medium now. And now we can see it right here, right? And so there's some reverb on that track too, right? So let's go to hear it. And we can see that this is empty here. So we know this part, I scrub along here, nothing's there. So sometimes you want to check and see if you can find something in that track. I can hold down Command 2, and it goes in the finest increments. So it's just going really slow. It's going over everything there. Or I can let go of Command, and I get the full movement of the tools you can see back and forth in the region. And I can also do MIDI files. Let's see. These are MIDI files right here. So I need to go here and get the scrubber tool for MIDI. So I can use my scrubber tool in MIDI and in audio. I don't use it that much because pretty much I prefer to actually just stick the selector here and start just playing from that part of the track and go on. But it's good to know. Now our next tool we're going to talk about here is the zoom tool. I have it selected here already, as you can see. And it's the zoom tool. I can right click here and we have single zoom and normal zoom. Let's look at normal zoom. Now, for example, I've got the cursor on top of the grid here. In a normal zoom, you see that the magnifying glass has a plus sign in the middle. So I can click here one time and click here again. It's expanding the view. It's making it bigger, right? We're sort of zooming in on the very first bar that you can see in the top beats and bar ruler. All we can see is actually the first measure. Now, if I hold down the option key and I click down again, now you see it shrink down. And it's just like, ooh, minus zoom, right? So it's a great tool to zoom in anywhere within the grid. Now also, matter of fact, let me do one thing right here. I'm going to go right here. I'm going to press my option key down, click right here along the edge here, and I'm going to go to small. Good. And it made everything small, as you can see here. That's always a great way to look at your grid. So now, I'm going to go here to the zoom tool. We're going to right down to zoom single, the single zoom. And I have one zoom with the single zoom, so I'm going to use this properly. Matter of fact, I can go here first. I can look at the area. I want to go to this first, right? I'm going to go right there, and then I'm going to go back here, single zoom still chosen. Great, perfect. I get to use it once. See that? And I'm going to go in here. I go to that point right there. Now, you see what happened? It zoomed right in. But look at the zoom tool now. I only had one zoom. It's a single zoom. You get to use it one time. Then it went right back here again. So it goes right back here or right back to any other tool that you were previously using. And that's how the single zoom works. Now, a really great feature also is this zoom toggle button, which I have already pressed down. As you can see, I can zoom toggle anything. So I'll pull out of here. I'm going to take this back to micro, and now everything's micro. I select this button here, and I can make different track settings, like make some tracks bigger. I want this to be small. I want this one to be medium, and then maybe I want this one here to be mini. And so that's my setup. And I may want to zoom into a tighter level. So let me go down to here. Let's get it like this. Oops, back here, my curly brackets. And I want it like that way. That's my zoom toggle setup, because I'm trying to edit this shaker part right here, right? And then once I do, I want to see my other view. I go to here, and it goes right back to where it was at. Now this is a really cool feature, because you can edit something, then you may want to go back to the way the actual view was before, so you can check it out and compare it. Now you can have a setup for it too as well. We'll go here to Setup, and we're going to go to Preferences. Now here in Preferences, you want to select Editing in your tabs at the top of your Pro Tools preference window. And here in the lower right-hand corner here, you'll see these zoom toggle settings. We got vertical for MIDI zoom. We have horizontal zoom. You can remove the range selection after zooming in. We have height zoom, track view, as you can see here. I suggest try to toggle back with these features and find a setup that works best for you. Now also, instead of having to do that, you can always, on the Mac, if you want to, you can just press Control-E, and you can toggle the zoom button. Now, this is our zoom button. But over here, we also have other zooms. This is our audio zoom out. And this is our MIDI zoom out. Now here you'll notice there are two triangles, one in the top, one in the bottom. And what that does, if you click on it, it sort of looks like the audio files have low volumes. And here I can sort of increase, it's like I'm increasing the volume, like they're really thick audio files, but they're not. They're just sort of zooming into those regions in case you want to edit them a little better if they look a little low to you. And you can zoom in. They're also in MIDI as well, so let's pull a MIDI track up here. Let's make this one large. There we go. There's a large MIDI track right there. And here in MIDI, I can do the same thing. See that? I can zoom in or zoom out on the MIDI. Now below here we have 5 buttons, and these are our zoom memory buttons. There's button 3, I move that's 2, this is 1. You can see it says that as I put the cursor there, a little help. And then, let's close this down a little bit, back to micro. I can have certain preset zoom levels. And this is really cool if you're doing a background vocal and you want to try and, fix the background vocals against the lead vocals and have some zoom level to see what's loud, what isn't loud. And I may go here and pull my single zoom back up, let's say. Let's hit this up. And let's go back in here and pull this out like this. I want to see this, right? So I pull it there and I say I like that view. I may want to go here too and open up to be small, right? And then so here, I'll go to here and I want to save that zoom preset. And then I may want to go back to my other view. So I'll move somewhere else. So I'll go to a different view. I'll go to here. And I may want to turn this to a different view here. And this will be my second one. Bam. I'll set the second one. Even though I jumped to this one here already. I had some presets already saved. But now I can jump back and forth. This view or to this view. Another cool feature is the ability to take your zoom tool and zoom at will. And I've got my zoom tool selected. I'm going to hold down Control. And then on my trackpad here, I'm clicking down. And then I'm just zooming back and forth here with my other finger here. So I can zoom in and out to any selection in the song or in this project I want to by just holding down the Control button. And these are the many ways you can zoom. You can also check your menu for more ideas on the key commands. But learning zoom is really great for you because you'll work much faster and it'll help you get used to how to move around in the grid. My next tool is a pencil tool. And you can see it right here. It's selected. Now once it is, we'll go into the grid right here. I'm going to click and notice it's grayed out. You can't do anything. See, it's like almost like a ghost. I go here on top of a WAV file. I can't see nothing here on these audio files. But if I go down to this volume, you can see the pencil See the point? You can even see the eraser head. So it's not just for the audio files. It has many features. And also, if I right-click here, we have different settings. There's free, line, triangle, square, random, parabolic, and the S-curve, which is kind of cool also. And let's try this with just a WAV file. So I'm going to pull back here. We're going to look at this audio region here, as you can see right here. And my pencil tool is on top of it. We can't do anything. We have to zoom in. Now, normally here, the preset, this last preset, number 5, zoomable 5, will normally take you down to the smallest sample size. And here we are at the samples. Let me click it again. Back to there. Click this again. And see, it zooms in at the lowest level. Once it does, you see my pencil now right on the track. I can edit something. Let's say if there's a little crack or a little pop right here. I can go in here and I could write in and fix that. See that? Now, if you save this, this is going to save it directly to that audio file permanently. And this is one of the maybe few ways you can actually destroy a non-destructive editing feature, which means rather than selecting do-over and disregard that last track and keep getting rid of files when you record, you can go into non-destructive, and every time you record, it's always going to be there. But this, you have to make sure when you're actually going to use the pencil tool, whether you want to keep it or not. In this case, I don't. I get rid of it. I just want to show you what you can do. Now, I can also go here and get my scrubber. I can scrub along here if I need to and try to, well, where am I at in the track? Scrub it, find where I'm at. Oh, it's right there. And then use my pencil tool to go back in here and then fix that part if I need to. Now I want to use my pencil tool for some automation stuff. So here I have waveform. I move my pencil tool over the audio region. Of course, it's a ghost. And now I'll select volume. I already have this drum track set up for one output. And now we don't see the waveform of this drum pattern. But we actually see this little line here, which represents the volume level. And as I play it, you hear it. I can go to my pencil tool here, and I can change it. I have line selected. Let's do freehand first, actually. Let's go to freehand. And I can go in here. Let's zoom in some, too. So I'm going to press the Command and the brackets button. I can zoom in. And I'm on my Mac here, and I can go zoom in. I'm writing in something right there. See that? Just wrote that in. And I wrote over everything there because that means everything within this area is actually set up for groups, right? So let's undo that. So be careful of that. So I can go back in here and I want to pretty much just turn that group off. And now I come in here. I just got that one area, not everything else. That's a little quick lesson. Be prepared. That happens to me sometimes. I've got a group set up for one item. I try to edit it, and all of a sudden they're all edited. So be careful when you have your group set up. Turn them off too when you're actually going to use something. And so we'll play it back. Okay, it's up and down, right? So let's undo that. And I'll have to do this too with panning. Let's say you got panning here selected, right? And you got panning on this side. And let's say you want to go into here, and we want to use the triangle. Now see, it's almost set up perfectly. That's because I have my grid set here for, and that's eighth notes. Now, I can play it back from this point. And it's going back and forth. The left, that is. The left panning. I can switch and do the same thing on the right, and you can get these real cool panning, little like tricks you can do with panning either way with the triangle tool. Let's undo that. And we also have our square. So here, let's do this. Let's go back to the mute. Let's try mute here. And here's mute. It's on or off. I got my square in here. I can come in here. Wait, let's go to such triangle. Let's go to square right there. And I went to square. Did you notice something? Okay, good. I'm going right into here. You see how it's cut up here? Let me go zoom in a little bit. You might notice it better. It's right on the note there. See that? So I'm using eighth note still, and it still does the same thing here when I'm in square. This is a really cool feature. So always be aware where you are with the grid. So it's cutting it in and out in time at the right point or the point it's selected. You can always change that too. But the pencil tool has many uses in automation. It has many uses also with the audio file and with MIDI files or MIDI information. Right? Let's go to the MIDI. Here we go. This is our MIDI editor right here. As you can see here, we have some MIDI files. Now, I'm going to go to pencil tool in the editor here. And I can come in here and I could create notes. But you notice something? I'm at the end of a note. Let's sort of zoom in here on the MIDI regions. And I can just edit these notes. Let's sort of make them bigger too. Let's get our zoom tool and sort of zoom in. Oh, gotta do it from here. There we go. And then we can see it better. And then I can come in here, pencil tool, I can create a note. I can zoom out a little bit more. I guess at the end of the note, pencil tool turns into a trimmer at either end. That's kind of cool. And I can create a note too. See, once I press that note down, this control button down, it's right there on the note. And I can actually audition that note. I can also press the option button down. I can erase a note. As you can see, I put it here, and then the head gets right on top of that. And the head where the eraser's at, it's right there. I can erase a note. So the pencil tool has a lot of great features you can use, whether you're in the MIDI editor, just close this out, or just in your grid. And you can use it for automation and for audio. And one of my favorite features in Pro Tools is the Smart tool. As you can see, there's a bar that goes over these three tools, the trimmer, the scrubber, and the grabber, which I always call the hand. And you got the grabber right here, and you can see that. And I can just come here within a region. Let's pull this down, get a larger view. And right here above the region, my Smart tool becomes a selector. I can select any region or area within the grid. And below there, it becomes a grabber. I can grab regions and move them around, right? So it's a grabber there. And over here, let's sort of shrink this down a little bit more. There we go. Let's go right here. I'm a grabber, right? And let's go back and zoom in a little more. And let's move over a little bit like this. I can come to this end and it turns to a trimmer. I get to this end, it turns to a trimmer. Here it's a grabber, so I'm grabbing either side of it. I'll turn off the drum view and I'll just grab this one region. See that? That way I'm no longer in that group for drums. And I can get over here and the trim I can trim in or trim back out. Undo that. But if I get here to the top, it turns into a fader tool. And so I can fade in or fade out. So I can come right here. I'm clicking and I drag in a little bit and you'll notice it's creating a fade. Let's go all the way in. Let's get something really extreme here. And I've created this fade into this audio region. Let's undo that. I can do the same at the opposite end. And I can drag in. So you see, this Smart tool does about everything. It's really cool. Now here we have two adjoining regions, right? I can go in here and I want to select an area. Let's say I want to get an even area on either side. I'll normally go here. Let's say I'll use quarter notes. I'll click in here. I'll find the nearest quarter note in the middle. Get the nearest quarter note to this side. And I have a quarter note here. Quarter note here and here. And I come right down to the bottom here and I get this crossfade tool. See that? All I got to do is pull out a little bit and I got this crossfade between tracks. You might get this dialog box too, this warning box. Actually, one or more fade requests are invalid due to the insufficient audio data within the fade boundaries. You may skip the invalid fade request or adjust the boundaries for those faders or fades where possible. So let's skip this. And let's just give you an idea of what you can do with the crossfade. Now, as you can see, they're automatic, but you can change that. Let's go up here to setup and we're going to go to our preferences. And here in editing, where it says fade here, right here, we can change the default fade settings. You select fade in, I can change my settings right here. This is the current setting. I can go to standard or I can go to an S. As you can see that here, right? You can change your settings right here for what you want to use. And there are presets designed here too as well. These are presets designed for fading. This is fade in presets. And it's kind of cool actually. Let's get out of this. Let's cancel this. I can go here to fade out as well. I'm just skipping through a few things here just to see what's available. Equal power, equal gain. Here's our S. There you go. S works, equal power, like this. And of course, I have the presets here as well. And let's cancel that. And we have crossfades. And for Rex files too. We have Rex audio fades. This is kind of cool. It's auto fade rather. So you can set your presets right here. And we have our fade dialog pre-roll and post-roll. Select OK there. Good. Now this works great not just for audio but for MIDI as well. So let's find a MIDI track here. I do believe I have some MIDI information here, and here it is right here. Now let's sort of make this track a little bit bigger so we can view it. Good. Maybe a little bit bigger than that would help a lot more. Jumbo is good. Always good jumbo. I go right here. I'm going to widen this view up, pressing the Command key and my bracket button right there, bracket key. And you see here my fade tool, it becomes a trimmer at one end, the other end here. It's also this little hand pointer. I can click it and play these notes right there. See that? And I can also, of course, bring the note length down. And this is all based on also the parameters set for my grid. As you can see here, it's still set to the quarter note. If I go to 16th notes, then this will move accordingly based on 16th notes, which is really cool. So it's really cool to have this pencil tool do it. I mean, this actual pencil, not really pencil, but it becomes a pencil later on. We have the hand selector and the trim tool right here, which is kind of cool. And I can also, in some cases, I can come in here and just select whole regions. Whoops, let me go back to here again. I'm selecting several notes there, right? And I can just come down and move these notes. Undo, which is kind of cool. Now also, you can use this tool in automation as well. So here I've got this, let's say, strum region right here, and I want to just use this by itself. And this is this track, which is the auxiliary. Let's go back to here. And this is my auxiliary track right here, where my drums are feeding into this one track. So, and I may want to automate this at some point. So I've got volume set here, and I've got my tool selected. I can select a region here, and once I select that region and I go above it, you see I come with this downward trim. I can pull this whole area down. This is kind of cool. I can pull that entire area right down. And don't forget, you can always come back in here and you got your tool set up. We can make it into a loop tool or whatever, and then go back up here and that trimmer tool. This end here becomes that loop tool. This is still selector. As you can see, this is our hand tool. I can change my hand tool to a separation tool, then go back to the top. And I've got 3 tools. One's a looper, one's a hand selection, which just cuts out, and one's a selector in the middle. So we can change the 2 tools on the end and create a totally different tool to use. Let's go back here to standard and go back here to the time for the grabber. And let's undo this right here, which is kind of cool always. And I can always go in here too, and I can press the control button or control key on my Mac. And I believe it's the start on your PC. And I can come in here and I can create these breakpoints with my tool. So instead of using the pencil tool, I can still pull it up. Okay, I'm in events here and I pulled out this quantizing, right? So it's got quantize here. So sometimes you want to quantize data. And of course, we went over this earlier when we were quantizing tracks, but also you can quantize data using templates. Now, here we know about node on, of course, node on, and we have preserve node duration. Keep the same duration we had and preserve that. What we can also do here, as you can see here, we have the ability to quantize to a grid. And so we know that here in my session here, that we're at about 16th node grid. Yep, we're at 16 nodes. And what I can do too, if I want to, I can say, well, you know, I'm looking at this data I have here. Matter of fact, let's look at this thing I've got here, so I can get a really good idea what's going on here. And I've got some data here, and it's mostly like a lot of eighth notes here, right? There are hardly any 16 notes in this thing. So I'm going to change my grid first of all to eighth notes, and then I can see that eighth notes here, and then we got a quarter note here and there. This is good. These are eighths. Here's a quarter right there. So I can go to here, and I can select a template, like a real favorite template are MPC templates to give you the MPC type groove. So you can go to here, and of course, these are all 16 note templates, so I'm not really going to use that. I'm going to go to Logic, and I'm going to pick up like this one here. It's an eighth note template, little swing, and that's a C. I'll go with a B actually. That's not too bad right there. So I can pick out a template, and you saw I can do Cubase, fill injector templates. We also have, let's see what we got here. We've got Logic and we got MPC. So I've chosen Logic. And we can just grab a region. Let's say I go back to here, and let's say I select from here to there. And I play it back. This is just one group here of notes I'm playing back. So what I want to do here now is, let me change the group a little bit. I'm going to just change this quantized value. Now here I have pre-quantized. So sometimes if you're quantized and you've got a part you played, it's a little dodgy, not so on money, I would select this to make sure it held it a little more tighter. And also then we have this randomized, we're not going to use that. And we have timing. So the further away I am, or let's say I go here to 200, it's going to double quantize. It's going to sort of like really take it tighter and a little bit further out to the swings that I don't want to be at. And 100 is going to be right where I should be at, and here's going to have no quantize. It'll remain the same. So you got to listen to be the timing set. So I'm going to try here at about 117 right there, right? And I've got this data put in here, and I've got it going like that, and I can just listen back to it. That's not bad. Then I quantize. See the notes move right there? Not just move. No, listen back. So you see that? It's sort of quantized a little bit. So what it's doing is giving us a little swing groove to it, where it has this different feel to it totally. Let me undo that, and you'll see the notes move back again. That's with pre-quantized. I go back here without pre-quantized, and let's say I get a little stronger here, like this, and apply. That's really strong now. Now this probably works pretty much for jazz and a little bit of swing stuff. But once you get the understanding of how to use this, if you are doing that, or if not, sometimes you may want to add a certain feel to a group, particularly when you're trying to do some sort of film score or something, even TV commercials. And you want to get an idea of the groove that you want to apply it for. So I'm going to do that. And particularly if you're an MPC guy, you like MPC feels, these 16th swings are really good for that type of feel. And I like it a little bit also on some reggae music, which works out really good for that. So I want you to check it out. These are templates that you can log in right into Quantize, and you can take them, look for the ones you like, and then take them and put them in there on your Quantize grid. Now they also have comments about them. Like here it says, template contains 1 bar 4/4. And the comments here it says, this is Logic Audio 8B swing. So there are different swing values you can get, and check them out. On Pro Tools, we can automate just about any parameter. And that includes volume, panning, anything just about. So here you can see we have a track here. And this is a string track I have right here, right? And of course, here I have a breakout fader. So I can pull a breakout fader up right here, and I can control its volume. And we'll close that out. And I can go right here and open up some automation lanes. So here, my first one here is volume. See that? We can also set our lane heights too, make it easier. And I can go to this plus sign next to volume there. I can automate the mute lanes. See? And then once I set a track height, the next following automation lane will be the same. And then here, I have pan. You can see here for left and for right. I can go here again. And then we also have reverb for the send levels. Levels are right here. So all the parameters where I have send levels and volume and panning can all be sent here in automation lane, and I can edit that data. Now let's go here. I'm going to go to this window here. I'll open up the automation window right here, which is Command 4. And here you can see this is the default setting, that once I start automating, red means it's ready to be recorded upon. So if I pull up the session and I want to start to automate the mix, well, this information will be recorded. I can also automate plugins. I can also automate the volume send. I can also automate the send pan. Here, mute, send mute, the panning, the volume. So it's all here. Now if I turn this off or turn this off, then that means when I try to automate, it won't, because it's not ready to be recorded upon. So be aware of that too. Now I can go to here and turn my lanes off. And when I'm automating, I've got this here, the ability to change the setting. So I can go here and turn all automation off. So I won't be automating anything in the mix. I can go here to read. It'll read my automation back. I can go here to touch. I can do latch and I can do right. So I can do right. So we'll go here, and I've got this string section. So I can pick it up here, and I can turn this on, and I can write an automation in, right? So now it went to latch, auto latch. So the minute you start writing, it'll go right to latch automatically. So I'm going to back here. I want to pull up the volume. So I'm going to turn some of these off here. I'm going to just minus this one, and then we're going to minus this one. We're going to minus the pan. And we just want to see the volume for now. As you can see, it just started recording automatically here. So we're going to go back here. I'm going to go to right. And now to write automation in from the beginning. I'm going to use this fader here to write it in. Okay, you see that? So I wrote it in right there into the mix. So we'll play that back. And I wrote it in, and it played it back, which is pretty cool. So I can write my automation in, and it plays it back. It's pretty simple. So next, what I can do here, we're in auto latch. So I'm in latch right now. So right now, I can pick up where I left off at, and I can start recording. Now watch this. So what happened there is that I let it run a little bit, and once I moved the fader, it started to record everything I did. You can see here when I stopped moving the fader, it just left it there. It didn't go back to the previous level. And same here and here. So what latch does, it lets it run. And when it gets to the point you want to start to record in the automation again, you can start recording the automation, but it won't go back to the previous automation moves you did before. So we can also do, besides a latch, we can go to here and we can do touch. Here's how touch works. You see, I just moved it once. This one part I moved once, and after that, in touch, it went back to the previous moves I did. So touch is kind of cool when you want to go and just get one part, fix that, and keep the rest. And that's how latch, touch, and write works. And obviously, read is just read it back from the top now. And you see here it says auto touch here and it says touch here, which means the same thing, automation touch. This is what it says here in the breakout fader. Now I'm going to sort of zoom in here and show you something also here. And that's that here in the automation lane, what Pro Tools does, it makes a bunch of little breakpoints, see? So up and down as I move, there's a breakpoint made. And you can always go in and actually change that data by hand here. I've got a smart tool, so it turns into this. I can say, I select this section right here. I can cut it or chop it or whatever, but I can actually edit the data. Now, the differences here that you need to figure out and understand too is that when you are using automation, and let's say you've got different playlists, each playlist won't have its own automation. Automation is only for that one track. So if you want a different automation and you say you got, well, I want to try it differently for this same part, what you need to do is you need to make up a new track and then use its automation lanes to create that mix you want to make for that particular part. Because the automation only lasts for the track, not for the playlist. of the pencil tool. It's really cool to use in automation mixing. And to do that, the best thing to do is to show you. Now, for example, here we've got mute set up here, right? And I could go in and mute this stuff there. So I've got this pencil tool. So I want to go to here. I want to go to this square. And I want to do a note on, note off mute here. So I've got this set up here. And let's hear this track back. Let's go to here. Okay, so now I want to write this in here. Start from here. And I'm writing it in. It's a lot of data there, right? Let me sort of zoom in here because it looks like it's really packed up there. And I want to zoom in. There we go. Okay, now I'll play it from here. Now it's off. So I'm going to go here to read. So see what happens there. It's going off and on really fast in the automation. That's set to the grid right here, see? So it's set to the grid. So I can go to here to the grid. Let's say I make it 8th note. So let me just undo that. I'll go back in here again and put it in. And you'll see it. And there it is right there, right? And then you see it right there. And I'll play it again. So you get the idea. Now also, we can use something else here. We can go to here. And we can use this triangle. And I can use this for like panning. So let me go back to this top part here. We've got panning right here. And you see this is italicized. So that means it's off, okay? And you go to read. And now it's highlighted. It's straight up there. And we can now read. So I want to go in here now. I'm going to do something here with this guitar. And we're going to solo this first. I'm going to go back here and solo the lead guitar. And next I've got my triangle, so I want to pan it back and forth. I want to base on a different, I want to go on quarter. Make the grid go to quarter notes. Now here, we'll see it's making triangles. See that? Right there inside the mix window. I'll go to the top here, drag from the top. See, it starts from there. And we'll play it back from here. That's going back and forth in the stereo field. And it's in time with music too. Put the drums in. And that's a cool way to use some of these pencil settings to add automation. So I can also go back here and I can do this edit here, for example. I want to get this to fix up. There you go. That's much better. And the bass will get a little louder right here in this section. Now, having a smart tool is really good when you're drawing and writing stuff in too here. So I'll just move this over here a little bit. And I'll go back to my pencil tool. And I want to choose freehand. So I can do freehand here too, you know. I can just go like this, sort of smooth it out if I feel that's better for me, and then play it back. So this pencil tool is really cool. You can use it for many things. You can use every one of these settings for a mix. I can take this parabolic curve here, and see you can't do anything with that. See, not here at this level. So, but you can later on. Here's a square, this S curve, and then we also have this random. This random will work also, but it's going to give you random. So I would use more or less in like a stereo instrument. And let's see if we got something here. We got this little virus right here, right? And we'll solve this, and let's get a cursor here somewhere. Okay, good. We want to go back here, and we want to mix that up in the stereo field. So we got left, and I want to write it in right here. This is going to be random, so it's going to be just like a bunch of random settings here. See that? That's pretty random right there. And then I'm going to go back here to turn it on. And then we're going to go to right, panning right. And then that's where I'm gonna go right here and write this in. It's like random settings here. There we go. And then we're gonna hear it back from right here. So it's swinging around everywhere. So you can use these pencil tool settings and get some pretty cool stuff going. and use this trimmer tool here. And I can write automation by just cutting stuff out. See that? And undoing it also. And the grabber tool, too, as well. I can just grab something and then create my own little parts. But it's important here, once I use the grabber tool and I've got a part, I may want to keep one place anchored, you know? And once you do that, I've got a breakpoint here and a breakpoint here. I can come in here and create some other breakpoints. And then I can just go like this here. And do this like that. So this is in the stereo field, the panning field here I got going on. And I may want to bring this down. And then bring this right back up to where that's at, and you can see it. Now, the cool thing is you can actually see where that's at too. As I move it, I get information here showing me where I'm at. And right there. And you can see that also. Now, the same thing happens also for volume. If I go here and I go back to volume, and I get my setting here, I get to see the dB levels. You can see in the top upper left-hand corner of this waveform, this clip, you can see where I'm at dB level-wise. And I get that information back to me saying, okay, you're right there, you're here. And if I want to check something and say, well, where is this at? And I just move it a little bit, I can see it's a +5, right? I can go right here, just a little bit, and I can see where that's at. So you also get information pertaining to the volume or the difference of the pan, whether it's at 0 or 100 or 25, and you'll see that also. So it's kind of cool when you're mixing or trying to edit the automation, and you can see where the problems might be when you're mixing. And also, I can also trim data. So for example, here I'll go to here first. I'll make a smart tool actually. And I can go to here and say I've got this here, right? But I want to get this one section down. So if I play it back, I may want to bring this whole thing down. So I just grab it there. I've got my trim tool. And then I'm bringing that data down. Bring it down to here. See that? And when I do that too, you'll notice also that right in here, we get the differences. And you can see there the dB differences. Now, where was that? Where I'm going now. And down from where? So right here, I'm down to 17.7. And you see the difference there. It's delta, and it's minus 2.9 dB. I'm going to do this again. I grab it again, you'll see now it's 7.4 and just minus 0.8 dB. Let's grab it again, and now it's really close. You see that? So I'm just really close there to where I was at, and it shows you that, where I am dB-wise from where it was before, and what the current dB level's at. And I can do that with this all-purpose smart tool right here in automation. After writing a lot of data into your automation lanes, you may want to erase, copy, cut, or paste some of that data someplace else, or just get rid of it. So here, I can use my grabber tool right here, and see it becomes a little finger right there. And I'm going to zoom in a little closer here for us to see this. And you can see there are a lot of breakpoints there, right? Let's say I wanted to, let's say pull some down here and here. It's going to make a few more breakpoints here, and you'll see this. And so now I've got a lot more breakpoints. And suppose I want to erase them. So here, I'll just press the Option key, and you'll notice there's a little minus sign next to my little finger there. And then once I do, I can erase these breakpoints. I can erase this one right here and adjust it. There we go, right there, and erase this one right here. Now I can also do, I can go back to the pencil tool here. And I put my pencil tool, I can do the same thing. I pull up the Option key, and now the pencil becomes an eraser. And I can just start erasing stuff right here in the track. And I can use the pencil tool to erase data. Now here I've got a bunch of breakpoints. And I'm not going to use the eraser or the pencil or the little finger with the grabber to erase all these breakpoints. What I can do is go right here and I can press delete and I can erase those points. And notice this, once it does, of course, the points to the left, there's a line going from one to the next point there in that automation. Now be aware too, once you're using in Pro Tools and you go back to, let's say you want to automate or delete a bunch of stuff here, Pro Tools will write some anchors. And see here I put an anchor in. So it's going to write an anchor right there. So be aware that when you use the cut procedure, it's better I just use the delete. And when I do, you see there's no anchors left. So be aware of that. Now also, we're going to go back here to waveform. And I'm going to select this. And I'll go back here again to automation. I want you to notice something here. The automation is with this clip. I can't wait for it. I can cut this out, paste it over here, and we'll go back to the automation for volume, and you see it moved here. And that's because we are right here, where automation follows edit. So if that's turned on, your automation will follow the edits wherever they go. So be aware that you may cut something out, move it in your playlist somewhere. Just make sure you know where you're putting your data. And if you're cutting it out, when you actually cut the waveform out, and the automation follows it. And you might even want to keep it that way. You never know. But make sure you know what's going on in the session. Okay, so next here I've got this other part here, we did the virus. And I've got these different settings going on for panning between the left and the right. Let's make it larger. There we go. And I've got panning here for left and different panning for right. And so it's kind of like weird. So what I want to do here, go back to the left. And I want to probably extend the left one. So here, I'm going to go here, I'm going to copy. And we'll select copy here, right? And then next one, again, I want to paste it in it. So I'm setting it to the grid. And we want to go to special paste. I'm going to do to the current automation type. And as I do, it's right here, right? And what I can also do is go back here to a special paste, and I could repeat to fill selection. So let's see if we can do that here. And go to here. Maybe right about there. I'm going to look at this here and paste. And there it is. So I can use the special, and I can use the copy and the paste to work together, and we'll play this back a little bit. And here. And you hear it panning back and forth in this randomized way. But it's a copy and paste of the same random playing. This is kind of cool. So you can use copy and paste along with special copy. Let me show you this here. So there's special copy and special paste, or special cut and special clear. And they all work with automation. Now, last video, we made a lot of these parameters of automation settings safe. And I did that with a plugin. So what you didn't know, I guess, that you can actually automate your plugin. So here, I've got a plugin. And here is a window. And this is our plugin automation window. So I can take parameters. We'll say, well, just take this master bypass and move it here. And then you'll notice that this bypass will now be automatable. So I'll go back in here again and go to here. And it's okay, yep. And so that's automatable now. But I want to show you something else too, to make it easier. You can go here to Setup and go to Preferences. And now here in Preferences, we're going to go to Mixing. And here in Mixing, we've got automation, so smooth and thin data, afterpass. We have latch behavior for switch controls and touch. And we also have plugin controls default to auto enable. So this means that everything will be enabled in the plugin. So I'll press OK here for that. And now, when I launch a new plugin, let's go with this one. Everything is automated. You can tell because there's this green here. These green edges, green around the green dots. These green dots here mean it's automatable. And if you go into here, you'll see everything's now on this side of the list, where these are all the automated items for every plugin. Now, if I have plugins that I did before and they're already in here, you don't see that at all, see? It's this way. So it's got to happen at the beginning of the session, and you got to have those parameters ready to go. So what I generally do is I'll have that set up. I did this for you right now so you can see the difference when you actually do set that parameter up in Preferences. Every single parameter that can be automated will be available to you for the plugin. If there are too many, all you can do is say, forget that. You go in here, you say, okay, look, I only want to automate a couple of things. You go to here, I want to automate this, and then you say maybe these 3 things here, 4 things. You go to here, you pop into the list, you go to there, and now they've turned green. See that's green right there? And you know this input's green also. You know what you want to do. You know which parameters you want to use, and then they're going to be automated. That's pretty cool. Now the same thing also works for instruments. Instruments right here, and I can click here, and I can do it a bypass. I can do the tuning. Let's do the tuning, and let's do the room mix right there, right? I can do those 2 things, and they'll be automatable in the mix, which makes it so cool. Makes it much easier. So you can do it with instruments. You can do it with your plugins. And when you're ready to do it, actually, you'll notice that also those parameters will be available in the mix window and the edit. Now here I am in the instrument track, and here I have clips. So I'm going to scroll down here, and you can see now I've made those parameters automatable, and they're automated. So we can do the drum mix, but we can also do the mini grand and the tuning and the room mixer here. So I go to room mix right here, and I can automate this right there in the mix. And so you can just automate anything. Of course, I can pull up this little finger here, let's say, and add some points here for this part of the mix if I was going to use it. But this is for that piano. Now, let's say the plugin I was going to use. Let's go back to here and see the plugin I was going to use here. So we've got a plugin here. And let's pick out a different part here. Let's see, we got something here. This one right here. So we go to here. Yep. We got a bypass. We got that. Let's go to here. And low band type is good. Now that's good right there. Let's press that there. That's good. And then this track here is right here. Let's select this track. I'm going to go right back here to the mix window, the edit window rather. And then I want to probably just get it down a little bit. There we go. Got a cursor here. And we got that, right? So I'm going to go here. I'm going to extend this a little bit more. And now I want to look at this. And we can see here, there's the ZQ, the bypass, and the low pass filter type. See? I can make this into a 3 tool here. There's a shelf, see that? I can also go back into here and I can do the input volume. Now what I can also do, I can just press Command and the Smart Tool, and then I can bring up a finger. Put some of the parts in here. Start over again. And this is just changing the volume, the input volume for that kick drum. But you see it's happening right within the plugin. So I pull the plugin up. And you see it move right here. So we can automate our plugins, which is so cool, and you can get the right effect you want at the right time. So check it out and try and experiment, because it'll help you get that mix perfect. Okay, sometimes I'm working in a mix and I want to like play back and I say, I need to maybe hear the solo. And then I realize I've got all this other automation going on. So there's more automation here, there's more there, and I really just want to hear one small section and I want to suspend the automation totally. And to do that, we can go to the window or you can press Command 4 and the automation window opens up here. And to do that, I can just press suspend. I can suspend all the automation. And you can tell suspended because once you look at these settings here for off, it's italicized. Okay? So when something's italicized, it's pretty much off in Pro Tools. I'll put this back on and I'll close the window. Now also I can go here, let's say for each individual track, I may just want to keep the bass line volume the way it is and not hear the automation. And I may just want to keep the mute and the panning the way it is in automation. Okay. So that means I want to turn off some automation, leave some on, and then listen back to the mix and do some sort of editing. And to do that's pretty simple. Now here we have volume. So I press Command and click. And now you see there's a little grayed out line here. It's grayed out totally right there. All grayed out, right? And I'll go down to here and go to mute. And mute's still on, and so's pan. See that? So I'll go back to volume again, and I'll select Command and click on volume. And now it's back. But suppose you have one or two tracks, and you don't want to hear any of the automation on those tracks. And the best way to do that here now is to just press Command and Shift and click on any one of your automation parameters. Now here I just clicked on volume. But if I go to mute, you'll see mute. It's italicized, so you know that's been suspended. Here's pan, italicized, it's been suspended. I can do another track too. I can go to here and do it here as well. I say these two tracks, we suspend the automation and play them back. And to bring it back, it's pretty simple. Press Command and Shift, and it's back, and it's back again. Now sometimes I want to suspend just one automation value in all the tracks. And to do that, it's pretty simple. So here in the guitar, I've got a mute set here, and this pan, I'll go to mute here too. And then the bass line, I'll do mute also. And I'll go to here, and I'm going to press Command Option. And in PC, it's Alt Option. And I click here, and you'll notice now that the mute for the guitar, lead guitar, the rhythm guitar, and the bass line have been affected. I'm going to go here now to the combine bass here, and you see that this one as well. So what happens here, I can get to suspend those automations, and I won't hear them. Now, of course, you can always go back to the setup and go to your automation window and just suspend that. But it's a fast way to do it right here within the edit window. I'll show you one more thing too here. We are in the mixer right now, and we've got outputs, right? So I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to click here for this breakout fader. And there's this auto safe. See this right here? This is the automation safe button. I click this button, and that means the output of the automation is safe. And the parameters can be changed on its output. And the same thing can be applied to your faders. And right here, as you can see, I've got a send, and there's the safe right there. So that means that this send is automation safe. And this is important because sometimes you're doing a mix, you might have something here or there, and you have someone come in maybe helping you, or you're doing something and someone makes a mistake. You want to make sure that you keep what you took your time to do and it's saved within Pro Tools. And automation safe is a great way to do that. And it also works for plugins. So here I'll pull a plugin up, and I already made this one automation safe. See that? And I do it throughout my session. I try to keep some of my items I think I need to keep safe. I will keep them safe. That way, nothing can be done to change the parameters of that. And once I'm ready to change it and I like it, I just go back to automation safe, and I can say, well, look, I want to do something else here, and then I want to keep it, I keep it. So get used to using automation safe. is to do this inside of the window when I can. And so I can play parts back. I can go from here. I can just start, while it's playing, I can do things like just turn stuff on or off or unlock clips. That stopped. So whilst playing, I'm actually muting stuff. I'll go back again to a certain section. I'll play it again, and I hear how it sounds without it. And so muting and locking and unlocking clips is kind of cool. And check it out while you're doing your production. This next lesson is about these special edit buttons down here, right below our tools. Now the first button we have here is Zoom Toggle. We did that already. The next button here is the Tap to Transients. Now transient is these little big movements in audio, amplifications. And through the middle is one line, that's 0. But when a loud sound comes through, it amplifies. And so there's a bunch of transients here. And sometimes you want to, well, where am I at? Now you can grab the scrubber and scrub in there and figure out, I'm right there in the scrubber. And once you do, you may want to select a bunch of these transients. And so that's what Tap the Transient does. Now if I come here and select that, I can hit the Tab key, and then I'm tapping to the next transient. Let's sort of zoom in a little more here. And you see it's moving right to the next transient each time. And I'm pressing the Option key now, and now it's moving back to each transient. I can also press the Shift key and then hit the Tab key. As I hit the Tab key again, I can select a bunch of transients. And if I hold down the Shift and the Option, hit the Tab key, I can get the back end. I can make my selection, say, I want to hear this. I have loop on, obviously. And that's how I would use the transient button. So here when I use Tab to Transient, I select the Tab key and I hit the Tab key once or twice, right? It also works without pressing this button being highlighted. I can go here and I'll press Tab button and it moves to the end of the next region. See that? And the next region is right there in this lane. If I go to this lane right here, or I go to the top of this one, it goes to the end of that one, then the end of this one. I can also hold down Shift, and then it'll go backwards, and then forward, see? I let go. I can hold down Shift, Option, I go backwards. I can hold down Shift, Tab, and I go forwards, selecting. So it's kind of useful to use that Tab key anywhere in your mix. If I select a whole bunch, let's say go from right here to here, and I press the Tab forward, I can still do more. See that? We're moving along, or go backwards with the Option key and gather more. So hitting the Tab button can help you get around in your Pro Tools session. The next button here is our mirrored MIDI editing button. And we'll cover this in our MIDI section of our lesson plan, but not now. The next button is the Automation Files Edit. Now, as you remember from before, we went to Option, we went to right here, and we have Automation Files Edit, where I actually had a audio file, and then I did some automation on that. I moved it to a new track, and the automation stuck with the audio file, but did not stay on that track. If this is unchecked, then you see this button turns to this orange color. The next option is the Link, Timeline, and Edit Selection button right here. And we've been using this already, so I'll go to here, and now I'm linking my timeline to my edit selection. So this is the timeline, And this is the area I want to edit, right? So I can press playback. I can edit right here. I come and edit some stuff up, play it back here, edit this stuff. You know, I'm playing it back and editing. No problem with that. And if I come here and I do that, that's good. But I can also just say, go right over here. Once that's selected, then unselect this button. And I go here, and I can still continue to do work. And you'll still see here that this edit selection still remains where it's at. While I'm over here, I can work with something else and do something here, but this edit selection remains where it's at. And that's the purpose of that. Now, some DAWs actually do that automatically. But in Pro Tools, we normally have this feature selected. I normally keep the link timeline and edit selection always on. This button is the link track and edit selection. So I can link the tracks in my edit selection. So here I'm going here, and the names appear there, and we're linking the tracks up. And it's always in as you've seen throughout my sessions, the easiest way to work. I can press play, and I'm playing. And if it's not on, I don't like it too much, because if I start playing, and I stop, and I go someplace else, I'm not really there. So you'll notice that this is on, or these three buttons are on all the time in my session. I think you'll need to do that too also as well. But you can check out more when you actually sit down and play with it, and just go to a selection, let it play back, and then sometimes I want to go here, or I go there. See, it's still playing. Now my other button here I want to keep in this lesson plan is the insertion follows playback. And that means when it plays back, this little blue point here, this little arrow, is my timeline selection point, and it'll just follow it. So I go to here, and then this arrow stays there. I go to here now. Now that arrow will follow playback. And see, it went right there. It continues on. So if I go back like I've been doing in this lesson, I go to a certain area, I want to keep hearing the area back and say, well, let me show you this, let me show you that. Or I'm going to edit something in one area. I'll say I want to edit here, I'll just stay right there. So I normally keep this off. I guess most guys actually do, unless they're actually trying to just let it go for a long period of time, just hear something back and stop where it lands or something. And that's how it works with the special edit buttons. Now also, we have this keyboard focus button, this one here. And these are real cool because they help you to use certain button commands within the grid. And you can only have only one on at a time. Like for example, there's one here also for groups, as you can see. And if I pull out here, we have one for the clips. Only one can be on at a time. And for example, I can put this cursor right there and hit the P button, and it moves up to the next track and the next track. I hit the L button, and it moves left past the next region, which you can see happening right here. By apostrophe, it moves in the direction. Now there are a bunch of commands you can do with these buttons, but I want you to check your manual out for that. It'll help you get around much faster inside of Pro Tools when you know your keyboard commands. I've been using some of my favorites here. For example, my command bracket, where I like to open it up a lot like this or that. And of course, our zoom tool will do the same thing. So there are a lot of different ways to do the same thing within Pro Tools. Just find the features of keyboard commands that you like, that work best for you. Once we've recorded all our data in, and we've recorded the vocals, and we got these bass lines and drum parts, and we've got drum machines in here, and effects and samples, and it's time to mix to get everything to culminate down to just 2 tracks, a left and right stereo. So we've got to create a lot to make this happen. We must group all the vocals, all the background vocals especially, make them sound like one. Get the drums to sound like a unit. Get the bass, and then also the kick drum to not interfere. They're both going to be in the bass frequency, but we need them to act together without having this audio contrast going on. We also need to put everything in its own space so you can hear every element in the mix clearly. And this particularly has to happen with movie scores. If you can do a movie score and you can do a surround sound, you may need not just 2 tracks out, but maybe 7 or 8 tracks out and several stereo fields. So you got to make sure everything's set up properly and you're prepared to mix. So the first thing I prefer to do actually is to go through each track and make sure all the audio files we recorded are clean and clear and to hear them back separately. And then prepare for the mix. Make sure you have everything that you need. And make sure your computer has enough power to it as well. And there's also a list of stuff I want to go over. Well, it's important when setting up your mix to have a reference mix. That means a song that sounds similar to yours that you know really well. And to make sure you orientate yourself to the listening environment you're in. Check relative listening levels for instruments. How loud the bass is, how loud the bass is compared to the drums, the bass and the keyboards. Import these mixes into your session. Use File, Import Audio, and bring it into your session. So you can always go back to compare your reference mix to your mix. So, am I close? Am I far away? How can I make it better? Let me listen back to my reference mix. Check relative mix track levels. That means like, how do all the drums sound compared to all your drums? Do all the kicks and snares in the hi-hats in the right spot? Are the bells too loud? Is this too loud? Listen for all the effects. Make sure that you find the little stuff and get rid of stuff that might get in the way and become a nuisance in the mix. Like little pops at the end of audio file. Let's say, for example, here I've got this keyboard part. Let me click here. I'm going to open it up. And you'll notice here I have a fade in because I didn't want this little pop, this little sound to come in. I want the keyboards to come in just the way they are. So I made a little fade in here on both of these tracks. And as it comes in, you'll hear it's smooth. It's got a much smoother appeal to it. I want to make sure that happens. So listen to your tracks. And this will happen particularly with guitars. Sometimes you're miking drums, that'll happen. And sounds just come out just abruptly, just coming in. And these are sounds you may have recorded in. You really don't hear it till you solo them out and you find out what's on that track. Because you want to prepare before you start mixing. Now, another technique I use a lot, which will save on power. Particularly if you have a lot of CPU power in your computer system and you want to save on power. And I'm going to go right here to my drum track. And you'll notice here in the drum track that I've pretty much chopped it all up. I've got every sound in here chopped up. There's a waveform, of course, you see that there. I'm going to select my Smart tool here and click somewhere in here. And then I'm going to expand out, which you should already know from our previous lessons. And you'll see the kick drums are right there on the track, right there on each part of the grid. They're chopped up perfectly, and there's nothing behind them. So when you hear these drums, you're just going to hear the drums totally. Hear that? And there's no sound between each drum. Now that's important because I don't want to have a part where I'm actually mixing and I want to mute out everything and hear the drums by themselves. And when I do, I might hear some extra noise. You never know, particularly when you're recording in with a drum machine that may have noise, or you got a mic on a kick drum, you never know. So I make sure there's no noises between each drum sound. Now, once I do that, and I've got it strictly quiet in the mix, in order to save on the power, let me go back here now, and I'm going to shrink it down. I will click in here, and we will highlight and grab every single sound in this one track. And then we'll consolidate it into one file, rather than these different files each time, because the computer must say, okay, this file comes up next, that one next, this one here. It's got to search it out. But if one file's there, there's no problem. It grabs it, plays the one file, and there's no other commands to tell the hard drive to search for something. We got the files we need. So it's good to take all your files, and once you get them, and to consolidate. Now to do that, we're going to go here to Edit, in the Edit menu, and we're going to go here where it says Consolidate. You can see this? I can consolidate clip. See that? So I can take everything here and make it all into one file. Now before I do that, what's good to do is keep what you've got. You may want to someday change the mix. You never know what's going to happen. And you make an alternate playlist. So you go here, you'd say, I want to make a new playlist or duplicate this one. We'll call this kick drum dupe. D-U-P. And I'll cut it back into here. And press OK. And now I will consolidate. And what's it going to do? It's going to make one overall, one track. There, see that? That's just one sound, one total sample from beginning to end. That's really cool. There's no need for the little each little kick drum. Now it says, okay, it's all one piece. It grabs it and you can use it. And this is important. This will cut down on the power and give you more power to use in the mix, particularly using plugins. Now right here, we've got a session going on, and there's only 17 bars here, right? And come to here, it ends. Well, reverb there, but it ends anyway. You know, a lot of times we're dealing with music, and we're mainly dealing with loops, like the chorus loops over and over at the end. Or there's a verse, another verse. They're both the same music, so it's like a loop that plays on and gets interrupted by the chorus and then plays on again. So you want to get your loops correct. So let's say you got a small segment like this and you want to try and do something with it. So I want to take this probably and grab something like maybe this much of a region. But I haven't got much there. I will select the all in the groups, which is why it's so handy. And I'll come here and I want to go to here. And I can always say I want to go bar 5 here, bar 5 to bar 9. That's 4 bars. I'll play it back. Okay, I may say I like that so far. And I could sort of like copy and paste it. But if I do, it's going to overlap onto this next piece here, which I want to keep. So I can just copy it, come over here to 17, place my cursor there. I still have the all selected here in my groups, and I'll just paste it in here. As I paste it in, I have a whole new section. Now I'm up to at least 20 bars. And we'll play from the end of here now. And it plays over again. So if I recorded one part over, I can put it someplace else. This makes it much easier than having to keep recording everything straight through. You get enough for the first section, you figure loops out, take them out, put them where they have to go. I could even go right here and say, well, look, I don't want to use this anymore. I want to get these drums in here, and I want to loop this. Now I can come in here. I notice that I still have this sheen here from the cymbal, right? So I don't want that part. So you may get parts you don't even need. So I'll just turn off the drums. Come in here. Grab that piece. Throw it out. Then turn the drums back on again. I'll come here. Whoops. Twice to get that one region. And then I can come paste it here. But what I can also do, I can just do a Command D and duplicate again. That makes it even easier. Now I'm looping within this area right here. I took 17 to 20 and looped it twice, and now I'm at 29 as the ending here. 29. And I started 17. So here I've got the bass line here. And I got a kick drum playing at the same time. Now before I mix these two elements, they're both in the bass frequency. And you already know that. You know the kick drum has its own boom boom, and the bass has its sustaining low end. And it may have this low frequency oscillation going along where it's boom on you, going like, whoa. And they may collide. So the purpose here, what I prefer to do, is to first consolidate this bass line. Then what I'll do is I want to make sure I EQ it up. Now, I'm not going to use an EQ at first. I'm going to go to Audio Suite. And this way I can make the file permanent. And this is a cool way to make that file have the flavor you want for your mix. And particularly if you listen to a reference mix, you want to make sure you get the file and the sound right So you have to go back later on and try to EQ it, maybe just fix a little bit of it. And you want to save on power if you don't have enough power in your system. So, and also it makes it easier going to the mix to have some things already taken care of before you get to some really more complicated parts, like setting up effects loops. So here, for example, we got this bass line, and I will grab it, and then I'll go here to Audio Suite, and I may look for something I can use to help with the EQ. So I may go here with this 7-band EQ, which I don't really need too much of. There aren't that many frequencies within a bass where there are like 7 bands in there, you know. It's mostly around here between this 100 K all the way down, you know. So if I play it back, and here in the Audio Suite, which is so cool with this plugin, you can just select a clip and then just press this playback. And there's no audio path for playback. You saw right there. You just go to your I/O setup, and you go here to audio paths. We showed you before a couple of times in the video, but this is important to keep showing you in case you get lost somewhere here or you're skipping files. And we're going to go back here and play it, and we can hear it. And then I can go into here, and you can hear that now. And I'm only boosting it about, what's that, 9.2 dB, and I'm only at 100 hertz. I can sweep that frequency. So I can be at 100 hertz here, and I have a Q here, so I can level out like that, or I can just intensify a little bit more where that little mountain comes up. And I can sweep this whole frequency range. And this is how you would sweep it to find out where the deepest part of the bass is, or to even find the elements that you want to actually find the one that's there, and then reverse the strategy. Then what you want to do is you want to get rid of it and even it out some. But you guys got more of this bottom end right there. I want to make sure where that's at. Let me stop this. Now, once you get an EQ you like, you say, this is not bad, I like this one here. We're going to do what we did when we consolidated track. We're going to keep what we have already. We want to make a brand new track. We want to apply this audio sweetening to that track, and that will be part of the bass line we'll use for this mix. But we'll keep the original file as always, in case you want to go back there and say, well, look, I want to change it around. I heard the overall mix. I want to go back to the original bass and start over again. That way, all you got to do is go back to that bass, bring up the original one, and then apply a little bit of EQ to it, and it's right in the mix again. Now also, you'll notice when you're doing this, that sometimes you'll get this red right there. You don't want that red going on, see? In that preview meter, that's going to be distortion. It's going to be pretty bad. So we're going to bring back the dB gain here. And then we're going to sweep the frequency. And get something we like and get rid of some of the highs. So here, for example, I'll listen to the kick drum again, then I'll go back again to sweeping the frequency. I'll know that there isn't much in highs here, as you'll see. And if I sweep it down to here, it's not having any effect. See that? So I have no high frequency. Let's see about this mid-range. There's a little bit of mid-range in there. You see that? A little high mid. But there's definitely this low mid here. Let's boost this up a little bit. Stop this. So you've got to find out where your range is at. Now, obviously, we know a bass doesn't have any highs, so very little highs that you can't really hear unless you're taking these huge samples, these 96K samples, which really get everything in there. But in this case, we have a 96K, but the bass is a really nice, soft, low end. Once you find that part you like and you play it back and it sounds good here, and you got a good preview, and you have no red here in these preview meters, and it sounds pretty good, you're not too bad, you can stop it. Then what you want to do is you want to save the file. So I'm going right back here. I would probably select more of this right there, and then I would make a brand new file. Now, if you like that, what you can do also, you can save this. And you can save this preset. You can go right back in here, and you can say, well, I want to save this. And you could save that setup, and then that way, when you go back to it, you've got it. So now I've got a setting I like, and I'll select it here for the preview. I'll listen it back. I like it pretty much. So what I will do here is I will not just take and apply it to this file. I will also go back here. It says presets. So I'll click there. I can save the setting. But I want to save it as something, right? So I go to save as, and this box will open up. Now I know it's a 7-band EQ, right? So I've got this 1-band folder right here. I looked at this folder. There's nothing else here, but it's 1 band. So I can go to here, and I can save it in here. So I know I can pull it back up. It'll appear in my 7-band as well. I can go to bass guitar, make a new folder. And I'll call it bass. Okay. And synth. And I'll press OK. I've got a new folder. And it says add dimensions. Now add dimensions. Let's call this my bass. And this is at 100 hertz. And I'll save it here. Now you notice here it's saved. Before that said default. And now it's saved. So I can just hold this here, keep it in Audio Suite. And in Audio Suite, I can apply it to this audio file right here. Now you can do this for anything. So it's important to understand how this works. Now, what I can do, if I want to, I can go to here. I can say, like I did before, duplicate. I make a duplicate. I'll call this bass dupe. I'll press OK. And now I can apply it. So I'm going to apply this to this whole bass line. And I'll say render right here. See this render? Whole file. So it's right here. And now it's going to create a brand new file called bass.dupe. I know this is my duplicated bass. The original is still on the track. And now I'll close this window. And now it's all one clip. In this lesson, we're going to do a voiceover sort of fix-up and sort of get the levels right and see how it looks and listen back. Now, I've done voiceovers over the years, and a lot of these artists have to do voiceovers for certain radio stations. And so they come in, they have to do like 50 or something. If they're popular, they got to do 100 of them because they got to do them for every station in the country, particularly a new artist. You got to promote yourself. So it's always fun to do voiceovers. It helps you get better at working in Pro Tools. So here we got a track. Let's play it back from the top. I remember the first time I got my first MPC, and I was like, wow, I got this 1200. And I work with a cat named Paul C. So we got some problems in this track. Now the first thing I usually do is go to my mixer window here, and I'm going to come up here. And I normally put a plugin in. So I'm going to put an EQ in like you'd see in a mixing board. And I'd go for probably something pretty cool. May go with 7-band EQ. And then I want to come in here and I want to pull up a compressor. So it's Dynamics. And I want to find just a typical compressor I normally use within Pro Tools, which has changed drastically, but here it is. There we go, compressor limiter. And we pull this up also as well. Now, a cool thing about using these plugins is that sometimes they come with presets. So we can scroll up here and it's got a little arrow up there, a little more of a triangle, and you can look for stuff here for vocals, right? And here's vocals. And so I'm going to slide over here and we're looking for vocals. Now here's a male voice, 7-band. Sounds good to me. Here's a vocal cleanup. Let's try the male voice, 7-band. So here we're dropping some of the bass off, as you can see. A significant portion of it. And here, just a little bit of bass here. Nice bass above 0 dB and some more highs. And we'll pop that out. Now next, we want to look for a compressor. So we got a nice vocal compressor. And here's a vocal leveler. This means it's going to make sure it stays within a certain range, doesn't get too loud or get too soft. I'm going to level it off. And we'll try that for now. And let's pop this out of here and get an idea of how this sounds. Let's turn the music off too. Let's get an idea of what's really going on here. Let's get the music really lower than this. That's good.
I remember the first time I got my first MPC, and I was like, wow, I got SP1200. And
so we got these breaths in there too, right? And we hear it clearly. And what I want to do is probably go back to my edit window. And I normally go here, jumbo it up, get it nice and big, and see what it looks like. And I'm go over here actually, and I want to make it. Ooh, look at this, so spiky. So this is like noise here, or the bass proximity effect when you get too close to a microphone. So we're gonna check it out. Yep, that's it right there. And here,
I work with a caddy.
See that breath right there? Let's hear the beginning of this. Now, a lot of times I want to get rid of. Let's pull this out first of all. And I don't want to go by, I want to go more or less by minutes and seconds in this case. So I can go to here and we can use minutes and seconds. Then I can come here and then it says start, but my grid is based on that 1 second. I want to go maybe 10 milliseconds. If I need a nudge value, I may go down to 10 milliseconds as well. And now I could go anywhere in here and just click on start from some spot and hear what this sounds like. See, I don't want that part, see? So there are certain parts you really don't want to have. And so I'll switch it out more and get a look at this part. 'Cause I don't want to cut off what's going on here, but I definitely want to get rid of this part here. So what I could do is go up here to my audio suite, and I could sort of like, I guess, sort of like really get it lower down its audio volume. But in this case, I'm just going to get rid of it. That's even better. Now I'll take it from here.
I remember the first time I got my first MPC, and I was like, wow, I got SP1200.
And this part here, this part here, this part right here. Now what I could do also, I could go here and go to volume. And then I can pull this up here and I can come, I want to bring that down a lot. So I can pick it down like this. And then I may want to play it back from here.
100.
Yeah, that's a little better right there. So what we're trying to do here is we're just trying to make sure that we've got it. Put a breakpoint here too. So I can go in here and sort of, I'm holding down my command button here and put a breakpoint right about here. And then I want to bring this down a little bit so that's just sort of a little bit more natural. And here, I don't want to hear that breath, but I do want it to not get in the way of anything. So right here, and I want to bring this down just to here, and play it now.
100.
Yeah, that's good. And let's go back to the top again. So you can do the same thing here too as well. So if we go back here to the waveform, here's the waveform here, and I look at this heel, and I see how that looks like there. Let me see, there's something I can actually do with this, I believe. Here, heel separation. So I brought that back. Now this is something you didn't know before. You can heel separation. If you get something like that, you want to put it back in, you can. And then you come over here, we're going to go to volume, and I can do again with the little grabber, get the finger in this case. That's the area I want to sort of mess with. Going to go here and bring this down a lot more. I made too many dots, so watch when you make these little breakpoints here. I'm going to make sure they're smooth. Don't want too many of them. Let's hear this back from right about over here. I don't want too much. I still don't want that part at all. So I guess I really don't want any of it. So here, and play it back in. Yeah, that's not too bad. You can hear it a little bit.
I remember the first time I got my first MPC, and I was like, wow, I got SP1200. And I work with a cat named Paul C.
So here we got this pop, this puck coming up here. These are hard to get rid of, and you just can't get rid of them. But we're going to try something, right? So we want to try something here. We're going to go back. We're in this. Now here's something I could probably do. Maybe go to here. We'll try this a little bit. This never really works for me, but the purpose is just to always try to do your best and create something that someone might end up liking. So I make a little thing like this. And I don't know where that's going to be. I'll put it up. Let's first see how it sounds like this. And I'll start from here.
With a cat named Paul C.
See that? Whoa, that wasn't bad. So I brought that down and pulled it out a little bit. That's pretty cool. And a little bit more here, and pull it over here. And there.
A cat named Paul C. And he showed me a lot how to work the gear.
Anyway. There we go again, more breaths. So the purpose of this lesson is to give you an idea of first one. You could heal a separation. If you do have a separation, you could bring out that p. That's like a proximity effect where the voice gets too close to the microphone. We don't want that. And then you can always come in here and adjust the volume. Now it's important to set up similar sounds in the groups, or at least have them in the same area in your mix. Now here in this mix, you'll notice I have the drums here. We have snare, hi-hats, 2, 3 hi-hats here, a shaker, a tambourine, a crash, and they're right here. So I've got access to them instantly to where they are right here in the mix here. And they're let up into a group. And here's my group. My F group is the drum group. Now I can also I might want to make these hi-hats into a group. So I can have a separate mix for those. I can do that. I can say, well, look, I got them as a group now. I hold down Shift and select them. And then I can make them into a group. Now the purpose of this is to make sure I have all these similar sounds in the groups. I may want to apply the same EQ to these hi-hats. And I may want to also keep the same parts as a separate group within the drum group. Now also you'll see here, further down through my mix, I've got the keyboards here. I've got a tremolo keyboard right here as well, which is like this Fender Rogue sound. We've got a live keyboard here, which is an acoustic keyboard sound. And we have another electric piano here. And we have a chorus for the keys. And then we have our synth parts. And here at the end, we have the synth next to the strings. So we have all these parts that are similar, all in the same area. So I may mix them in that same way as I go along in the mix. I mix the drums and the bass, and I want to get the rhythm section going. So the drums, bass, and the most dominant keyboards with that. Now also you'll see here, all these outputs of every track leads to my master. And before you start mixing, it's important to make sure all your tracks lead to your master. Now my master's right here. I normally put my master in the middle of the mixing board, which is right there. And I have all the instruments to the left and all the vocals to the right, which you can see right here. My lead vocal, lead background subgroups, and I've got the backgrounds and background links. Again, more backgrounds and a background group. So I've got the backgrounds on the one side and the lead right next to the master. And come up with a system that works best for you. But for me, I love it. This is where I can work on the one side. And when I want to work with these elements that are the top end elements, which is the lead vocal or rap or whatever, I've got that on my right, and I know where everything's at. And they all lead to one place, which is right here. As we explained before earlier, they lead to our master output, which in this case is 1 and 2, and box 2. Okay. Now, once you've got that organized, and you know where your stuff is at, now you're going to see I've already got some plugins here I need to set up for our lesson plan. I've got a lot of plugins here, as you can see in my inserts. So, as I said before, you want to save on power, do your consolidation, but then when you're ready, it's time to mix. When you've got your mix set up here, and I'll play some of this back, I want to get an idea of what we have so far. Look at some tracks. Okay, got a good idea here. So also, I will tend to put, as you can see here, this is the lead vocal. I've got the auxiliaries right here for the lead vocal, as you can see right there. And my lead vocals here, so I want to grab these two tracks and I'll move them over here so you can grab tracks. I pull 2, grab them there. And these are for this right here, for this group, for the lead vocal. We got this vocal delay and then this vocal verb. It's got a special one verb that's just for this lead vocal as well as also. So, and of course, the vocals are going to the main. And then everything green here, as you can see, are all auxiliaries. So, and over here on the other side, where I have the drums at, we have a drum mix, we have this drum verb, and we have a multi-delay I'm going to set up later on right here. And so these are going to be used for the drums pretty much, and I may use it or not use it at the bass keyboard. So got some keyboards here, but I also have a little effect I'm using on those keyboards as well. So I keep that effect right next to the keyboards. And I will tend to make these two things part of the group. Sometimes I keep it independent, sometimes I don't. So we'll go over that too as we start to mix some stuff up. And you can always narrow the view down like this, which I tend to do all the time, so to get a much more narrow view. And then if you're Meters aren't as big as mine. All you got to do here is do this, just to hold down your Control, Option, Command keys right there and click on that area where the meters go up and down, and right here, you can see there, and it widens them up. I prefer them wide when I'm mixing. This way I can see what's going on, particularly when I got a lot of tracks, all right? So let's check some of this out. Effects loops are some of the most basic structures within a mixing console when you're actually mixing songs. You're going to have effects for drums. You're going to have a delay maybe on a vocal or repeats at the end. There's somewhere some spacey sound for that string, so it sort of extends further than how it's really played. And it gets ethereal within the system. It sounds like it's everywhere. You want to maybe make the drums do a nice fat delay in drum and bass music. Or in hip-hop, you may want to use a echo on some sort of sample. Well, you need to create an effects loop for that. And I want to talk to you about the do's and don'ts here about using an effects loop and how it works. Now, for example, right here, I've got a rhythm guitar, and it's on the second track. I'm going to hide the guitar here. See, it says live guitar, comments. So the guitar has its own effects. Got the guitar player played with, and it's already on there. Okay? And so you may say, I want to put a reverb on it. And you're going to go to here and put a reverb directly on the track. Let's say. And we'll press play. But a common idea would be to put it on that track and then turn down the mix and get a balance between the reverb and the guitar. That may sound cool too. But the problem is you're using one plugin on one instrument. And so this reverb is going to sound on that one instrument. To create again, you've got to take this another plugin, put it on another track, use the same setting to get this overall reverb sound, and then we're using too many plugins. And it's going to sound a little muddy too at some point because it's going to be just one upon the other, and it's going to muddy the mix up. So let's take this off of here, and notice too it's a stereo we have there, right, for that guitar. Now I'm going to go to our first track here, and this first track is a lead guitar. You can hear right there. So now I'm going to put a reverb on here. That's a mono track. And I'm going to go over here. I'm going to pull in a reverb plugin, right? I'm going to put this reverb right here. Okay, and the reverb here is mono as well. And you can't really have a mono reverb. It's just not going to work, right? Because it's got to have something in the background. You got to have more than just a reverb. It's going to be mono. So you don't get the right effect with it, right? So that doesn't sound too good at all. Okay, so I'm going to go back here and take the plugin out. So the problem is that we need to use the plugin in an intelligent way where it's going to be over the entire system. We're going to have both guitars in that same reverb. They will sound like they're in the same hall or the same small room or in the same stadium. And they want to have all the same effects that help these elements to sound together in the same environment. And we use an effects loop for that. Okay, so now I've got this track set up here, and I've got this rhythm guitar. It is a stereo track, right? So I want to create an output for it to send. I go to here to send A, and I'm going to go output. I'm going to use a bus, though, so it's an internal routing. And this is a bus 1 and 2, and this pop-up fader comes up here. So what's happening here in the bus is that's taking this main signal of this guitar, and it's taking this guitar out and sending it someplace else. Now, if I get the pop-up fader again, you'll see it here, and there it is. And this has no effect, obviously. You can see that. Stop it. But you see that signal right there, and that's the send. It's waiting to go somewhere. I got to send it someplace. So I'm going to create a brand new auxiliary track. So I'm going to go here. I know my keyboard commands, at least I think I do. And now I open up a new track. Then I select command, use my right arrow key, and I make it stereo, up and down key, and I make it auxiliary. I know it's going to be sample, I press create. It's going to be samples, create, it's right there, right? Because I selected this here, and it puts it right next to that there. Remember that. It's going to be a reverb, so let me name it right now. This is going to be my verb. A little short and to the point. That's my verb track. And I want to send the signal here into this reverb, so I can have that guitar have some reverb. I want to give it some verb. 1 and 2, there we go, it's going in here. Now, all I got to do now is I go here to my insert and I want to find a reverb that I can use. So it's going to go in here and it's going to be stereo. So it's going to go to a multi-channel plugin. And we're looking for verb. We go to here. Let's go to our most simplest one, which is our D-verb right here. And we got the D-verb. And we hear that. That pop-up fader. So you see that. We set up a verb, and this is our effects loop. And it's not on a regular audio track. It's on a return. Now, this is a bus. It's sending that signal. It's busing it out down a pathway. And that pathway leads to the input here on this auxiliary track. And this is the return. So it goes and returns here. And then when it gets here, it's going to be filled up by its reverb because the reverb's on top. And the signal comes in and it's coming into the reverb. And I control that verb and the amount of verb here. So you see what's going on here. This is the wet signal. And here, this is the dry one. This is my wet, and here's the dry. If I cut this off, I turn this up, we have nothing. And we're going to pull our pop-up fader out here. And you'll notice here nothing's going there either. So what's happening here is that this signal here is being controlled by the fader. If I mute it, it's controlled here. So even though the signal comes to the fader here at the bottom, it's still being fed to this bus send right here. Now to make this easier, I'm tired of calling a bus send or that. Let's label that. And to label it's real simple. Let me close the verb up. We're going to go to setup. We're going to go to set IO setup. Let me turn this off, and now we can go to IO setup. If it's playing, you can't do that. Now IO setup is active. I'll select it. And I can go here to bus 1 and 2. Select that. I'm going to call it verb, since that's what it is. And I'll select OK. So now I got the verb. And you'll notice here, it's named verb. This says verb, right? It's kind of cool. And now when I play, I know that this signal here is the verb signal. And I unmute that. It's going in here now. Now, what this is called, it's called post fader. And this is default setting for a mixing board in Pro Tools. And this default setting means that whenever a signal comes into our send, it immediately sends that from the fader to that send. If I mute this fader or turn the fader down, that signal will no longer be at the send. And will never go through whatever pathway I've selected for it to bus out to whatever return or whatever. Now, there are two different settings we can have. We can have a pre and a post. Now, that's a post. This is a pre. Now, here it comes now. And we got a dry and a wet, right? I'm going to turn this one down. Now, all you hear is the wet. And this is the total wet signal here. I'll turn it down now, it's off. So what's happening here now is that this send, which is the verb send, is now independent of the fader in that track. It's a pre, it's before it gets to the fader. And now I can send this signal over to this verb return without impedance from this track, which is the guitar and rhythm track right here. I can play it back. And we're still wet and dry here. It's still happening. And this track is not independent. Now, sometimes we want to do this, particularly when it gets this kind of sound where we want to sort of fade one from the other, or we may just want to have it that way in a mix. And if we do mute one, we want to make sure we have this for some sort of special mix where the verb will be up or down. I'll do this for drums once in a while in a club mix, where you want to hear the drums and they're coming from the background. And then you bring up the dry sound and it's slowly getting the beat in the room, where the drum starts from the reverb from the back, and they come up. You'll hear it many times in different mixes. And this is the difference between pre and post in the effects loop. Now, sampling has become big over the years, and it's gotten so sophisticated now it's really great. So whenever you record something in Pro Tools, and you record a guitar player, record a vocal, it's essentially sampling what it hears. It's turning analog into digital, and then it converts it back for you to hear it again through your speaker system. And what happens in Pro Tools, it records it, but it also sets it up so we can actually stretch it and squeeze it. You know, it's so elastic. And this lesson is about elastic audio, referring to elastic pitch and elastic time. So here we'll play this track back a little bit. And we'll check the tracks out. So we have the drums up here, right here. And we'll go right here. So I put my cursor, that's a time-based selector. That's in terms of samples. We want to go here and make it in terms of ticks. And we have an option here, or several options. So I click on that, you'll see something come up right over here. And we have polyphonic. And this is our window for it. So we have a window here, and when it follows, it's in terms of milliseconds. So I can click on here, and we can change the audio elasticity of this file, whether it's polyphonic, which is more for like keyboards. We have multiple tones, rhythmic, like this drum pattern, monophonic, like a bass line, and also Varispeed. Varispeed is more like a tape machine, but in this lesson, for right now, we're going to cover polyphonic, rhythmic, and monophonic. So this is a drum track. I'll select rhythmic, and see, we have this decay rate here. These are our options here. We'll leave it the way it is, though, which is very good. We also have presets in here. You can put your own presets in here too as well. Now, let's close this off. So it's tick bass. So what I want to do right now is I want to probably take this and move this over here. And I'll duplicate it and put it right there again. So now from the very top, I'll hit return. Okay, we want to change the tempo. I have my transport window open here, and as you can see here, we have a manual tempo of 90, and I'm going to change my tempo right here in my transport window. So here it's 90, and we turn this track to ticks. And so I can come in here, and I'm going to make it, let's see, faster. And as I go to 97, say 95, you'll see the whole track move, but nothing else moves. And if I play it back, that part works, but watch this here. But this part is in time. So you want to go back in. Let's make this back to 90. And then I want to make sure the rest of the tracks are all going to be tick-based. And so tick-based allows Pro Tools to convert this track to be used like MIDI files almost, in the sense where the tempo changes and then the audio changes. So what happens is that Pro Tools converts it and turns all these tracks that were at one point samples based into tick based. And we saw that before earlier in our course. And also we talked about making a new track, whether you're going to select samples or ticks when creating a brand new track. And reverb, I don't have to worry about, and everything else is here. So now I think that's everything. All these tracks are set up. And now we'll play it back at a faster rate. Let's go ahead and just punch it at 95 will be good. And then we'll play it. So everything has now been converted over. That's pretty cool. And I can also slow it down too. So we'll go here, and we're going to go to 85. Press enter, and we're going to press return and play it from the top. So using elastic audio is pretty easy inside of Pro Tools. It can get even more complicated. Okay, so now I'm creating a mix just for these drum tracks. And here I'm going to have a reverb. Here's my drum verb right here, as you can see right there. And I've created sends for all these drums. You can hear them going right into the reverb right there, right? And this is an example of an effects loop. I'm going to go here also to the view, and for sends, rather than see the assignments, I want to see the single assignment, and that is for this send A. And now I can see each fader level, I can see the mute button and the pre and post button, of course, in the panning. And we can see our levels right here for our level indicator for each send. As I play, I can also adjust the levels going into this drum verb. Now, the reason why we do this too is so we can get this separate mix going on of these drums going into this drum verb. And that way I can have that wet and dry effect going on. Now, you can also have plugins. So before we're talking about putting the reverb as a plugin directly on that particular instrument. But we don't do that. Generally, what we'll do is that we'll have, let's see, an EQ and then a compressor after that in the mix. And once in a while, it might be a compressor prior to an EQ. Now, the EQ will happen first because we want an EQ for that specific frequency. And we want to either cue into it or eliminate that frequency. We either want to boost or gain with an EQ. And so we want to do that to that sound. And once you do that, then we want to sort of compress it and make it tight, particularly if it's a drum part. We want to make it tight so that there's no bottomness where it falls out and nothing peaks out too high. We want to make that range really steady and streamline it. So it's right there, tapered down. We've got this one range where every time that drum plays, it will sound within that range and not be sloppy or just be punchy. So you see that here, we have an EQ. The EQ's in the track. We have a compressor right there also. And that's for the kick drum right here. And then we have inserts for the snare drum. We have inserts for the hi-hats right here. The hi-hat here, one for here for this hi-hat, and this one here. So what happens, the effect in the insert happens here in the EQ. Then once it passes the EQ, we're going to go to here and select our target button here. And once you do that, we can open up more than one plugin window at a time to view them at the same time to get an idea. And you'll see that right here. It comes through the EQ first, then it comes through our compressor. And so forth down the line. So we can have up to 5 in this first insert bank, which is A through E, and then F through J, which will give us another 5. So we can have 10 different inserts. Now you got to realize it's going to eat a lot of power up. So don't get too crazy with the inserts. Make sure you know what you're going to do. And if you don't have enough power, always go back to your audio sweetening into the edit window and sort of do what we told you to do prior to this lesson. Now, once you have what's set up there and you've got your inserts plugged in, then you can send everything else here to this effects loop for the drum verb, which happens here. And we just balance our sound from our wet and dry. Now, since there are always going to be groups here, this is a mixed group. So I can control this group with one fader. I can turn all these other faders up or down and set their level. Now, another technique that I use here is I have the drums here, right? And they can all actually go to the main if I want them to, but I don't. I have them go into a separate drum mix. So here's the drums here. Drum mix, drum mix, drum mix, drum mix. And their output is leading to here, this one track right here, this auxiliary. And you can see it's going right there to that one track. Now the reason why is that I want to maybe control them, and also at the same time I want to add some sort of effect to them totally right here. And then in the mix, it makes it easier for me sometimes to just like punch it out here or lower the faders here. And I can also make some of these other drum parts independent and have one overall controlling fader for all the drums. And this is something that a lot of engineers actually do in the mix. They have an extra control or an extra subgroup, so we call this, within the mix. Exporting files and consolidating files is pretty easy in Pro Tools. And the reason why we tend to do this is to send the files to another software or for someone to use to maybe add vocals, or to send someone your stems of every track to mix. And we call them stems because we'll take the entire region. Like, for example, this whole area, including the space, will be consolidated rather than having these little areas where there's a piece here, a piece here, and a piece there. And then we send those files out for someone else to use them, or for you to just save them. So here, for example, I have a whole track, right? I'm just sort of grabbing everything in this track, and we have this drum part. We have spaces here and there. And I want to consolidate this, but I don't want to sort of mess it up in case it goes wrong. So I'll normally go to here to playlist, and I may say duplicate. And we'll duplicate this list. And it's a brand new list there, right? And next what I'll do is I want to consolidate it. So I want to look for my consolidate clip, which is right here, which is Option Shift 3. I'll select this. And now, see what happened? It made it into one long file. One nice long file. And I can take this file and export it. And see, it's stereo. I can take that whole file. I can do the same thing here too as well. So I may want to come here. I got all those, but I can press Shift, Command, and Tab, and I get the front. I want to get the back too, so I'm just going to release the option there and get the back end. And now I've got this whole length down. And I can come up here and do Consolidate Clip. I can undo that, right? Because I didn't do what I should really do, is go here and make a duplicate. Always do that. Make a duplicate, because you never know what's going to happen. And in this way, I'll consolidate the duplicate. I'll come back and consolidate this. Oops, let's go back to here. There you go. I have to press Shift Option 3. And now I have these two clips consolidated. I'm going to select this one also as well. And let's go over here, back over here to our menu. So I'll pull this down. And I want to, oops, pull this out the way. There we go. And I want to go to here. And so here I want to go into this, and I want to sort of export the clips. So I want to export the clips as files. And here we have our export dialog box. I can select the wave type. In this type, it's going to be wave. So this is the file type. It's wave. Then I want to go here, and we're going to do multiple. I want to do interleave. Interleave is always good for me. We have our bit depth, and we have our sample rate. I can also enforce Avid compatibility. I may want to use it in another Avid software like Composer. A destination directory, so we can select the folder where I want to store these files at. Choose it, and I'll set up to be saved there. We can resolve duplicate file names. In case you have names have the same name, there are all these files, and you may have made a mistake in audio 1, audio 2. Well, you want to make sure you resolve that problem in case there are duplicate names. And this way you can say this is audio 1, audio 2, audio 3, or this is the baseline 1, baseline 2, keyboard 1. So you're going to make sure that we don't have a problem with duplicate names. And so you can do auto naming too and replacing with new file. In case I've done this already and I have a brand new mix, I may want to replace the files in that folder. So this is our export. And we just export the files out to that folder. So I'll just cancel this out here. Now it's important that you do this once in a while. This is not like bouncing. So I prefer to do this when I'm going to send something out to someone, or I may just want to make this whole track like this, save it like that. I may bring it up in a different software, or I may use it later on as a stem for some other project, because I may do remixes and want to keep this stuff. So it's an easy way to do it. And we actually do bounce downs, which are more complicated. We take the whole mix, but this will at least get you to bounce out the separate tracks of your session. Now here's another idea. So here I have a lead vocal, and this lead vocal has about 5 inserts on it already. I've got an EQ. Below that we have a compressor. Move this over here. And then we have another EQ Oops. Get the compressor going here. Let's open that up. Another EQ here. Open that up. Get the next one. And then we have a de-esser. You want to keep the S's out. S's got to go. And then we have a gate to get another frequency out of that. Okay, we got so much room here. So I put this one over here and move this over here and over here a little bit more. So we're using 5 different effects here on one vocal.
Yeah, boy.
As you can hear there, we got rid of the S's. We compressed it. We got the EQ going. We dropped off the bass off the EQ. We want to get mostly this little range right here, just right at about 100 hertz. And then there we added more. We made a little less of the low mids, boosted the high mids, a little bit of the highs right there, right? As you can see there. Then it goes through our compressor. We want to tighten it up, make it nice and tight. Then another separate EQ, because I heard a little frequency I want to get rid of. Then I added a de-esser. For obvious reasons, to get rid of S's. So they don't stand out too much in the track. And then we've got a gate. We want to gate out some of these frequencies that are in the background so that when she stops talking or when she gets to that point where her voice is just getting to be quiet and it stops, I want the gate to kick in and stop everything in case there's some extra noise on the track. You never know. Could be hand movements, could be lip movement. I never know what's going to happen there sometimes. And sometimes you get that. But we don't want to cut it all out because then we lose this human nuance to the vocal. So we just want to make sure the gate kicks in enough, and then when she opens her mouth, the gate opens up. All right? That's pretty cool. So all these elements are right there as inserts on the track. So you do apply plugins to a track, just not those kind of heavy effects we want for loops. And then for the effect loops, I have several tracks. I've got this one, which is a lead group, I call this. I have a delay going here. So I have a medium delay going here.
Yeah, boy.
And you hear it right there. Now what I also have here is this solo safe button. See this S right here? That's a solo button, but it's solo safe. This means that even when I press solo for this track, that return will be heard. So I have this delay with a stereo within it to widen that delay out on this one lead group. Then I have another one here, which is this is the delay track, which is the long delay. Then here I have the reverb for the vocal, which is right here. So I have these 1, 2, 3 effects loops for this one vocal. And then I also have a mix going on with it. So I can say I go back up to here, I'll go to read, and we'll go to read here, and we're going to go to read here, and we're going to read here for the vocal, and play my mix back somewhat.
Yeah, boy.
There's a delay right there,
Ooh,
and a reverb. This delay fades.
Oh, yeah.
And you hear it, and it ends right there. Now, you heard a part there too when she took that breath right there. Now, sometimes you may need that. Sometimes I pull back from it, but I want to have that natural nuance going on, but I don't want it to come in too much. So sometimes we'll fix that too. But you got the idea there, how we had effects loops. We have a delay, which is right here for the lead group. We've got an echo type long delay also. And then we have our reverb. Pro Tools has a feature called TrackMit that'll help you save on power when in terms of adding a lot of plugins. And you may want to have some tracks where you don't need so many plugins and you're already committed to how it's going to sound. And you're not worried about how it's going to sound later on. And maybe you want to adjust it later on. That could happen too. So I'm going to show you how that works kind of We can come in here and say, for example, we want to get rid of this, edit this part out. I'm just chopping parts off of here, give us an idea of what's going on so you'll see it. And let's say I'm committed to this right here. I like the way this is, I'm committed to this whole idea. I'll come back here, the cursor's right here, I'll just select Command A and all. It selects everything in that track. Now I want to go to Track in the menu and select Commit. Or I can go Shift Option C on a Mac or Shift Alt C on a PC. But always try to use your keyboard commands once you get used to them. Now here are the options in this dialog box for track commit. I can commit selected tracks. I only have one track pretty much, so I could do that, but I can commit the edited selection, which is good. I can consolidate, so it's going to consolidate this entire track, like in last session we did a consolidation, so we'll consolidate it. I can also render the automation. If this automation comes in and out in a sequence and it's automated, I can also consolidate that, and that's for the volume and mute. I can also add the panning. Now this way I won't have to do that later on in the mix. It'll be committed to the track, and that will happen automatically. I can also copy the sends, where I'll be sending delays or reverb into that track. I can copy the group assignments. Insert after the last selected track. So once it's done, I may want to insert this after the last selected track. That way I can see it later on. I can also change it and then use it again. We have source tracks. So here we have several options. We can hide and make it inactive. We can make it inactive. We can delete it or do nothing. So in this case, I'm just going to hide and make it inactive so you can see it later on. Now offline is for if I use a hardware effects device. I may have like my own compressor or gate or EQ I'm going to use that I have in my studio. It's not going to be a plug-in, but a real hardware device. So I'll do it offline. In this case, I'm not even doing that. So I'm just going to commit right here. And we're going to press OK. And just doing, see this here? This is running right here in time. So now it's rendering, it's going through it, it's taking the EQ, everything that happened, and pulling it all back. This way, if there's a send, if it's elastic audio, whatever it is, it's going to make a brand new track from this. We're almost done here. I can type Command period or escape to cancel this too as well. Done. And now we have a brand new track right here. See that? So let's go back here too. So it's kind of low. And we'll see here in the track menu, right here is the same track. Let's click on this here. And see, this is the track it came from. And this is the brand new track. It's a little lower, so we don't have all the output set up properly. But I want to give you an idea that it'll create this brand new track, and this track we'll use. But you still have the original anyway. And the purpose of this is to free up some plugin space. You may have more plugins than you need all over the place. And you want to, well, commit to this one track. This track's going to be this way. We plan it that way. And if it doesn't work out, you can always undo and go back to it again and say, okay, I'll keep this. I'll undo that, undo this, undo that. And now let's try it again. And I tend to always, originally, I would normally make a duplicate first and then try to track commit, because you just saw what happened just then. It renders it out. Now you can also do it and select offline, even if you don't have anything plugged in offline. It works faster. And I'll do that right now for you too. So here, we're going to track commit, and here's track. We'll do track commit here, and we'll select offline this time with the same selections as before. I'll go press OK, and it's done. And you'll see it right here in the top. Right there, but only this was selected at that time. Notice that? Let's undo that again. And then we'll go back here, select everything, then track commit, and then we'll do it. Good. And now I made the new track again right here. Meanwhile, we still have the one that's inactive, which is right here. And that's how you use track commit. I want to talk about plugins and how to use them and generally how they work in the Pro Tools system when you're mixing, or even just in general use of plugins. So as you probably already know through the previous lessons, that we do have 5 inserts. That's A through E. And the view anymore, you can always go here for view, and you could view the other inserts. So we can go to, let's see, you want to view, we've got inserts there. There's windows here. And we have them here. Also, we can view just the send separately also as well. But generally, we have our inserts. And now we have just, as you can see here, these. You can also go right here, click here, and you can view them here. And we can view the other ones here too. So it just makes it easier doing it right here inside the mixing board. This way, you don't have to travel back up to the menu on top. Now, of course, it goes in order. So I'm clicking on this. You can see this is already set up for automation, since this is green and these little green dots are here. But I'll move this back up to here, and it's first. But even if it's right here, it's still going to be the first one to receive. But nothing's in front of it, so it'll be the first item, first plugin to receive the signal. So it happens from here, let's say from the top here, and it works its way down. It'll go from compressor here to the EQ, then to this frequency device that's right here. That's right there. Okay. So of course we know that if I open up a plugin, that we get this little target button right here. And then you close it so you can open up another plugin, and then you can open them up at the same time. Let's close that. But if I open up one, and then open up the next one, the other one closes. Now, a way to get around this is to shift click on a plugin. Also, so shift click, and they open up without this target option red. Now I can also move plugins anywhere I want to move them. I can take a plugin here and move it down here, or move it here, or I can take a plugin and move it over here. So plugins are real cool. You can just move them pretty much anywhere. Can't move because, like, so I went to here and it changed the state of it. See what happened there? That's pretty cool. You went from a mono track and went to a stereo track. This plugin turned into a stereo plugin then. And then when I try to move it back, it won't get there because the plugin cannot be moved there because the plugin number of input channels does not match. That's important to realize. Because when you are moving plugins, realize that if you're going to put a plugin there, that you're going to need to make sure that that plugin is either stereo or mono. I can bring that plugin right back in there if I want to, like that. I can also press Command and click on a plugin, and it deactivates it. It bypasses it. See that right there? Now it bypasses it, but it does not take away from the power it's using. That means it's still active. It's still got the power. It's just bypassing it. And if I want to use it and hear it, I can. But in this case, I can't because I've bypassed it. But remember, it's still going to take up some of your CPU power. So be aware of that. And if you want to make it inactive so it won't use any power, you go right here and you make it inactive, and then it's grayed out, and then the letters here on the plugin are italicized. So you can go back here, just right click and make it active. Click on here and I can just bring back the bypass if I want. And I'm not bypassing anymore too as well. Now what I can do also is I can take a plugin and I can move it to another track. It's just a copying of the plugin actually. So I just hold down Option, and then I can move one plugin here, but it's just a copy of the same plugin. Let's say I've got 2 instruments. like here, I've got these two tremolos here, and I want to use this, I can just press the Option key down and move it here. And that's on the left and the right. So it's a clever way for us to move plugins around in the session. Now also, you can also, it's a breakout fader, of course, as you already know, on any one of these tracks, right? So you have a breakout fader that can appear, and you can pull that breakout fader up. And when you do pull the breakout fader up, you have the ability to do more, like make it safe. Like, for example, here, I'll go back to here, and we're going to go to View, and we're going to go to Assignments. And let's say I want to see A. And I want to, like, look at this. So I go to here, I get a breakout fader, right? So I can also do the same thing here to breakout fader. I can do that and open up multiple breakout faders. And I've got, I'll move this over a little bit, and I've got both of them right there. So it works the same way as it does with the plugin. And it's cool to have this. When I have a plugin, I want to make sure I'm routing my signals, whether I'm going to go pre or post. I want to make sure I know where it's going to, and that's important. I want to show you one more thing here. We've got this track here, tremolo, and this tremolo here, left and right. And here, which is main there, where it's going to the main output, I've got this output window button for the fader. And I can click that there, and of course, we see this target button again. And I can always press Shift and open it again. But here in 9, it moves it over here to the end. So I can keep open a bunch of them, and they'll just layer on top of each other, as you can see there. They're just layering. As I click on another one, it layers and layers again. And you can have them right there. In case you need them, you can say, okay, I want to look at this particular fader. That's always cool because you get this save button here too as well. You can always automation save your tracks and see which ones are or aren't. And I will use that too near the end of the session to look at some of the tracks to make sure they're automated safe. Another feature like track commit is called track freeze. And it's a great way also for you to free up some power and to use what you have already and commit it to that track. You'll be able to commit your elastic audio, your rendered files, automation, everything, including also your plugins. So for example, you go right here, this button right here, and it says not frozen. And you just right click and you say freeze. And it will freeze that track. And that track is now frozen. As you can see, it froze the track, and you can tell this track is totally frozen. And so all the information is frozen in the track, which means the automation, everything else is frozen there, and it frees up more power. You can also go right here and right click and unfreeze. In case you wanted to edit it and add something else to it, then freeze it again. Now I can also go up here to track menu, and I can go to freeze also. With that track selected, I can go to freeze, and it freezes the track up. It just froze that one up. Let's undo that. Let's go to track. Let's unfreeze. You just let the track actually. Right here, I could freeze this up. So I can also go to right here. Let's say I want to use everything. Let's say this plugin, I don't want to bypass anymore, but I want to use it, but I do not want to actually freeze it. I can go right here, right click on the plugins I want to use. So let's say, for example, I want to have the EQ and this compressor in my frozen track. That way I can use those someplace else. It'll render it down to this track. That means it's going to play it long. It's going to render it so the EQ and the compressor will give that track that right sound. And I could use those plugins for something else. So I come here, I say, okay, commit up to this insert. I'll say you'll do that. I can commit that if I want to commit a track. Also, I can come here, freeze up to this insert. So I can freeze it too. It does that. And now we have a frozen track. You notice here the freeze is here. Almost like a little snowflake is here now. And you can see that these parts are frozen. The track is frozen. This plugin is not frozen. Now, this is a great way for you to maybe even save sessions and give to someone else. This way, if that person doesn't have a really powerful system and you do, you're freeing up something, and that you may not have, even have those plugins. Those plugins might not be in the other person's system. This way you can freeze up your plugins, what you use them for, bring them into a different session, and then they can use them. So track freeze works really good, somewhat like commit, except in commit I still have that extra track that I can keep on the side and bring it back in because I can make it inactive. So now I want to talk about ADC, which is automatic delay compensation. And what happens in Pro Tools is that we're going to use plugins, and they're going to require some power. So I'm saying, okay, I must computate what this is going to be. So using an EQ is pretty cool because an EQ doesn't require so much power, but a delay requires power because that's say, okay, we're going to delay like a big room, or we're going to delay repeat 4 or 5 times, or a reverb, a big room, small room. You know, it's got to have a certain amount of computation must happen in order for that sound to be consistent as the computer gives you that sound constantly. And there's a delay time between the time it figures it out and gets it to you. For example, now I've got these maxims here, and they're in a track and they are inactive. But a maximum plugin, a maximum will require 1,024 samples of delay. And if I got 3 of them, that's going to be over 3,000 samples of delay. And as this delay happens in the system and you're recording, it's like, wait a minute, you're going to have some stuff sound like it's out. It was in before, but now it sounds like it's delayed. It's going to sound a little weird. And you got to be aware of this when you are mixing, even when you're recording. And so what Pro Tools has done is they've given us automatic delay compensation. I'm going to show you how this works. Now, right here, I've got these 2 tracks, piano, left and right. And on top, I've got EQ settings. Now, the EQ requires mid delay. That's very little delay right there, right? You can hear that back perfectly. It's right there in time. Now, I'm going to turn on a maximum here, and they're inactive. I'll make this active. I'll make this one active, and make this one active. I want to flip past these bypasses here. And I'll play the track back again now. You hit the delay now. So if you start adding plugins, and the more you add in this one track, it's going to delay. And that's going to delay throughout the whole system because that one track, this one piano right, will have more delay than piano left. And it'll sound a little weird. So we've got to use automatic delay compensation. And to do that, you normally go here to your playback engine right here. And here in the middle it says delay compensation, it says none there. So here it gives you how much delay compensation is required. It's the shortest amount of time here, which is 1,023 samples per channel. Or I can have long of 3,095 per channel. Or I may have a maximum also. We're going to have 16, it's pretty cool, 16,000 samples per channel. Well, depending how powerful your system is, you need to understand how much delay you need. Now, I already know already that my maximum is going to require over 1,024 for each one of those. So I would normally just go to my long here. And then what happens here, selecting this playback engine will automatically save and close your session. The session will be reopened when you are done changing settings. Are you sure you want to proceed? And I'll say yes. And so it says next, the current session must be saved in the latest version, session format in order to proceed. So I'll go over here, let's sure do that. And I'll say yes, save it there. And yes, replace it there. And now it's going to do it again. And now it's just saying, okay, it's going to apply this long automatic delay compensation to the system. And then I'll have it here. Now I'll play it back. And you can see that we're playing it back And I adjusted it, and now it's happened. You can hear it. So it compensated for the delay required to make it match up. Now, to look at that delay in the system, we can go here to View, and go to our Mix window, and then we can see Delay Compensation. And right down here, you can see it. And you can see that the delay is 3,072 samples. And it's a orange look to this. See that? It's really orange right there. And then right below here, I can also adjust that if I want to manually. This is the user offset adjustment. And then here, we can see the track compensation indicator. So for example, I've got these two pianos here, and then the one on the left shows you that what Pro Tools is doing, it's compensating for the maximum plugins on the piano on the right. So it's setting up that track, the piano left, for 3,072 samples of delay. So it's delaying that one track to match this other track. So when I play it together, it sounds together, and it's sort of delaying that track to make sure it fits in within the session. And this is important to understand that when you do use a lot of plugins, you will have this overall delay happening. Now, it just doesn't happen with plugins too. Also, if I keep a lot of routing going on with buses and sends, that creates system delay also as well. So here, for example, if I go back to here and I make this active, you'll notice now, wow, look at that. It turned red because now it's over. It's more than what I have to compensate for. So I need to add more automatic delay compensation to compensate for it. That's why it's so cool to see this view down here in the bottom. You get a better idea of what the delay compensation is and how you can adjust for it. So I can go back to here. I'll make this plugin inactive. And now we're back to it being yellow. Now you notice too also is a keyboard verb here, and then we got his piano effects. And what's happening here, as I pull this plugin back in again and make active, you're noticing now that what happened is that I have routing going on, where I have this piano effects are being bussed from here directly out to the piano effects. And when this goes out to this over here, well, hey, it's doing something. Plus, this is the reverb for that. So it's sending that signal here, and it's also creating that there's a problem going to happen. It says, well, there's a problem here. There's be this delay compensation is needed. And it's important to realize this. So what you need to do is go back to the setup again, and then set it up for maximum automatic delay compensation. Now let me make this plugin inactive now. And we're going to go here. I'm going to go to session, set up the session. And you'll see here in the session, and it says here system delay. And that's over 4,125 samples. That's a lot of delay going on within the system right there. So that shows you that there's a lot of delay happening with all the routing I have in here, including the buses and the sends and the delays. So generally what I normally go back to do is go back in this setup here. We're going to go back to the playback engine. And I'll go here, and rather than making it long, I will go to maximum. And I'll say yes. And then, of course, it'll save it. And then once it saves it that way, it'll come back up. And then I'll have enough automatic delay compensation to compensate for anything that might happen in the track. Particularly if I pull this one up and I go to make active here. And now that I do that, it sets it up. It shows the delay compensation. Here's okay. And then the buses before that went red are not red anymore. Now, if you've got a lot of delay problems going on and you've used a lot of plugins and stuff, you may have to physically move that track back. And what you'll normally do is you'll grab the track and move it back by as many samples you have to move it back by in order to make it fit. In this lesson, we're going to show you how you can use clip groups to arrange a song out and sort of do almost anything. So you know about groups already. And so a group can be a drum group. I can have groups of background vocals, groups of keyboards. Well, in this case, I can make clip groups. This is a clip. This is a clip, right? These are clips right here. So what I'm going to do here, I've got, as you can see, this opens up to the left here. I have my all groups selected here. And so I can move my cursor here. I've got my 3 tool going on here, my smart tool. And I have all these tracks selected, right? And they're all selected right there. And it includes MIDI as well. So this is a MIDI track. See MIDI keys there? That's MIDI. Everything there is included. And I can go here to clips and create a clip group right here. You see the keyboard command right there. And now it's become a clip group. And you'll also see that group here in our clip list. It appears right there. Put my cursor there. It says audio clip group. Now, even though I do have MIDI in there, that's still an audio clip group. And here's the MIDI file right there, right? This is the MIDI session. I can come out of here. I can turn off all. And I just want to set one thing up here. So I don't really need that. I want to just get this one track going on right here. And I can go back up to here and create a group. That's one clip group. Now see the difference? This is a MIDI clip group. That's the icon for that. This is an audio clip group, which also combines the MIDI stuff as well. So I can have a MIDI clip group. I can also have just an audio clip group. I can say I want just this to be part of a group, just these parts here. Hold my shift button down. There we go. I can have that, and right there, good. These 3 can be a clip group. I'll go here. And now we have another clip group here. And this is an audio clip group. You can see the icons for audio clip group right there. This one here, that's a MIDI clip group. And the one right above it here, it says audio, but it's audio and MIDI. And you'll see it's a different icon than the other 2 are. So I can have an audio and MIDI, an audio and a MIDI clip group. Now clip groups are kind of cool because I can always go back in, edit them as well. It helps me to arrange sections out. I can change stuff in a clip group. I can rearrange a clip group. Now, for example, I've got a clip group selected right here, and I can go here, and I can ungroup the clip group. It's ungrouped. I'm going to go here. I'm going to change this a little bit. Maybe I'll just fix one more thing here. Change my grid, because my grid is holding me back here. There we go. We go for 8th note grid. And I'll pull this here out a little bit. In maybe a little, there you go. In a little bit more. That's good. Then I'm going to go back here, and I'll say regroup. And it regrouped them again. So I was able to edit the files inside that group and regroup it. That's important to realize. Because then I can have a group of vocals or something, edit them and put them back where they belong as a group, and put them in any space within the grid. Now, I can also do that in MIDI files and in any group. I can ungroup all the groups. And now I've ungrouped the groups. See that? Ungroup. I go back to here. Let's ungroup this one. Ungroup. It's ungrouped. I can edit this one also as well. Edit that, edit the MIDI files, and we've ungrouped the group. Now I'm going to take some groups and make some arrangements. So I'm going to go here, and I want to get 4 bars here. And I'll make this a clip group. Good. And I want to get something else here. I want to get something in here. Maybe I go to here. And that's 2 bars. That's good. I'll clip group. And let's open up the clip list here, and I'll see them right there. Okay, there's 2 groups. There's 1, there's 2. And I want a 3rd clip group. I'm going to go to right here. How long is this? Let's see this. Let's sort of shrink this down a little bit. There we go. And this is 4 bars. Yeah, I think we got a sheen here with this thing. I'm getting rid of that. I don't want to see that with that symbol. So I'll just make it 2 bars. That's better. And I'll make this a clip group. Now, I can play it from here. It ends. So what I want to do next is probably look over here. I got my first clip group right here, right? Yeah, I like that. Take this clip group out of here. And I want to drag it right there. That's perfect. Now, here's where it ended before. That's a clip group. Let's get one more clip group. I'll put it right there. Let's clip this one. Let's stop that, and let's get one more clip group. Just for demonstration purposes, I've added to the whole sequence by making clip groups. We'll play from one clip group to the next one, to the next one. This is a great way to arrange your stuff out. And that's why I like clip groups. I want to go over the reasons why we use EQ and why we may need to apply EQ in the session. Now, some of the reasons are to improve the tonal quality of a particular track. Let's say make a bass more bassier, or to create special effects like that telephone effect on a vocal to help a track stand out more. To fix microphone choice and placement problems, to make it sound a little better than where it was at. To also make up for recording equipment inadequacies. You never know. And to create a better blend of sounds. And to improve the overall mix sound of the entire session. Let's say, for example, putting EQs on the master output. So it's important to apply an EQ, but it's also important to know how to apply one. And let's show you how we can do that with some of the plugins. Now I want to go over how an EQ works, and we're going to look at the 7-band EQ here in Pro Tools. Now, if you want to find it, of course, it's pretty simple. You go to that track, you can get it. Let's go back here to track, actually. And I've got this one track here available for my first EQ lesson here. And I'll just go in here, and I'll sort of just right-click there, and I'll look for an EQ, and I'll get my 7-band EQ there, see? And we pull it up right here. And there it is. And so what you'll see in this EQ here is we've got a low frequency, we got a low mid, we got a mid frequency, a high mid, and a high frequency range. So we've got 7 bands that we can attenuate here. And for example, right here, where it says frequency right here, this is the center frequency. And you'll notice that if I turn this knob either this way and I drag and pull, this is the range of this center frequency here, right? And the same here for my low. So my low only goes to here and over to here, as you can see there. And you'll see that here the low is going to be 20 hertz. And the higher range is going to be 500 hertz, okay? So that's the center frequency for this low frequency, and that was for the low mid. And let's say I find a frequency I like, that I want to actually attenuate, do something to. So I'm going to say here I want to maybe gain it. So here I can gain it. And it seems like a little mountain there, right? And if I want to cut, I go down here. So it's one is boost and one is cut. So cut, of course, is to take away, and a boost is to increase that center frequency. Now, once I find that center frequency, and say I like it or whatever, I'm listening back, what happens here is that this center frequency is right here, but the frequencies around it that are close to it are also boosted in this case, or I can grab it here too with this cursor, and I can cut the ones around it. And so then we have the Q. Now the Q sort of sets it so that we have just a certain amount. So the higher the Q setting, the more we get the one frequency, just that's one frequency here. And the less we have of frequencies around it that are either boosted or cut within that frequency range of the center frequency. Okay, so then let's see, I'm listening back to a track, on a track right here. It's the guitar. And I can sweep that frequency. And you can hear me sweeping the frequency right there. And I can go back and maybe cut that frequency out. And widen the Q up. And it sounds much thinner. So we can find the frequency we like, and then we can get rid of other frequencies around it. And so to cue in on the frequency. So also, I want to show you some other techniques here now. I've got this setting here, and let's say I want to get rid of something. And this is sort of like a great way to get rid of a frequency you don't like. And the way to do that is to boost it. So here, I'm going to get my Q range. And then so I'm looking for a range here that I don't like. So I want to give it the nasally sound that's in here somewhere. So I'm going to float along here. And find the range I don't like too much. Right, there's a little too nasally. So I got to this range. It's too nasally and I want to get rid of it. So what I'm doing here is that I'm actually boosting it to find it. Once I find it, then I just cut it. And that range is gone. And I get a signal that I prefer, or this is just for this demonstration to give you an idea, that I got a frequency I wanted to get out from this guitar. And now that frequency is gone, I feel better about it. I can also change the range of how much I want it in or out. And now that I know that frequency is out or down a little bit, I can get a better perception of how that guitar is going to fit in the mix. Now, what's important to do when you are EQing, and you're going to EQ a sound or a vocal or anything, you want to hear how it sounds, but you also want to hear how it sounds with or without it. We call that A-Bing back and forth, with or without it. So we'll play it back, we'll bypass. And you can hear it right there, pretty good, very good. And to exaggerate more, which I really wouldn't do, I might even go to the Q here and widen it up. And you can hear it even more now. So it's important to go A-B, with and without the EQ. Now, you shouldn't really EQ in a vacuum. You should EQ in and out, but you've got to hear how that sound sounds in the mix with the rest of the instruments also as well. Now, another technique that I use a lot, and I guess most engineers do, is that we're trying to make sure that the predominant sound, the main sound, the vocal, or the rap or whatever's coming out, and it's a singing or whatever's going on, or if it's a solo, this a flutist is playing, or a piano player is doing a solo or something. I want to make sure that the frequency range that predominant instrument, the vocals particularly, can be heard over everything else. So what I'll do is I'll carve out a hole. We call this hole carving, sort of like. And we'll make sure that, for example, here, I can also go back here, watch, I'll press this button here, and I sort of cut that off, so we're not going to hear that. We'll find the range where the vocal's at. It's going to be primarily about 3 kilohertz. So right around here. And what I want to do is I pretty much want to just bring it down some. And then I'll just set my Q up so that this guitar doesn't interfere with the vocals when it comes in there. And that way, if I give a little boost to my vocals, and this guitar is playing in the background of vocals or any other instruments that could be close to that vocal frequency, that vocal will stand out because I sort of like cut this EQ hole in there where this frequency around 3K is open. And when the vocal hits, it comes out strong. It's right in front of you because that frequency band has been adjusted just to make sure the vocals can fit in there. That's a technique I use all the time, pretty much, when I've got instruments that are of a like frequency quality as the vocal, and I do not want them to interfere with the vocals too. Now, if I do that, I may then go back and boost a higher frequency on the guitar to give it a little more shine. So here, for example, I'm at 6 kilohertz. I may go down a little bit here to about 522, 530. Then I might boost this here and get my cue right. So I reduced the high mid by about 3K, but I increased the high a little bit more to give it a little more shine to it. You can always compare A, B. There's not much going on there, but just enough so when the vocal comes in, it has its own. Now it's also cool to go back through here and look at some of the EQs you can apply, which is kind of cool here. We've got guitar here, we got electric guitar here, which is what this sound is. And you could see how some of these EQ setups, these presets they give you, can work, and you can adjust those too as well. So for example, I want to apply more clarity here. And you see what happened here. It pulled out 100 hertz of the bass by 6 dB. And the Q's at 0.60 here. And A, B, and you hear the outing. So it took out more of the bottom out of it and gave more of the top end. So we can go back here again and we can add more bite. And you'll see here, so it went to the high mid frequency and it had more of this here. And you can still hear more of that background noise too. So also try to be aware of that. When you do this, look at it and then hear it back and then A, B to get an idea of what's going on. Now also here, we have other EQs in Pro Tools. Now we have this kill. This is kind of cool too. What happens here is that we've got this kill EQ and it's got a high, a mid, and a low. And what the air kill EQ does, it allows you to cut off the high frequency of the mid. So I'm playing this back, I cut that frequency out totally. Ooh, that sounds really bad. But you can see what happens, the highs are gone. Take the lows out. More clarity, but less warmth. No mids. And of course, this has presets as well. So you can see here, there are some presets, and they're just mostly boosts and cuts and mids. And, you know, they're not primarily for one sound, but they're for an overall sound, as you can see. We're going to sweep some stuff out. I may use this for something I might be using in an effect or something. Then also here, we have a channel strip. And a channel strip's real cool here. We have an EQ, a filter, a dynamic, and a volume. And it pulls all this into one channel strip, sort of like with a mixing board, which is really cool. And I use this a lot, actually, now. It's a new feature within Pro Tools. And here, you're going to have some presets as well, as you can see right here. I've got some presets. You have Guitar Modern. So I go to Guitar Modern and play this back. So what's happening here is we have the EQ, we have a dynamic control here, which you can sense the dynamics right there. We have a volume, here's the EQ. So I can take all this out, we're back to the original, as I add it in. And you can tell by just A-Bing it here. What happens to add a compressor to get the range right. And down here we'll see the EQ. And we'll see which ones are active here, as you can see. I have my frequency here. We have our gain. Here's our cue. So this works just like the other one I showed you. And here you see the whole system right here, like the 7-band had. But here we also have a dynamic feature to it as well. So I suggest you try out several different techniques, but understand how each one of the plugins work. And also, if you're just new at it, check out the presets and then compare the presets and then adjust it for what you need. Near the top of our edit window, we have our time-based rulers. And you've seen them so far throughout most of our lesson plan. I'll explain a little bit more about them. So here you can see we have beats and bars, right? Bars and beats, it says. And you can see that here. And I can also probably just stretch it out further, and we'll see it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right there. Let's close this out a little bit right here. We'll see more of it. And I can add more here. This is a ruler here, so I can add minutes, time code 2, a second time code, feet and frames and samples. Now, a lot of times I'll use minutes and seconds also as well, just to get some sort of idea of what's going on. And I would prefer to have, let's go back to here. Yes. I prefer also to have a time code when I'm actually doing film or something. And I'll use time code for that purpose. Now here I can also set it up as the seconds. So I can have a main right here. And then, let's pull it down a little bit more. I can have show a sub counter. I can make my first counter be bars and beats. And the second counter could be just minutes and seconds. And this way I can get an idea. I can tell someone, okay, look, we're about 3 minutes in, or I can tell the end of the song would be so many minutes. Because sometimes you may want to do a song based on a certain mix to be 3 minutes, one to be 5 minutes. That's kind of cool to do that as well. And I can also come here. Let's pull up our transport window. Now here you'll notice this is a brand new session, and in Pro Tools, it comes up with a default value of 120 right there. And so I can also change it from right here. And I can go there and change it to whatever I want to change my tempo to. Press OK. But once this is off, you'll notice here that my tempo track goes to manual, and I just can't change it at all there, right? Can't do anything with it right there. So I have to go back into here, right here, and this is where I can change the tempo. I can drag up or down, as you can see there, and just change my tempo to whatever I want to change it to. We're back at 120 again right there. I can also come in here, and I can tap the T button, and I can change the tempo to whatever I want. In this case, that's 95. I can press enter, and now it's 95. So tapping T with this open will give me the tempo that I tapped in. And that's always a cool feature. In case you want to figure out what the tempo is and you're not sure the client wants a specific tempo, you can tap something in. Now I can also just drag stuff around. For example, I've got beats and bars here, but I'm clicking and holding, and I can put it anywhere. So I can change the order here of my time-based rulers. It makes it much easier to change the order of them right there. And next what I can do is I can go to here to my rulers, and I can pull up the markers, the tempos, the meter. We'll select that. We're going to go to keys, and then we can also go right here to, one more thing, the chords of the particular session. So I have a lot of rulers I can have here for a session, and this is really kind of cool. And also markers, which we'll cover later on in the next video. But I want to get you familiar with ways you can actually keep track of your tempo and time and some of these time-based rules we have here. Now I'll normally use time code when I'm doing film, and I get a simply time code lock. Depending on how many frames per second it is, I'll use the time code. And then here with tempo as well, I can open this up and you see we have tempo right here. And you see we can sort of raise it too. We have a little trim tool right here I can raise it with also. And we have a tempo right here as well. We just tap tempo in, and I can come up here and I could change it right here. Right? Right there I can change the tempo. And we'll cancel that. I can raise this also too. I can raise it right here or there and say I want to be someone. You'll see the tempo appear, change appear right here as I raise my tempo. I can also change the meter if I want to. Go ahead, meters again. I can, instead of being 4/4, I can make it 3/4. Or whatever I want to make it. See, from here to here, it's 4/4. I can select my key. So I can go to right here. I can say plus, and I can pick which key that the song is going to be in. I can click minor or major. End of the session, where it starts and ends from. So all right here, edit pitch tracks. Press OK. I can also, if I have chords, I can come right here and pick which chord. Well, this could be a C major chord. And the finger will appear here based on the guitar fingering right there. There's a lot of really great features here to do scoring, and we'll cover more of that too in the next videos coming up after MIDI. And here at markers, I can set markers here. So when I click on the plus sign for markers, I can set the first location. And this first location, I can say this could be verse. And click it in. And that's my first location marker for the song. You can also make changes within the tempo. So the tempo right here. And let's say I want to add a new tempo to it. I'm going to go here to the plus sign. There's a new tempo. We'll make this tempo 129, and I'll press enter. And now a new tempo appears here. I can move the cursor here again. So where this insertion point's at, I'll add another tempo change, just in case I want to make it go slower now, 110. So here there's a change where it goes faster and it goes slower here. I can also get here, and I can pull up my grabber here. A finger comes up here. Where's my finger again? There it is. And then pull it down, and then change that. So you change it from here. Or go here, and then pull this back up so we gradually go back up to where we were at from here to there. I can also pull up my pencil tool, and I can say I'm going to write a change in like this, and then we're going to change like that and turn here and come around. And it will make these new changes of tempo within my tempo grid here. So there are many ways to use the time-based rulers and also the conductor to create different tempos, to lock sync, and to get your session started. Now, at times when you're recording and you've recorded a vocalist or that bass player or guitar player, and the sound can be a little bit louder in some points and lower in others. And what we do with a compressor is we try to compensate for that. We want to make sure that it sounds even and that every part, no matter where it comes up in the song, is consistent in its volume and presentation. And so that's what the compressor does. I'm going to pull one up here. We're going to go over how to use the compressor and compressor techniques. Now, for example, here, this is the compressor that you'll see in Pro Tools. Matter of fact, let me sort of like just take this out of here. And let's say I'm going here brand new. And I click in the track here, and I want to get this multi-channel. That's a stereo track we got right there. So we want to get a multi-channel compressor. We go to Dynamics. We're going to select Compressor Limiter. And I pull it up right here, and here it is. Now, this is the factory default we'll see here. So what I want to do is get this all the way up here for threshold level and play this bass line back. And you'll notice here, this bass line here, that as it plays, and this diagonal line here is showing us how loud it is and then how soft it is. And it's white, that little line going up back and forth, little square there going back and forth along the line. And then this yellow line, this vertical line here at 0 dB represents this threshold level from threshold. So as I increase my threshold, you'll notice it bends a little bit, right? Let me turn this off here so we get 0 ratio. And now you'll see here, as that signal passes over the threshold, it turns red. So the threshold here, this acts as a guide, like, yeah, well, it passed over here, it's too loud, we'll say, or we want to stop it from doing what it does. And what happens here is it's saying, I'm telling it to set this level here at a certain point. And at that point, I want to apply compression. And so as you see it happens there, it's kind of cool. And we see the in and out here. So we see it's like in and out. So we have a ratio here. And this ratio button right now is set for 1:1. That means I have 1 dB coming in and 1 going out. So I can increase this, let's say to 3 dB where it was a minute ago. And for every 3 that comes in, it compensates for that. So if I've got 12, it's going to go to 4, sort of compress it out. You can see how this line now, instead of being diagonal, it's curving here at the top, right where that threshold level is. That means when something gets here, it applies the compression. And you see it here in this GR meter right here, which is our gain reduction. So this GR is gain reduction. And so what happens is that if I take this down like this, and see how much compress, it's really compressing a lot now. See that? So that's a real tight compression I'm applying to it here. And it's somewhere between -6 and -12 dB. That this compression is happening at right there. And what's happening is this sort of cutting it off right there. So it's sort of saying, gets right here, and once it gets to about 30 dB, it's applying the compression. As we A-B this, it's actually taken away from it, obviously. We're going to get that big booming bass sound. It's more of a tight squash sound now. But everything is heard evenly. When I go up to here, some of the deeper notes are louder than the higher notes. But when I do apply bypass this on, almost all the notes have that same level just about. It's just compressing the overall signal. Stop that. Okay, so we're actually compressing the signal. And you see it bend here. Well, there's an attack speed also as well. And here, what this does, it's a slower attack speed. Now watch. So the minute the signal crosses that threshold level, the attack speed is faster here. And what happens, it hits on, okay, we're going to compress it, bam, it attacks and makes sure that we have this great overall power attack so that when it does cross the threshold level, we apply the compression to it. Otherwise, without that, it's a real soft application of this attack speed. And the faster it is, you can hear that. At the higher attack speeds, we get more of that punch out that bass line. The lower ones here, we don't hear anything. And here we do. And it's much more solid at a higher attack speed. Now, once you do apply the compression and you're at this 3:1 ratio, you'll notice here that we get this knee-like. It's a little knee like on your knee there. See that? And that knee is how hard that compression is coming in. And to compensate for it sometimes, we can soften the knee up. And you'll see here now it's a softer knee. And here's a harder one. And you can hear it too. Now here we have a release. And what happens is that after you've played it and it releases, this is how many milliseconds it'll take for it to release after the compression is applied. And here it's set to 80 milliseconds. And you can hear the difference also here. So it's a long time to release. See how, and you see how long it takes for this dot here, this little triangle, this rather square, takes a while to release from the compression. Meanwhile, So I get here, it releases much faster. So once the compression happens and that note's played and it's not being played anymore, the compressor is going to try to release the compression to get it back to its natural state. And that's what that release button does, that release knob right there does. So now you understand how all 6 of these knobs work with a compressor. Okay, now that you understand that, it's probably better for you to go into these compressor presets and find some stuff that works for you. Find a preset that you might like or you might not like where it adds more boom. We got stuff for drums. Here's for a bass guitar. I've got a bass guitar now. And then you can see this here. And bypass. And you see the setting here. So it's got almost a 2-to-1 ratio here going on. And then we've got this 18E, we've got the attack here, the releases here. You can see our threshold level. And I will adjust it too. And you'll see here we have the yellow line here for compression. We have the gain. So the gain increased, I can increase my gain of the overall signal, see? I get it too loud, it starts to distort things. So you can see it here in this meter right there, it's too loud. So we have our gain to increase the audio output once we've applied the compression. And you can see it here once it gets too loud, I have to turn these down, click on them, and you can stop that and go back to the beginning again and see how it sounds. And then reapply your gain. This works great for drums too as well. So what you want to do primarily is get the sound you've got, and then you may need to do some compression. Now, particularly in club music, I will compress the kick drum and the snare, and I'll get them to be real tight. And that's not just to keep the level the same, but to give it a punch each time that they're played. And that punch is consistent, particularly with club music, and also with some heavy R&B and hip-hop. You've got to compress a lot of drums, and these heavy drum loops you're going to get in hip-hop too a lot, because that's what really propels the music in hip-hop is the beat. So here I've got the compressor up, and you'll notice that the name of it also is compressor limiter, that you can see right here. And it becomes a limiter when it's over 10-to-1 ratio here. You see it's really hard now. I can go to 100 right here. And now you'll see that there's no longer a need there. Well, I guess it is, but it's like you're sitting down on your leg, and that's a real flat. And right here, nothing can go above that. See, it gets there, it says, no, we're squashing it. And if I bring my threshold level down, it's just squashing it to death here. We're getting nothing out of it. And that's really limiting. So it's limiting how loud it gets. And if it is loud, it says, forget, I don't care, I'm going to squash it. Now, the reason why I would use this, in the overall master track, the output of that track, I want to make sure I limit it so it doesn't go above, let's say, 1 or 2 dB. I want to make sure that I keep it within the range below that and make sure within that range. So you can use the compressor as a limiter as well. Memory locations are the best way to get around in Pro Tools, particularly if you want to find a section that you're trying to edit, or you want to go back to a verse, chorus, bridge, and intro. Any section can be memory located. And there are a lot of features in any single memory location. So here I have my memory location window open. Let me close it first of all, because you see I already have some in. I've got this one here, which is the B section. We have the A section and the intro. So let's go back here. Here's the window. We'll scroll here from window in the menu, and we're going to go to memory locations. And this window comes up right here. It's pretty simple. I can just make a location. Let's say the music's playing, and I press enter. I just pressed enter right there, and I'll call this intro 2. I'll move back here, in front of it right, and press enter. And see, it appears right there now. It's intro 2. Let's say I want to do something else here. I want to make sure a certain track height's going on. Let's go to here. Let's make it a little larger like that. And then I want to go back into intro 2. I'll click here. See? We went back to that height. That's intro 2. Let's do this again. I'll go back to here, and I'll click on this again. See? Let's open this up. Intro 2. We open it up, and you see something, we have the zoom settings. Our zoom settings were set a certain way. That means when I got to that point and I set up my edit memory location, and I pulled it up and I said I made it intro 2, I already had the marker set up here. Those are the time properties. I had the general properties for zoom settings, the pre and post roll if I had any, the track show me, hide me. See the tracks over here. And I also had the track heights and the groups enabled. So any groups enabled, any track height was all saved in that one setting. That's kind of cool. Let's press OK. So no matter what I do here, I can edit something up, as you saw earlier, or I can go back here to be, and I set to here, I'm going to go here to what's the, here's intro right there. But if I go back to here, the same setting comes back up. It's really cool. So when you're actually setting it up, you should try to do that. Make sure you have the right height where you want it to be for that memory location. I want to move some stuff around here a little bit, just a little bit. I want to set up pre and post roll. I haven't done that for you yet, so let's do that. Let's make it 2 bars for the pre-roll. Let's make the post-roll 2 bars, actually. And, oops, we want to get it in there. There we go. That's my pre-roll. I want to keep that there. Now, what I want to do next is I want to get a location setting, this here. I want to look at this again. I may have some sort of sing I'm trying to like, well, you know, I'm not too sure how she's going to work out. But we're going to look at this area here and fix her vocals, and we're going to add some auto-tune to make her sound perfect. Okay, that's my scenario. So I'm going to pull back here. I want that to be right. I want to probably, let's say, make this a medium height, or make this even bigger or larger, right? Good. And now I want a memory location. And what I'll do is I'm going to press my enter, and I want this zoom setting right, pre-post roll right. That's what I want. And here I'll select selection. In this case, now I have a selection. This selection is at bar 16. And at this bar, I want this zoom setting and the pre-post roll times also. And I want to make sure I can see this whenever I want to go back to this part in the song. I'll select OK. That's cool. Now, I go working on something else. Okay, I go back and go to this section here. I'm in the B section, yeah. And then I pull back here. I want to see that section again. I want to see this. And look, it's there again. It's all there. My pre-post roll is there, and the section came back up, so we can use memory location to remember a particular section in a selection of this entire section to be remembered, to pull it back up, and I can get there. It's really great. Using delay has been popular in music for years, from a slapback delay on a guitar in the 50s up to delays we have it in club music today, where the vocal almost sounds like it's repeating and delaying from left to right. And the use of delay is essential to really get you a nice diverse sound, from your reverb to your delay to the sounds that are right in front of you that are just dry, flat sounds. So we get this sort of full spectrum of distance and time. Well, what happens in delay in Pro Tools is that it makes a copy of that sound, and then it sort of brings it slightly behind it or a little bit further away from it to make it larger. And there are different delay times that you can use, which we'll talk about right now. So in terms of delay time, less than 35 seconds is a doubling. 35 milliseconds, that is. So less than 35 milliseconds, we get this double feel with the sound. And that's good for vocals. Then above 35 milliseconds and up to 35 to 75, we get this one-time delay, which is called a slapback. So we get that delay, it plays again real quick. And we can have it play faster or slower in that millisecond timing of 35 to 75. Then larger delays of 125 to 135 to 350 rather will give you a much larger sound. And then we have this echo long delay, which is over 35, rather 350 milliseconds. And you get a much longer delay feel. Let's check that out. Okay, so I set up here for a delay to give you a little demonstration of a delay. I've got a guitar here, And I've created this loop up here, this effects loop. We've got our delay right here, which is a long delay for our demonstration. And then we have our plugin right here, which is that. And we have our sends. Let me sort of mute this first. And this is the guitar we're sending over there. This is the stereo, obviously. So here in the delay, it'll also see the tempo of your session. So in this case, I've set for 75, but I can also go in here and also adjust it. Just click that. This is grayed out, and I can adjust my tempo. And this will affect both sides of stereo here, okay? So for example, I'm coming in here, and I got a delay here, and I want to bring these delays down to maybe like about, and we said right around here is good. Under 35 milliseconds here. Now I've got this at 17, and this at 17. We'll play it back. And you hear it sounds a little doubling going on there. Now I'll bypass it. I'll put it back in. So it's almost canceling it out in a sense. It's doubling a little bit there in the same frequencies. And then so we can go here, let's say a little above that. And we're going to look at about maybe 51 milliseconds here. And another 51 here. And we'll play it back now. That's a little bit further behind it now. That's the bypass. But you can hear the difference. And I could maybe take one out further. Now I'll play it. This is that slapback range somewhat here, where like I'm between 35 and 75, and here I'm at like at 85, but I moved up to the 68, and now this is that slapback range. It's almost that one repeat. And you can hear that sliding of the hand of the guitar. It was longer in a sense. And that's that slapback range we're in right there. And so as we go further away, we're just delaying the signal behind the original signal, and it makes it longer. So we go back here, we get these large little delay times, where I'm going here from, what's that? Oh, about 170, and I want to go to maybe like about 325 milliseconds. And you can hear it now, a lot of delays going on. It's a longer than a slapback, but it's a little fuller sound, much wider sound there. And you can always adjust it too here. And what happens here is sort of just delaying within the system there. So it's that one sound delayed, and then it's a stereo sound as well. So it's delayed from left to right. And in this case, we've got on the left, it's 171, and on the right, it's 291. Let's say if it was actually this perfect timing here, and I had the right BPM, and I played this, I can do it a quarter note, see? And then you'll see that once I do that, the delay changes for both of them. You know, so you can be very creative with delays too. Also, I can say one could be quarter note, one could be just eighth note. And I can go to here, increase the feedback, which is going to be more and more delay times. See on the right-hand side there? And I can go to here and get a negative feedback ratio. It's going left to right. And I can bring it in. You can adjust it too. And you get an idea there. So with a delay, you can do so many different things and get different feel to the mix. Now I want to explain about delay. So here we have the gain. And this is obvious. How much output is this delay going to send? Then below that we have the mix. Mix between the dry with none and whatsoever, but you're going to keep the mix up because you're already going to have the dry track. The dry track is right here. And then the mix, the wet track is right here, my delay, which says auxiliary 1 right there. It's not labeled yet. Then we have this low pass frequency where we let the lows pass through. So you see here, I keep mine here, let's say, and I push this in here a little bit more, and you'll hear the difference. And what happens here with that is that we're trying to not get so much of the effect to shine so much, but to give it so that it has an even smoother sound to the effect. Then, of course, here we have our delay settings, where we can set the delay from left to right. Below that, we have our depth and our rate. Now, the depth and rate. Now, the best way to explain this is more like adding some flange effect to it, and a little bit more rate and times with the rate. So, for example, I'm here with this sound, and I can press Option and get these little faders here to go back to their normal level there by doing that. And then I could get this to go, let's say, the note and this note here. And then as I increase these, let's say this, I want to move this up here. You hear a little effect happening there, right? So this is like almost like a flanging effect going on, and it's phasing in a rate. So you have to change your depth and your rate to get that effect going on. And if you're new starting out with this, you should keep it pretty much down to here until you've learned how to use it. Now, of course, as I always say, there's going to be some pretty cool presets. And there are a lot of cool presets in here that you can use within Pro Tools. And you can take these presets up and you can pull them in. And here's one. And you hear it back and you notice that there's nothing's here, but it gives you this effect here. And we got the feedbacks at the 40. And that's the iris stabs. And then we've got some more effects here. We have guitar quarter note. And you see the feedback here. When you hear that, once it stops playing, it comes back in again. And it's sort of delaying along. It sort of keeps that guitar just its duration to last a little bit longer in the mix. So you can check out some of the presets. They're pretty cool, actually. And you can get some really tough stuff going on here. Let me see, there's a doubler here for vocal. Let's try the guitar. And this is a doubler. You can see there, we're at 200 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds. We got a mix to 18, See that mix? And you can hear that in the mix. Once it stops, you can hear that it was doubled a little bit there. So you can double pretty much between 35 and 75, but with this stereo field like this, I can double it, and what helps it out even more is the ability to add this feedback. So if I have a sound, let's say I want to echo it somewhat, I would add more feedback so it keeps repeating, like you heard earlier, where I had that one sound, so I go to here, and I can go over here and it's repeats. And you hear it repeating. And so a lot of feedback there allows it to repeat. So adjust your settings to fit the music you're working with. And in order to learn a lot about delay, you're going to have to pretty much sit down and go over it, listen back to it, and listen to a lot of the presets and apply it to your music. And you'll hear some stuff that you've already heard through other songs you listen to, and you'll say, wow, that's what that is. That's how that works. Now, the last thing I want to show you here is this groove element in the bottom. And this groove fader acts as a swing, like in swing. So as I move this groove, you see it affects the delay here. So in time, say this is a quarter note delay, that's quarter note, and I move this, it changes that. So if I go to here, it's quarter note, and I move this groove, oh, well, look at it, just changed it, right? So be aware of that. So the groove will add a different feel, but more of a swing compensation to what the original delay setting was. I want to show you the window configuration setting list because it'll work well with the memory location list we showed you last time. So let's go here to Window in the menu for Pro Tools, Configuration, and we're going to go to the configuration list here, right? And I'll click on this little triangle there, And we can have view filters. So here in view filters, we can show icons. We can show the window layout, the edit window settings, mixer window settings, score editor, the transport window settings, the MIDI editor. Everything can be shown. So let's start this up. Let's go to Window and Configuration, and we'll look at our configuration list, which is right there. All right, nothing's on it, right? So I want to make sure we get there. Now we're going to go here, and we're going to New Configuration. So here in New Configuration, I can have it set up. I can have the window layout, which includes the edit window, the mix window, targeted MIDI editor window, the score window, and the transport display settings, which is this stuff right over here, the transport, right? Depending on what my settings would be for this. That's pretty cool. Let's close this out. All right, cancel that. Let's make a new setup. But first, I want to close this out, and I want to open up some plugins. Here's one plugin, another plugin. Whoops. Okay. You can't have two open at the same time unless you do one thing. We'll press Shift, and now we have two open up, okay? If I want a third, I can open something else up. Like I can go to here and press Shift again, and that one's on top of that one. See that? It's pretty cool. Okay, so now let's say I want to have these open up because I'm working on this part, and I want to make sure I can see these plugins and this window here for my transport as well. We'll go back to Window from the menu. We'll select Configurations. And now we're going to go to New Configuration. And so here for name, I'll suggest Window Config. Okay, that's Window Config. And next what I want to do is, let's see, make sure I want to just have these windows open here. I don't want to use just the transport. I want the edit window. This configuration will work for any window I open up. So I can open the edit window, I'll see these plugins. If I open the mix window, I'll see these plugins. And we'll press OK. That's kind of cool. We'll go back here to Window. We'll look at the list. Open the list up again. Here's the list, and you'll see it right there. Let's close these plugins. Okay, we close the plugins. We're going to go back to our window config list, and it opens up perfectly. Now we're going to close the plugins again, close this window config list, and now we're going to go back to our memory location list, which is right here, and then we're going to press this. So the location comes up, plus the windows that I want to use in that location come up. This is really cool. If you're editing something, let's say you're trying to fix a vocal or fix something in the track, and you want to have specific plugins opened up, and you also want to have that part of it opened up that's in the song, that part of the song, well, it's cool. You can always come back to it later on, and the same configuration will open up for the windows and the memory location. And that's it. In our next few lessons, we're going to start dealing with MIDI, and so you want to hook up some MIDI devices to our Pro Tools system. And this will be for a Mac. All right, so we're going to hook up some MIDI devices to our Mac, and let's do that now through Setup menu. We'll go to Setup here, and then we're going to go down here to where it says MIDI, and we're going to go to MIDI Studio. We're going to open up the Audio MIDI Setup. Right here, as you can see the name. And the current window open is the Audio Device window. I want to actually see the MIDI, so it says here Show MIDI Studio. It's open. Now I'm currently using the Complete Audio 6 for my interface. I'm going to add a device, and I did right here, New External Device. I double click that, and I open it up. I'll put the name here. This is a Korg Triton Extreme. And I want to select the manufacturer now. So let's go to manufacturer, and we'll select it here, Korg, and then the model. Now I won't see Extreme, but I will see Triton. Over to Triton. These properties are correct. If I want to add something else, I can. For example, MIDI B clock or MIDI control. In this case, I'm just going to use the MIDI with the machine with MIDI plugs or MIDI cables. So I'll select apply. Now I'll close this window, and here we see it right here. I want to connect my cables to the device. So I have the MIDI cables here plugged in, and make sure we're connected to it. Hold it, let's go back down to here. There we go. And now I have my MIDI cables plugged in. So I have a cable plugged in from the Korg Triton into the Komplete Audio 6, and a MIDI cable coming out the Komplete Audio 6 back into the Korg Triton. Because we're going to try to trigger the sounds in the Korg Triton. So if I don't want to do this, I just want to probably use it as a MIDI controller. What I might want to do is not send the output from Komplete here. I'll click on this, press delete, and I'll use it like that if I did that. And that's how you can do the setup. In this lesson, we're going to talk about and explain reverb and the use of it in Pro Tools and putting it on an auxiliary track. Now, reverb is something that you hear every day. When you walk into a room, the size of that room you're in, and the time it takes for your voice to reflect off the surface of the wall you're facing, then it bounces off that wall to the next wall and back to you. Or the sound of a room with a rug in it. Or a sound of a room that's full of stuff. And it's stuff that's up to the ceiling or stuff just down where you got desks and you've got chairs, but the upper part of the room atmosphere is empty. So we have this different sound of acoustics and the ambient feel in a hall or in a stadium or in a concert or in just a big room, your living room. Or you're singing in the bathroom, and you're in the bathroom, and you got these tile surfaces, and you're singing or talking, and it's great. People just sing in the shower because it sounds like you're in this hall, and the sound's reflecting, and it's comfortable, and it sounds good. Well, that's what happens here in Pro Tools, and in most plugins within any DAW, digital audio workstation, and the use of it. And what happens is we have these algorithms where there are calculations figured out of how something sounds when it's in a hall. So it's in a hall. And you get this hall feel. And you got this big hall sound. Let's say I go to let's look for a church. Here's a small church. And you hear that piano in the church. Now you can hear the difference there too. And it sounds really deep hall. We got a plate. We can go to here. We can go to a plate sound. So we get these different effects. So you get these different effects, and we have different presets. And here are some of the settings. We have a hall, a church, a plate, a room 1, room 2, ambient sound. We've got this non-linear sound where it could be coming from everywhere, totally. And you can apply that to it. And these are the different settings I can have too. It could be a large or small hall. It could be a medium church. So you can set your settings up. I can go to plate and make it a small plate. And you can adjust them yourself right here and get the idea of what each setting sounds like and go through them. And there are also presets here in Pro Tools to help you get around that as well too. Here we got one that's called low range. This is kind of cool. And this is a really low, small room. But the purpose of this is to provide you with the ability to make sure that these sounds that you have in the mix, that you're mixing, some sounds are going to be close to it, like bass drum is going to be right there. And I'm not going to add no reverb to the bass drum because it's just really deep. I might add a slight bit to give it punch in the overall sound appeal, but it's in front of you. And some sounds, like a string, I may want to add a lot of reverb so it gets to feel like it's filling up a room. So we're trying to create this sound from all these sounds in a mix. And reverb is essential to that because we hear it every day and our ears are used to it. And you need to apply it in that way. So here, in this mix here, I'm going to go back here and we're going to go to, let me try something not too big, but let me try this short room 2. This might be good. And I'm going to go right here in this short room 2. And now I'm explaining this. I have 2 tracks here. These 2 tracks are keyboards. They appear right here and they're soloed. Those are the 2 tracks there. I'm taking these 2 tracks and I'm applying some EQ to them. Here, as you can see here, a little fullness to the piano. A little more bottom end I brought in there. And you see, I'm right there around 100 hertz. And I've increased it by approximately 3.8 dB. And then I'm setting it into this other track right here, which is I call my piano effects. So you can see here, the output is not going to the master. Now the master's right here, it's the main. The master's called the main here. And here, this is going to piano effects. And right here, piano effects input is here, going into this track for piano effects. So the overall sound is going here. And this one fader is controlling the input of both those signals, left and right, for the piano. Now, you'll notice here that the solo button is sort of faded a little bit, a little grayed out. That's because we're solo safe. The solo safer track, you just press Command and click. Now, by solo safing it, it means that this track, this auxiliary track, will play when anything is in solo. That's a cool way to test your mix out when you're trying to hear certain things back. It's one less button I have to solo, to just press the solo out. So, I also have next to that the reverb for the keys. I want a separate reverb because without it, as I mute this, it sounds quite dry. But you still hear that sort of ringing of the hitting of the piano hammer against that string inside the piano, and the resonance of the wood of the piano, and whether the piano's open or not. You can get that feel right there. But we need to have a much more ambient sound in order for it to blend well and to give it its own space. And so here, I've opened up this reverb for that purpose. Just enough to give it this feel in the mix. And as we see, the piano has some low and high levels there. I'm not trying to compress it or anything. I just want to make sure there's going to be low and high levels there. I want to make sure that it fits in, and as it hits into the reverb, that'll help some sounds last and linger longer or less within the mix. And so that's how I'm using this reverb in the mix. Okay, so here I've got some drums set up for this mix I'm setting up for, and I've got my drums. You'll notice here I've got a kick drum, snare drum, hi-hat, 2 hi-hats, open hi-hat, shaker, tambourine, crash, and a mixed drum track. And I also have this drum verb. And so you'll notice here too, I've got some compression and EQ set up here. Now generally, I prefer to have the EQ first. So here, we were just experimenting earlier. So I'm going to take this and I'll pull this down to here. And I want to put the EQ first. Then I want to put the compressor. Right there, see that? So EQ before the compressor. Now here, this is a compressor here, so I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to drag this out. Put that down to there. Put my EQ first. Then put my compressor here. And that's how it is on most mixing boards when you hear them back. Let's play this back. Now I've got a reverb here set up for it, also as well as a reverb. Now when generally mixing, let's make this easier. Let's look at the assignments. This will make it much, much easier. We're going to assignment A. Now here in assignment A, you'll notice here that I've got very little reverb on the kick drum. And that's generally how it's always going to be. Never going to put much reverb on the kick drum. Unless I have a special reverb, I'll put it separately. So when it does hit it, it just boom. It's more or less the effect, not so much of it being in a reverb like a string would be in a reverb. Here I've added some reverb to the snare drum because it does snap out. I can pull that off too from here. See the differences there? So I don't want too much. Just enough where it hits it and I get this, I hear that tap going on with it. But I will have the other elements in the reverb. And I can adjust my overall reverb right here. And get that feel I want to have. And then I've balanced it out. So of course, there's panning you can do in a mixing session. Here I have my kick drum dead center. I've got my snare slightly panned to the right, and the hi-hats both panned to opposite side at times there. And the opens here, my shake is definitely to the left, my tambourine is definitely to the right, the crash is definitely there to the right. And I will tend to sometimes make the crash just go from left to right as it does crash out. And so when I play it back, we get this feel, of course, the music is going pretty cool there, the beat's right there, and the reverb's here. And what I've got going on here too as well is I've got a separate track, so I've put them all here. They're coming to right here. So I cut this off, everything's gone. And now here's the verb, right? It's my overall track there. So that's the input of that track. And what's going on in this track here is I've got this drum tuner. So I can tune the drums up to a specific frequency in case I want to tune them up to match the music. Now I've got some music going along with this, and it's clever to also keep your drums in tune if they aren't. And this is a air frequency shifter. So I can make sure the drums are pretty much in tune. And you can hear some of this effect here. If I go overboard with it, it's kind of crazy. As you can hear right there, I'm back to almost where it should be at. I have a mode to it too here, so you hear the difference now. Just sort of shifting there too much. And this is a tuner I'll use now and then. Let's give you the idea. And it also can change the amount of mix of the tuner along with the drums. So this is somewhat of a mix you can use. And that tuner works kind of cool too in club music when you want to add a particular sound of the drums going from one section to the next, just to give a nice freaky mix to it. It makes it kind of cool. And so we've got the drums, they're mixed up, and you can also just have the drums go directly to the main out. But I like to also keep control of them. So I may pull them in something like this and have them all go to this one track right here, which I call the drum mix, and then I'll mix it from there. So as I do though, and I am mixing, I just want to make sure the drums are going to have that sound. So once I get the feel I like, I give it enough reverb to it, and listen back to your reverb. And when I listen to my drum mix, I want to listen to the bass sound. So I want to make sure that the bass, whether it's a bass line, bass guitar, or whatever, is not going to collide on the same frequency as the bass drum. So it can be heard independently. So I'll listen back and I want to hear the lowest note in the bass, make sure I still hear the bass drum. And that's important to make sure that you've got this overall low end. They're going to be the only two instruments probably in that frequency, but they must be heard in the mix when mixing the drums and the bass.
To set up your MIDI devices to work with Pro Tools in Windows, first plug in all of your devices. Make sure you have all the proper MIDI connections with all of your MIDI controllers, MIDI interfaces, and MIDI sound modules. Then start up your computer and launch Pro Tools. You may need to download any necessary drivers for your MIDI devices, and Windows should let you know if you need them. From Pro Tools, let's go to the Setup menu, and from the MIDI submenu, choose MIDI Studio Setup. The MIDI Studio Setup application, or MSS, will open. Next, click Create to add a new MIDI device. We can fill out all the information here. I'm going to set up a Korg Triton. We also want to make sure and set the input and output ports. If they're not already active, make sure you enable all of the send and receive channels. When they're active, they'll be blue like this. These determine which MIDI channels send and receive MIDI data, In most cases, you want to activate all 16 channels for both send and receive. Once you're happy, we can close the MIDI Studio setup. In Pro Tools on our MIDI track, we want to make sure that our MIDI input is set to all and our MIDI output is set to the Korg Triton channel 1. We can also click here to open the patch list, and we can change the patch if needed. It's that simple to set up a MIDI device in Windows for use in Pro Tools. Just repeat these steps to connect each additional MIDI device that is connected to your system.
So I've got some tracks here. I also want to hear them with the overall rhythm section. That's going to be the bass, the keyboards, the guitar, and you want to get an idea here. So of course I've got some elements here I'm working with. A lot of keyboards here in this track actually. So you want to make sure you got that blend going on. So here in this section, I've got these keyboards here. And then I've also had them grouped up. So they come to a group. And then I have this more or less a sound for each one of them to make sure they can be heard. And panning is important too with piano. So I've got some fully panned. Some are panned slightly. I select your piano here when it comes in slightly to the here. So it's 70, and when this is 50, here you see the pan levels right there. I can change those too as well. So it can cover the full stereo field, and the bass line's dead center. Because it needs to be heard, it's got to be everywhere, and it's not a stereo track actually. And sometimes I will probably want to record two different tracks, or I'll thicken the bass line up by having it played with a second synth, so that I have a really strong bass line going through it. But here for the bass, I have a compressor. And then I also have an EQ. So the EQ first, and then I have this compressor next. And if you see, it says bass guitar right there. And this here is for the EQ to add some warmth there. So a little more warmness in the bass. The bass frequency is okay. I just want to make sure it's compressed, and we're using a 2-to-1 ratio here. And our level's pretty good. So when I play it back here, I want to make sure that the bass, I've got just enough here. And I've got just enough. I can add more a little bit maybe if I want to of this gain. Now the purpose here is to make sure you can hear the drums, the keyboards, the bass line, the main rhythm section here in this song. As in any song, you want to keep the vocals out when you're actually mixing, but you want to get to hear the basic rhythm section. So it's all clean and clear, and everything else that goes on top of it should add a really good foundation for the music. Now, as I listen back to the track from the top, and I've got a decent sound here, I always want to make sure my delay compensation is pretty good. Particularly right here, we're going to have some delay compensation with the master track. So my master, I try to make sure I've got a compressor here on top of that, as you can see. And boy, I got a maximum. And this is for a mixing limiter right there, as you can see. Let's keep my level right in here. No distortion, got a nice high end going there. Now I'll play it back from the top. I want to add these strings in. You can hear it right there. So for the strings here, you'll notice I've got the strings here. They are going to the main. I have a wet and dry, so I have the stereo going out here. And I want to turn this up a little bit more here. Right there in the stereo field. And you can hear it in the reverb right there, right? So I want to make sure I have just enough verb on there so it stands out in the mix. Now I'll turn it back in and play it again with the mix. bring it down here less of it. So the strings are pretty much in that reverb more than they are dry. And this way they stand out over the mix. So they stand out more like that. So I'm going to add more reverb and listen to them now. And then it's full, the reverb's full. So I tend to keep the strings, the dry sound, a little bit low and keep the wet sound up some. That way we got this dry and wet signal coming in and makes it kind of cool. Now you get a balance that I like that matches and fits the overall feel of the rhythm section. So I make a really strong foundation here. Yeah, and I can still hear the strings in the reverb like that. That's not too bad. So I got one more sound here I want to check out. And we're going to see how this sounds here. It's the beginning sound, I believe I forgot. Yes, here it is. So I've got some of this going into the strings. And I'm going to get it going there right now. Here a little more. It's got the same reverb, so I want to make sure it's in that reverb a little bit more. And there it's filling it up. So I'm keeping this other sound below that sound there in the mix. So it's below the string sound. But it's in the mix because it does have its own flavor to it. And it's not like the other instruments. It's more like a synth part that has this little melody, melodic flavor on top of this bed of the keyboards, the bass, and then the strings. I got a few things left I want to set up here in Pro Tools before we start some MIDI recording. And we want to go to MIDI here. And then we want to go to MIDI devices. MIDI input devices. And here you're going to see the devices connected to your computer system, and Pro Tools will recognize it. In my case, I'm using a Mac. So audio MIDI setup will recognize the instruments. Obviously, you see I have the Axiom Pro 61. And we're running Pro USB, AB, and Hypercontrol. And we have our Complete Audio 6 also set up there as a device that reads MIDI with a MIDI cable into it. And that's pretty good. So we're set up for that. Next, you want to look at setup again. And I want to look at my MIDI input filter. Okay, great. So here in MIDI input filter, normally this setup is good right here. But if you only want to record notes, you're going to select only, and then select the channel information you want to record. Let's say you may want to turn off aftertouch and polyphonic aftertouch, and just set up right here. You're just going to just record notes only. But generally I go with this here. The typical setup on most systems is going to be all except, and in this case I don't want to record mono aftertouch or polyphonic aftertouch, which is just the information that happens after you press the key down, you let go. I don't need the aftertouch, it's okay. And we want to do one more thing. I want to show you here, preferences. Here in preferences, we want to go to the MIDI tab, and we'll select the default through instrument, okay? And so right here, normally you'll select the instrument that you want to use, but I'm going to just select the follows first selected MIDI track. That means the first MIDI track that comes up, I can select my instrument at that point when it comes up there. Let's press OK. And I just want to make sure we are using MIDI through as well too. So we'll make sure our device, input device here. Yeah, that's correct. And one more thing I want to check here is the options. You want to look at MIDI through. We want to make sure MIDI through is checked. That way on your device, MIDI will go through and it'll come through the system. But if you have local set up on your MIDI device, turn it off. That way your device won't receive two MIDI messages coming in. So we want to make sure MIDI through is set up and we're ready to go. And now at this point in my mix, I want to probably bring in the vocal a little bit here. So I've got some vocals here, some adds and some delays, some stuff going on I want to talk about right now. Now, there's the vocal right there. So I've got some vocals, I've got a setup for the vocal, and I want to explain this to you because it's pretty complicated. So we've got a lead vocal, which is right here. And as it plays in this track, I'm sending, as it's right here, and I'm sending this lead vocal out to a delay. So let me sort of solo this off, and then we can hear it back. And I've got these other instruments playing here, other actually effects. And you hear that delay going on there, right? A little delay going on there. So here, for example, I can bring the vocal down a little bit and turn it up here. You'll notice we talked about delays before. Well, I have a delay here. And my delay here is giving me this double effect where I'm at 33.9 milliseconds on the left. And I'm at 63.58 on the right. So what's happening here is that we get this nice little doubling feel right there. And I'll mute these other tracks so you can hear that much better. And I'll sort of bring this down a little bit.
Yeah, boy.
And turn this up some more.
Ooh, no, well.
And that gives me that little effect going on. So this way I've got this doubling effect going on to my lead vocal here. So it's lead vocal input right there, right? Let me go back here for one. And what we're going to do next, we're going to look at the sends assignments here. We have several here. We have to go into the delay. I got to go into the lead vocal. I got to go into the vocal verb. On this track also, for the vocals, I have an EQ, a compressor, another EQ, one band to get rid of one frequency, a de-esser, and a gate expander. So my gate expander opens and closes up as the vocalist sings. So it's a gate. It's like she says something, it opens. When she closes her mouth, my gate kicks in and cuts off anything else, any background noise. We'll have a de-esser in the mix as well. And the de-esser, to get rid of the S's, you know, and keep those out of there, these, and that kind of stuff gives you an S in your overall sound. And we don't want that sound quality coming into the mix, really. We want to keep it pretty much straight. So when I play it back, it's got that feel to it. And so I'm going to pull this out now. We'll hear the music. And you can hear it's right there. It's in there in the mix. We'll bring the vocals up some though. Now, about dealing with vocals in the mix, I tend to ride the vocals up and down and make different settings for each section. It will take time to do that. But I'm the kind of guy that wants to make stuff perfect. I want people to hear it one time and go like, it sounds great. So I want to hear it back again from the top and get an idea how it sounds now.
Yeah, boy. Ooh, no, well.
So I get that human feel where she's going, she's breathing in, and she's getting that feel going. It's a great intro for the song. It helps you understand who she is, and it sort of welcomes you to the artist. Here's the artist, And it's very intimate that way. So it's really cool to come up with that idea. And I do it primarily here because she is doing a little bit of ad-libbing here to get the feel of her and the music to blend. So next I want to do, besides doing that, is I want to get an idea of how warm it is. So the problem is that we got one track of vocals. And having one track of vocals and some stuff is stereo and you got all these drums, it must stand out. So I've also cut some holes into the EQ mix where some frequencies are open up just for this vocal. Now, I'm going to show you something else about the vocal here. This is very important. Female vocal. This is a preset you can pull up inside of Pro Tools. And this preset allows you the ability, of course, to set your vocals up. And I already did right. You can see my little band here. I'm in there. I'm boosting here 1 dB at 3K right there. And also at the same time, I've eliminated a lot of the low end. So when we hear this vocal back, there's no lows, no bottom in there. Below 100 hertz. And you can hear right there in the vocals. We got a compressor. You see how the compressor's acting on her vocals? Now the compressor with the gain. And we get an idea how it looks here. And this cuts it off, and there's nothing going in here. See that? So when my gate realizes there's very little signal audio level, at a certain point, my gate kicks in and says, well, that's it. We don't want to have much. But it's actually a vocal expander, so it expands it. We're making sure that it's nice range, which you see here is approximately 35 dB. We got a 1.3 to 1 ratio going on here. And we've got our release, which is pretty quick, and we got a nice attack. So this is somewhat like a compressor, but it's actually an expander.
Now that we've set up our system to receive MIDI and we can track it and record it, let's start to set up to record. So we need some tracks, obviously. We're going to set up, I guess, probably like 2 tracks. We go here. And we're going to set up stereo. And we're going to set up an instrument track. And we'll add another one. Now, instrument track can record MIDI. There are 2 types of tracks that can do this. The instrument track and a MIDI track can record MIDI. So we're going to show you both so you get an idea of what's going on here. Our second track will be stereo as well. And this will be a MIDI track. You see what happened there? Once you go MIDI, you don't need a stereo because MIDI is just information. Okay, good. It's not mono or stereo. Just MIDI data being recorded. I want one more track here. I want to get one more. I want to get a master fader. And that'll be in terms of samples. Create. There you go. We got our tracks. Let's make them a little bit bigger now and make them, let's see. I think medium's good. That looks pretty good to me. But medium and the master could be small. We'll keep it medium too. So here we have some tracks. I have some inserts already to go. And you see the tracks here on our track list. So what I want to do first of all is I want to come in here and I want to go into my insert and I want to get some sort of plugin, multi-channel since it is stereo. We're going to go to instruments and we'll look over some instruments over here. And I think I want to get the Mini Grand. There we go. Pretty big plugin. And I always want to check it out. Not bad. It works. And close the app window. So you see the Mini Grand is here. And as you saw before, let's go back here to setup. And we go to MIDI input devices. You see we have our Axiom Pro we're using, right? Good. And then we have our MIDI filter set up properly too as well. Which is the default setup. I just want to make sure that's good too. Then we have MIDI through. Excellent. Now, one more thing I want to make sure that you remember too is that it's going to set up, we're going to go to Preferences. And here in Preferences under MIDI, as you saw before, I said the first selected MIDI track. And so that'll just pick up whatever comes in. So I've got my machine here. Yep. That's my Axiom Pro 61. And you can hear it. It's playing the Mini Grand. So once you plug your MIDI instrument in, whether it's through a MIDI cable into your MIDI interface or with a USB, Pro Tools will recognize it through the setup, whether it's MIDI Studio setup in PC or audio MIDI setup in Mac. Let's name this. Let's call it Mini Grand. Good. Perfect. And then here we have our output coming through here. Okay, so we've got our Mini Grand set up here, and you'll notice also, not like the audio track input, we have no input monitor. Of course, this is MIDI, and it's routed in the background, so no need for that. I can just play the piano, and it just records automatically once we start recording. We're going to go to record here, and then I'll press record here. Ready? And then we're just going to record something real quick. Okay, and you can see the MIDI data right there. MIDI data has been recorded. Now we're going to go here to our MIDI track. Now what's going to happen here is that this is going to receive the MIDI that comes in. No matter where it comes in, it's going to receive it. Because of the way we had the setup going on in Preferences. That means the first MIDI input that comes in, it will receive it and record it. So we're going to record here. We're going to meet this track up here. And we're going to press record and then play. Okay, overload. PC over. Look at that. Okay. Now I'm going to press record here on my MIDI track. I'm going to play the piano. And what you see here, you see that green light going up and down there. I'm not hitting any notes at all. But you see it's receiving information, but it's not playing any instrument because there's no instrument on that track. And if we go back over here, you'll see that we can't add an insert here. So a MIDI track, you cannot add inserts or sends to it. It's just a recording track. So let's record on that track only. I'm going to try to record something on there just for the sake of you seeing this. I'm hitting some notes just randomly. Nothing really to really play back. But I want you to see the idea that you can actually record on a MIDI track. It needs to be routed to another input in order for it to be heard. And in this case, it's not being heard, but it does take MIDI information.
Earlier while I was mixing, I was showing you that I was going to ride the vocals. So I've already added those in, and it's in my automation. So I'll play it back from the top, and we sort of soloed everything here. And here's the vocal here, and you'll notice it going up and down. And you'll see right here, the delay gets cut off and on. And one more.
Oh, yeah.
We'll just ad-libs. And then we got the lead coming in.
Never would have told you.
And so the lead's right there.
How I really felt about you.
Sort of riding the vocals in and out.
Occupied. someone who unlike me wasn't new. I could never take the place.
So you can see there, we've got the reverb. You can hear the reverb that wasn't new, was delayed a little bit. So it's automation going along with this mix. And this is what we want you to understand and to do when you're mixing, to sort of like get those elements in and out you want to have in and out. We've got a little delay going on. We thicken it up with a little doubling with our delay. And also, I'll show you one more feature here. I also have here, which is a stereo width. And this thing here has created this width, this nice effect where it's wider than what it is. And it helps that vocal to sit on the track even bigger as one overall sound, which is really cool. I like to use this a lot on vocals because this way the vocals will stand out at whatever level I put them at. They will stand out when it's a soft part she gets to or a loud part. It just makes those vocals wider, which is kind of cool in the mix. So now I want to play back some of these vocals with the backgrounds.
Every time you build me up, you let me down. Don't treat me like a doormat. Matter of fact, the things I do for
I got them
you
right
will
here.
cease. Gave you all my time for free. That's why, 'cause you know that you never find a girl like me, someone sensitive and sweet. You chose another route, but
That's kind of cool there. So you want to compare your background vocals and your lead vocals to hear where they are in the mix and get a good idea of what's going on. Now, a lot of times, too, you want to bounce those vocals out. And so I've done that already where I know which ones I want to have louder or softer, and then I'm panning them here also in the mix. Then the output of these are going to the background mix right here, which you can see. And that's this track right here. And so this BGV, background vocal group, has some settings on it as well. And of course, I got the ensemble on here. I've got a little gate there, a little chorus on here to thicken it up. And then I'm sending it out to the vocal verb and some to the lead verb, the lead vocal, some of its effects as well, to give more effects to the overall sound of the vocals. And it sounds pretty cool. And once I got that right, I want to make sure all the vocals are matched up pretty good. So I'll go back to another section I want to hear that.
be the one you need. The one you need. I just wanted to be the one.
And right here, it's pretty good right here.
here.
That's good like that. So you want to make sure these vocals match up. And when you hear them back in the mix, that's always so important, you know. And I want to probably hear it. So I want to get this idea of how those vocals sound and with the lead. So then I just want to balance it out and get a good flavor. So this gives you an idea of what you can do. This is a pretty complicated mix because there are a lot of vocals here and there's a lot of music going on here. And I wanted to pull this up to give you an idea of what's going on. I'm making up 2 MIDI tracks here. I got these 2 instrument tracks coming up. There they go. And I'm going to press my Option key and make them the same size, which is going to be medium here. And now I'm going to go here into File, and I'm going to open up, or rather import MIDI. So I got a MIDI session here. I'm going to pull up something here. And I'm going to go in this, and then we're going to head to look for MIDI. I got some MIDI. Here's MIDI files right here. And we want to find, here we go. Let's open this up, Human Nature. And I've got instruments here, tracks already, so I don't want to create any new ones, right? So, destination. And I'll say MIDI tracks, brand new MIDI tracks. And clip list, no, I want to put in MIDI tracks, that way it'll start from the session start. And I want to import a tempo map, and I probably want to import a key signature from the MIDI file. And then I'm going to press OK. And so what happens here, we loaded in some MIDI information. This is kind of cool. But the cool part is we have this Expand E2 going on here. So I have an Expand E2, and we got names of these parts already. So I want to go here, and I want to load in an Expand E2 into this thing. So it's instrument track, but I want to go, let's see, right here, and I want to look at an insert. There we go. Here's an insert. I want to load an Expand E2, and here's instrument and Expand E2 right there. As it loads in, here it is right here. Cool. So I see got a melody here, so I'm gonna sort of like pick out some sounds here. So Xpandy 2 is like this instrument where I can have 4 MIDI channels at once, running different instruments. So I'm gonna pick some instruments right now. I'm gonna go with some sort of lead thing, I guess. Here's a soft lead. So we're gonna look at some leads here. I don't know what to look at, but we'll try. And something we got here. Lines. Let's try. This would be good. Calliope. And then we got what this next one's a bass line. So this is gonna be 2, right? See, that's MIDI. MIDI here, MIDI 2. This will be MIDI 3, and this will be MIDI 4 just for now. This is just a lesson asking how to use Xpandy a little bit, and I imported a MIDI file in that we have some MIDI tracks to, and so that's the bass line. So I'm gonna look here for a bass, and here are basses, and let's find a bass here. I'm gonna get a list. Whoops, gotta make them moving smooth. It's so hard to go right across here and get a. There you go, hard fingered bass. I got a piano too. There's some acoustic piano coming up. Let's find a piano. Here's acoustic piano. And I go to the edge here, and I'm going to get this edge piano. Sounds good. And then what's the next thing we got going on here? We got a wood block. No need for that. A muted guitar. Let's get a guitar. Let's find guitars here. I think there should be some guitars in here. There we go, guitars. And we're going to go right across here. And we're looking for some sort of muted guitar sound. So I'm looking for muted guitars. I'm going to find something real quick here. Here we go. Muted electric. That's good. And now, we got one. So this is going to be here. Right. That's just the, if I had a program, going for programs right there. So now I've got this selected. And what I need to do is I need to see something else. So I'm going to go here. And we want to see the in and outputs. There we go. And we have in and outs now. And so this is the melody track. So here, I want to go to Xpandy and check channel 1. And then here, I want to go to Xpandy and check channel 2, which is the bass. It says acoustic bass there. Let's close out the transport window. And here, we're going to go down here, we're going to go to 3, and then we're going to get acoustic piano. Acoustic piano is 3, it's right here. And muted guitar would be next here. I'm not using the wood block right now. And that'd be 4. There we go. And so we want to maybe close this up. And we're using this 1, 2, 3, 4. The different colors here. I can take this muted guitar and bring it up to here. There you go. And we'll play it from the top. That's Human Nature by Michael Jackson. But we can bring in a MIDI file, assign stuff to particular MIDI channels. And I can use more than one Xpandy. If I wanted to have like 2 or 3 of them, I can have that. And if I had 4 of them, I'd have 16 different MIDI tracks. I'd have 4 MIDI channels on each one of them if I had 4 of them. That's how you would do it. And so you can use Xpandy as a virtual instrument and have 4 instruments going on at the same time. Now, once I've gotten everything to where I like it and it's pretty good, it's time to send the mix out and bounce it down to a file we can use for either burning a CD or make an MP3 for your MP3 player or bounce up to iTunes. And how we do this here, we're going to go here to bounce to and bounce the disk. And we get this box here. So what happens is that we need to get this output from somewhere. It's going to come from the main stereo out. That means the left and right in this case. And that's what that main is on the stereo on my mixing board. You'll see it here. That means main right there. Everything's going to the main. So that's where we want to get our audio from. Next, we also have here the file type. And this file type here, for me, I prefer generally WAV. So I'm going to WAV right here, but you can have an MP3, an SD2 file, which is a Sound Designer 2 file. We can have an AIFF, or we can have an MP3 or a QuickTime file, depending on what you want. In this case, I'll use WAV. we have a format. We can have interleaved, multiple stereo, or mono summed. So multiple stereo, mono actually means multiple mono tracks. It's 2 mono tracks, and mono summed is all summed up to 1 track. We really want to have interleaved. That's one file where we have it together and they're locked together, the left and the right. I prefer to do interleaved, and so should you. Now below that we have bit depth. You can choose a bit depth here between 8, 16, 24, 32. Now if you're going to do CD quality, burn a CD, you must be at 16 bit. And also at 44.1 would be your sample rate. But if you go up to 48, what will happen now is that Pro Tools must go to conversion. And they'll go to this conversion quality, set the one you want to use. Now here, we have this low, good, better, best, and we have tweak head, which is the slowest. Well, it doesn't matter. It's pretty fast, actually. It's not slow, particularly on today's computers. Unless you got something really, really old, but I doubt that because you can't run Pro Tools 10 on a very old system, all right? So, but I want to go to 44.1 for this. And then we've got this share. You can share it to iCloud. Here we got this SoundCloud, this Gobbler, different ways to share your end result. We have Squeezer for squeezing it out, which we're not using. And we also have Sound. This is a Enforce Avid capability. And what this does, it makes it the sound quality gives you the ability to use this bounced file in Avid's other systems or softwares. That way it's compatible with them as well. Then we have convert after bounce. Now it's important to convert after bounce, not during, because if it happens during the bounce down, it's trying to convert it. So it might take away some power from the plugins because it's trying to convert at the same time while playing back, which means it's going to require more power. So we want it to actually bounce the file out and then convert it to the sample rate that we've chosen. If we have to do a conversion, as you saw right here, we're not going to do that, so there's no need for that at all. Then we can also import or send out to the iTunes library. And import's kind of cool if you want to bring it back and you're trying to do some mastering or whatever, but we're not doing that right now. So once you're ready to go, you're going to just press bounce. Let me cancel this right now and show you some other ideas. Now, when you're going to do this mixing and you're bouncing stuff out, you must select the range of where you're starting from. So for example, let's say I'm starting from here all the way to the end of the song, right? And normally I'll go to here, I'll say, okay, right there, and I want to put a tag there or something. I may want to put some sort of point there, like I'll say, bam. I want to make a location, and I'll put a location there. I'll say, okay, I want to put a location right there. Then I may want to put a location at the end right here. And I go to marker. I make a location number 9. And I got a location here. So I can say I want to go from this location here, and I'll hold my marker down and my shift button down here. I want to go to this location right here. And now I've selected the whole range, the entire range here. And I want to probably make it go a little longer here, actually, to the edge right there. And this will be the range, right? I'm going to make sure you got this range set up for you so that from the beginning of your song to the end of your song, that you know where it starts and ends at. And that's important to do. So I get my range right, and I'll say, okay, it should be right about there for me. And once I get your range, this is the range we're going to bounce out. Now, if you don't do this, it'll keep going to the end, to right here. And this is like 21 minutes. We don't want that, okay? So I've got some other stuff down there I was experimenting with. I moved away, not to use for right now, but later on, maybe some of the stuff I wanted to. But even if you go and put automation somewhere down here by mistake, it'll still go there. So you must select the range of your bounce down. That's important to do. Now, once you've done that, and you've finished all that stuff, and you go back here, and we're going to go to bounce 2. I select disk. We have everything figured out already. It's going to be 16-bit. It's good. It's good. We just go to bounce. And once it does, it's going to ask us, whoa, look, it's an MP3. So we're not going to do an MP3. We want to do a wave. So be aware of that too. And then I can do a wave. It's going to ask you where I want to save it. I normally get a folder and make a folder, my bounce folder, for just all the audio final mixes. And here's one right here, final mix. I go in here. I'll call this my test mix. And then once I do, I can press save. And now Pro Tools will bounce it out.
Yeah, boy.
Okay, I'm set up to play some pianos into our Pro Tools system here and show you what else we can do. We've got an expandy lined up and 2 separate MIDI channels here and tracks, as you can see here, 1 and 2, and 2 is enabled to record. And there are several ways to record MIDI into Pro Tools. So here I've got my full expansion of the transport window. And you see right here, we have this one area here, it's called Wait for Note. And if I click on this, what happens is that Pro Tools is waiting for the first note to be recorded. So I go to here, and now you see it's blinking, right? It's blinking here, and I can press this, but it's still waiting for the first note. So I'm going to play a note. Stop that. And you see it played the chords right there. So it waited until I recorded, or actually played the first note and started to record. And that's what Wait for Note does. So it's waiting for the first note. Now with Wait for Note still engaged, I can also record another way. I can record with pre-roll and post-roll engaged as well. So I'm going to turn on the record enable. My MIDI channel 2 or MIDI track 2 is record enabled 2 right here. And now I just want to press play, and Pro Tools will record after the first 2 bars, but the only way to engage it is to hit a note or send some sort of MIDI signal into it. And once it receives that MIDI signal, then it's ready to go. So let's go to here. I'm going to play something. And now it's not recording. And I can record after this. And stop. So you see what happened? I recorded over that same area there, and once you record, you're recording over something in MIDI, you're not merging it together. But that's the way I can also record. So after the first 2 bars went by here, based on my pre-roll 2-bar status, then it started recording after that point. And we can also record using pre-roll or post-roll. And the next record option for MIDI is MIDI merge. And right here, as you can see, this button next to the conductor track there, and here the metronome is the MIDI merge. So I can turn this on, and I'm going to turn on the record, and we still have Wait for Note on. So I'm going to go here, and maybe I'll turn that off just so I can record like this. It's ready to record. So I recorded on top of what was already there, and you can see it merged together. So we can record some MIDI data, and then we can add to it. Now that works great also when you want to make up drum loops, and you want to play maybe the hi-hat first, then the kick drum, then the snare, and add other percussion parts. Well, it works great when you MIDI merge all those drum parts together. You can get one section and create a really cool drum loop. So my next record option here is to record using, let's turn MIDI merge off, event operations, and I want to quantize the input. So this means that when I record inside of Pro Tools, it will enable the input quantize. So that means when I'm playing something and I'm off by a little bit, it'll correct the timing based on my grid value that I use for quantizing. So here you see it here, the quantized grid value set to 16th notes, right? And we have note on is on. So it wants to quantize the note when it comes in, and it will preserve the note duration, how long the note is held down for. Right? And so you want to use this mainly when you're, not really a great keyboard player, or you want to play parts slowly and put them in step by step, a little bit by playing them along and seeing if it can be quantized properly before we go to step record, which I'll show you later on. And it's a great way to record. It helps you to get some information in, and you'll learn more about dealing with note values right here with grid, whether it's 16th, 8th, or 32nd notes, or 64ths, as you can see here, the options we have. And let's try it. It's going to go right to here. I put a metronome in here too now so we can hear back. This way we'll know and we can judge whether it's correcting or not. Let's stop this. And I think I'm ready to record. I'm going to go to here. And I'm going to record. Let's try this. Stop that. And now let's sort of play it back. It corrected it perfect, because I didn't play it right, but it just corrected it perfectly right there to the 60-note value. And that's how we can use quantized record. That first bounce is pretty cool. We've got everything in there. The mix sounded pretty good. And one thing that we normally do in the studio, we do a couple of different mixes. And we try to do one vocal up, one vocal a little bit down, and we might bring the backgrounds down in the next take. So when you're bouncing down, try to do several different bounce downs where you're bringing down some elements after you listen back maybe one time. And so what we'll normally do here in this mix, we're going to probably bring this vocal up a little bit. And I would normally bring this up, but as you see, this fader goes up and down throughout the mix. So what I'll do is I'll probably go back into a compressor here, and I may bring this up approximately 1 dB and see how that sounds. So that's 1 dB from where it was at. Then I'll do another bounce down and then see how that sounds also. So it's good to get a good comparison to where the vocal sounded one level and the next level. And then you need to play it back on several different playback formats, in your car, on a boombox, and just in your headset, on your iPod or iPhone, or just whatever MP3 player you're using today. And even burn a CD once in a while, you never know. And then see what goes on from there, if you have a CD player, of course. And what we do also here, I want to explain more about this master output. So I've got a master output here. My vocals are up louder now. So this master output here is a maximum. And you can see here as we're playing it back, it never goes above a certain point here. And what you want to do is you want to create some headroom. Now, headroom is a room where we've got some extra room on top. We don't want to fill the room fully up with sound, because we want to make sure that when the DJ plays it back, or the guy plays it back on the radio station or wherever, there's still more room in there. So when they play it loud, it's not squashed. It's going to have room to fill the room. And we call that headroom. So we got to create that headroom. And what we do here in the maximum is that I make sure it never goes above a certain level here. And you notice here's my ceiling. I can squash it down more. I'm trying to get to a certain point where it's like just about right there. And you saw I brought the ceiling down. And this ceiling level control determines the maximum output level after limiting. And the maximum compensates gain so that the limited peaks match the ceiling level. So what we're doing here, if I sort of push it down, it pushes up a little bit, just making sure, but also maintains the limiting that's there. So for example, this button here that resides between the ceiling and the threshold is used to link the two controls. You got me? Okay. So I'm trying to be a little complicated if you understand, but that's how that works. And this is the threshold level. So once it crosses this threshold level, and it goes right across it, the limiting takes effect. Okay, then the limiting, so we're going to limit it. If it goes past minus 10.8 dB, then this plugin will say, okay, we're going to start limiting there and make sure we get within this certain range. And the whole purpose here is to create this headroom, but still have the music tight right there for you. Now, another thing that I like to do sometimes is to put an EQ in. So first I've got this compressor on top, and this is an all-in, this is a BF76. This is a classic compressor when it was actually hardware in the studio years ago. But it's pretty good, not too bad. And it's got a peak limiter here to it also as well. And if you like to, you can also bring an EQ in. If you think you need to EQ the output, you can bring an EQ in. Let's say you want to pull a 7-band EQ, you go to here, and you pull the EQ in, and you can get some levels you think you're missing. Might be too warm, or add some highs. Like here, I'll add some highs and say, I'm going to go in here,
And we're going to look for some stuff here, or look for some ideas. And we got some special effects here. And then we also have strings with tons of vocal stuff here. So you can see that we've got some here. But nothing really here for output that I'd like to have. And here's drum room, you see here. So what I'll normally do is I'll play it back, but I got an idea already what I want to do. I may want to add some highs here, because it is kind of warm in a sense. So I'll go in here, and I'm going to look for some highs. And I want to probably get in the frequency right where the vocals is at. We're going to look at 3 kilohertz within that area, between 3 kilohertz and 3.4 or 5, right around here. And then I want to probably get a nice Q in here, and then I want to boost that frequency a little bit. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to scroll around, play it back.
Yeah, boy. Ooh, no,
So I'm trying to Q a little tighter. Maybe boost it to find a frequency I like a lot. So what you're normally going to do, you're going to try and sweep out and try to find a frequency where the vocalist is at here, and maybe boost it a little bit. Now this is a little too much boosting here at 6.1 dB, and the Q is pretty thin there. So I'm going to probably bring the this here and probably sweep the frequency again. And let's sweep the frequency, find out which works best. Then I'll probably bring down the boostings. I don't want too much boosting right there. Just a little bit of shine I want to add to the mix. And you got to test it out too. So when you are going to add an EQ to your overall output, test it. But I would suggest that you master the stuff and don't put too much EQ here. Apply EQ on your separate individual groups, and it makes it much easier. And once I get EQ like, I'll just always A-B it. And I get an idea what's going on. So once you do that, we get a couple of takes, and then you can boost it up to iTunes if you want, or put it into TuneCore.
Sometimes in recording, I don't know what parts to play, but I know what I want to play, or I may have it written out someplace and I want to record it into Pro Tools. So I will use a faster way like Step Edit. I know the notes, I know how they're supposed to be recorded, and it helps me to put them in so they could go in quickly and fast. And so I'll use Event Operation, and it's called Step Input. So that means I can input data. I can record what I know it's going to be and put it where it's got to be and then play it back the way it is. So here we have the option of Step Input, as you can see. So you can go from anywhere in here. Once this dialog box is open, rather than going to Events, you can just go to Event Operations from right here. We're going to enable that Step Input. I can select my track destination. So the destination track is going to be MIDI channel 1 or MIDI track 1, as you can see. And I have my step increment value. So here we have whole notes, half notes, quarter notes, eighth notes. We have the 16th notes. Everything else is here. And dotted, of course, is here as well. And triplet. And the note length is here too. I can always use this slider to adjust my note length as I record it in. And other options I could have are use input velocity, which means how hard I strike the piano or my MIDI controller that's hooked up to the MIDI interface. It'll use that velocity. And in this case, I set the velocity to 120. So I did a set velocity, which you can do yourself too. And here you can move the slider to set your velocity of the notes you're going to put into Pro Tools. So here, I'm going to move this over actually here for a second. I've got my track selected. There's no need to actually do record here, right? No need to press record because we're just going to step edit ourselves into this. So I'm going to sort of extend it out here and hit a note. I just hit a note on the keyboard and it recorded it there. So and They're 16th notes. So now I'm going to shrink this down and sort of play it back. From the top, press record, or return rather. And we can't hear it, so we need to go back in here and select our expandy. And make sure we've got something to record to here. Looks like we got something here. Let's get something here we can use. And we're going to go here to acoustic piano. And we'll use the Natural Grand. Close this out. And now press return and play. And we don't hear it. So why don't we hear it here? So we got to find out why we're not hearing that. So let's do this here. Let's go back in here and just use the first. Play the top. There you go. So I can input. Now also, if I want to do something like, let's say input data and put a rest in there or something, I can, let's say, go to here. I can go to next step. So let's say I want to put in a half note rest. I go to the next step, and it goes to the next step. See that? Let's undo that. Undo step. There we go. See that? So start from the beginning. So I'm going to go back here and start from, let's say, here. And I want to put in this as a quarter note rest. Go to the next step. And it does. And it got rid of what was there. Then I can start recording again. I might say I want to record something else here, right here now. So I want to put an eighth note there. I go back over here and see. And I want to put in. I put that in right there. And it records it in. Each time I hit it, it makes a new eighth note. And I can say I want to put a rest in now. I want to put a quarter note rest. And I'll go, yep, next step. And so as I do, what happens, it records it in here, and I can record the rest, I can record the note value, I can go to the next step. If I do, it's putting a rest based on the step increment, and I can also go back and say redo. So we have undo and redo here. And this is how we would use the step input feature in the events operation.
You can also bounce it out to your iTunes library if you've got that. And also to SoundCloud. So we're going to go here to disk, and we're going to select bounce to again. And here we go. And now, this time, we're going to select the file type, but it's going to be MP3. Great. And it's going to be interleaved again. And you'll notice here that the bit depth is grayed out. Now, the reason why that is because MP3 is going to convert it to its own bit depth. It's going to be 16-bit. I'm going to keep it at 44.1. To make it pretty in line with what's supposed to happen for your MP3. And we have share here, so I can share to SoundCloud also, and I can also add to my iTunes library as well. So I'm going to do both here. And if I need to use it in an Avid system again, I can always enforce Avid compatibility, which is always good to do. So I'll select bounce. And now we have a new box here, as you can see. And this box here, we have the encoding speed. I've got fastest. We have a constant bit depth. Here it's going to be 320 kilobytes per second. It's the bit rate. And we'll enable MP3 surround encoding if we need to, right? Well, we have our ID tag here also as well. So these are the ID tag, and it's the latest version of it. And you put the title of your song right here, which I'll do. And you can put the artist here as well. And the album and the content. And you could put here what type of music it is. So here, let's see here. We're going to go with the ballad right here. That's pretty good. And we got track 1 and we got the year here. Now, once this is all filled out and it's good to go, then you're ready. So I go up right here and I can select OK. And now it's asking where to store the file. So I put the file right here in Final Mix. And I would probably want to name it, of course, also as well. And once you do, you're ready to go. So let's just call this as Oops, fix that. And then I would just bounce it down to here. But first, I want to check one thing. You always want to check to make sure that we have the right area selected. So here we don't. So we're going to go from here over to the end right there. Go right to where the master fader ends at, which is right there. And I want to make sure the start is going to be. And I want to go to here again, just to make sure I got the right size. There we go. That's good now.
Yeah.
And there we go, starting right on top. But I want to probably get a little bit more from the top here. Perfect. Now go back to here. And all we got to do is set it up again and bounce it out. So always make sure you got your parameters set properly too as well. So this is pretty simple. Here we're going to share with SoundCloud. We're going to go back to here. And then we set everything back up. It's there already. And we go back to here. And let's name the file. And we're good to go. We select save. It's going to go to our final mix. And go here. This is good to go right here. So this is also the SoundCloud share feature here. I can describe it right here too. And then type of music goes right here. So this is a original recording. And then I can also share this with someone else also here. So we got tags and private track. It said private. Enter emails for people's access right there also too as well. And then once you do, you're ready to go. You're going to select share. And then it starts to record the track down.
Yeah, boy.
And that's it.
We're going to utilize everything we've got here. I guess, again, we're going to use the wait for note. We're going to utilize the metronome, the MIDI merge, and the conductor tracks. And, of course, we'll go back to our event operations and make sure our input quantizer is set up properly. And we're going to make a drum loop now. It's pretty simple and straightforward. We're going to let it keep rolling over and over 2 bars. As you can see, 2 bars. We have play in the loop. And we're just going to press play and record. This one here is off right here, right? Let's grab a note here. I get rid of that one. There you go. So you can correct them as you go along. I'm just putting notes in anywhere to show you that we can quantize, add notes, leave them in, and take them out. And that's how we can make a drum loop. Now, that's just a little experimental thing there, but you can make a real beat. You can correct it. You can take notes out and erase them, as you just saw me do. It's pretty simple to do and a lot of fun. Just make sure you set your expandy, and you want to set up right here to make sure it's set up for notes. We got kick, we got snare, we got kick again here and a clap, and play the notes on your keyboard. And it's that simple.
Now, once you're done, you've made the bounce file, you've got everything ready to go, and you're probably ready to start mastering up. First thing you should do is save the entire session and set it up also so you can save maybe 2 formats of it. One could be on DVD and save one to your hard drive. And the first thing I normally do is probably go to my session and I look for my playlist. And I can delete the unused playlist. So I can always go back to here, say it was this one here, and look at the playlist and say, okay, I want to delete the playlist. And so I just go back and just say delete unused right here. And then it gives you a list of all the unused playlists, and you can delete them. Next, you can get rid of unused clips too. So open up our clips folder, and here we'll go to the little triangle there to the right. And then I can select and find unused clips. So let's see, let's go to here, show, and select, and here we go, unused. You can delete unused clips. And these are all the clips that are unused. And I can delete those. So just go right back into here. And you can go to clear. And you can delete them or remove them from the session, either way. If you delete them, they're permanently gone. If you remove them, they'll still be in the folder. This won't be in the session anymore. Now, once you've done that, you can also sort of compact your files down. And this is an optional idea. You can go inside and say compact everything. So what you would do is you'd go here to compact, and then you get this big long list here of things to do. You got to compact. It's sort of a process of removing audio from a file. So what happens is that if there's any extra ends to these files, like parts you didn't use, it'll just cut those off and add some sort of handle, some sort of padding you see right here of about 1,000 milliseconds for each file. Now, I don't recommend this too much because sometimes you might get rid of parts of files and actually change the size of the file. But if you don't have the disk space and you want to just save the file, the whole entire session that way, you can. But generally, it'll just chop it all up, cut it into different files, make it all neat and clean, and compact it really tight for you. So if you want to do that, you can, but read this checklist, and it'll tell you what to do and what happens once you do it. And then we also can go to here, and you can save a copy as. So I can go to here and save a copy as. So I can save a copy of this entire session as something. I'd say, okay, this is the latest format. I can save it, the audio files as WAV, AIFF, or SD2. I can say the sample rate of everything in the session. We can limit the character set, of course, and I would select audio files here. You may want to copy the movie, preserve the hierarchy. You can the plugin folder settings, the session plugin folder settings, main playlist, and selected tracks. You've got some tracks selected. Plus, you can say don't copy rendered elastic audio. So you select what you want to actually save. And these items will be included as this overall save folder. But this will be one save folder. Now, I'll do this sometimes, particularly when I want to probably enforce compatibility. Like here, I can't right now. So if I go to AFF here, or let's see, what can I do here? Let's see, that's good. 16-bit here. And we're going to go back to WAV. And then you just want to make sure that you can, if you get a chance to here. I don't know if I can do that with this format. But I want to probably be able to save it to at least have to enforce Mac and PC compatibility. So that's important to do also. To make sure you can at least enforce that compatibility for the session, and it makes it much easier. Now, if there's a problem with that, you can always cancel out of this, and then you can go back up here to your session, and you can find out what your session format is. So let's see, we go back here and look for a session right here, and we see it's 48 hertz and 24-bit. So I can go back here to File, save a copy as. And it's actually 24-bit, which is exactly what it is exactly. And I can save that as that copy. And if I want to, I should build that point builder and save enforce Mac and PC compatibility. But you got to check your session out and how it looks on your drive and whether you can do that or not. And that way you can use it on a Mac or a PC. For this video, I just want to go over some ideas about when you do use MIDI and you pick maybe the Xpandy or the Boom
or you might have an MPC or a machine plugin or Reason plugin, you want to record directly to track when composing. So here, for example, I've got some MIDI files in, and it's a very popular song, so I'm going to pull this up here. And I've got the grand piano here as a plugin for the insert and insert A. And then we also have the bus out of this. So I'm sending this source of the grand piano to another track. And that track is here at audio 1. I'm just monitoring the input here. That's the track input monitor is engaged. And here we have the input, which you can see is bus 23 to 24. So look at it from a mixing board standpoint. And here, you'll see it here, much more easier. So here it is. This is the grand piano here. And we're going into audio here. So here's the output, and the input appears here on top, and it's coming in here. Now as I play it back, we got some drums here. Just to engage the timing. That's the input there. Stop that. So we want to record. So let's go back here to the top, and then instead of having the input monitor on, we'll press record. I'm going to go here to my transport and press record here. I'm going to turn off the loop record. Let's stop engaging this actually. Press the stop button and go to here and then turn this off first of all. There we go. And then go to record here and then press play. And we'll start playing right here. And you can see it's recording the audio input. What you see is happening right here, audio 1. Let's stop this. And the best thing to always do is to label your tracks, right? So I'll go back and label it. I'll call this the Grand Pi. There you go. And then I will record, press record, and press play. And we're recording again. So you can always undo, come back in. We're doing non-destructive recording. There's no problem with that. But you can see we're recording it right here. Here I won't record the whole thing, give you an idea. But you can see it's been recorded. And we can play it back as is, stop this, and then solo it. And then play it back from anywhere. I'll start from right about here. And just to hear it back. So when you do record your MIDI tracks, you have a lot of instruments here in Pro Tools to send them out back into Pro Tools as audio rather than keep them as MIDI. And it's a cool way to have your session, but I normally keep the actual MIDI files also in the session. You never know what's going to happen in case you have a problem or something later on, or you send the session to a different studio. They may want to re-record it, the artist or the management want to record it with a different sound. And that ability is always there because we still have the original MIDI tracks and the MIDI files. So it's good to have. So it's important when composing to record the audio directly to a track. Once you record the MIDI data in, you may want to edit it at some point, sometimes add some harmonies in, fix some problems you think are there, and sort of look at your MIDI data and maybe improve upon it. So what I can do too is I can double click on my MIDI data right here and I get the MIDI editor. It's the MIDI editor window. And I want to talk about the tools we can use in MIDI. So we have the same tools, obviously. We got the pencil, we got our scrubber, which one just plays a note. We got the hand, we got the selector, we got our trim tool, and our magnifying glass. Pretty much the same tools. But you see they act differently, and there are different procedures for using each tool. So here's the grabber, and it becomes a finger. You know, before we had the grabber, it's the big thing to just grab whole regions and clips. Here, we just grab a note here, a note there, right? I get these notes going on. I got these notes. I can pick a note out. I can move a note up or sideways or anyway. I'm just in the circle right there. So you can get confused and lose where you are with a note. So be careful of that also as well. And you can also change your grid parameters up here. So I'll go to here. And I can change my grid parameters to like eighth notes. And you see it now as the whole grid has changed. I prefer to do this also when working with notes. so I know where they're going to be, and I can see that this is a full eighth note right here. And you'll see this is like a 16th note, more like more eighth note, but like a half note. This is like almost 2 eighth notes. I can hit a note there, select that note, hold down the shift key, hit this note, hit that note, and now these notes have been selected together, and I can move them up and move them anywhere in the order or in the placement I want to put them at. So to do that, I can also, sometimes you want to like move a note and it's hard, because if you move them, it just moves over slightly, like, am I right? And you move a little bit and you could be off, right? So to protect against that, you can hold down your shift key and go up, and no matter where I move my mouse, my cursor is moving in a circle, but these 3 notes only go up and down. That's all they're going to do. And the same thing happens going from left to right. I click on the shift, I grab it, I start moving left or right, I can't move up. I can move around like all I can with my cursor, with my grabber here, but to no avail. It will always go in that direction. That's very helpful when you're actually trying to move and fix notes. Now the marquee tool can do the same thing. So I can go with the marquee tool and select more than 1 or 2 or 3 notes. See that? Same way, rather than having to hold down shift and click each note, I can grab all these notes at once. I can also, since I grabbed them all at once, I can pull this tool up here. I can hold shift and option down. I can make a copy of these notes in case I want to make a different harmony. So I can pop out of that. Look at that. I got these notes. I can take them up one whole step to where they should be. Let's see where they were right there. I could put them right over here. That's a harmony right above that. It's 1 octave actually. And so you can make a copy of a set of notes, just shift, option, click, and drag them anywhere you want to drag them to. Or copy and paste them someplace. So I'm going to go over some more about the tools here. Like for example, we have our pencil tool, which is kind of cool. Go back to here. I can grab a pencil tool and just put in a note right there. Let's undo that. And you'll notice here too, I can turn my pencil tool over here to the edge. It still becomes a cursor. And we're back in here with our sequence here. I can also come in with a pencil tool, and if I put a note in there, I can drag it out further with that note. See that? It becomes longer. And once it's at the end of a note, I can make the pencil tool into a trimmer, at either end. Here's an end here also. And also, I can just press option down to erase a note. You see it turns into a pencil head. And once it does that, you can erase any note, and that note is gone. So the pencil tool works really good inside of Pro Tools on any MIDI track. Now, a little more with the pencil tool. Not just can I actually put a note in. If I do go to the middle of that note, it will be able to turn into a hand there for the grabber. I can move it anywhere. I can always go back option, get rid of it. I can also go here and go to velocities, and now we'll see the velocities of each note here. I'm going to stretch these out a little bit here, and you'll notice these stems have little diamonds on top, and I can get here, and as I pull them down, you'll hear each time I go down one time, it gives you an idea of how loud that note actually is. And 127 is max. And all these notes apparently appear to be right about around 101. Let's see this here. No, 100. So this is a 101. Now it's 100 the way the rest of them are too. Once I hit that note, you can see this note here does appear to be free to edit. We can also go over here where it says notes, and I can go to MIDI. I got a pencil tool set up here. I'm going to set it up for, let's see what we got going on. We got the triangle, right? I can grab in here, make my little, whoa, that's freehand, that triangle. Let's undo that. It's freehand for automation for audio levels, right? And I can go here. I want to go back to where I was at here. I want to go to triangle this time. Yeah. And I can do this and make it like that. Undo that. That's for volume. We get that for panning. Back and forth panning for an instrument, right? Here we go. Back and forth panning for this instrument. We can start it right there and then play it on. And it's going back and forth in the mix. See, it's pretty cool. So you can do the same thing we did with audio as you can do in MIDI. So audio to MIDI, back and forth, and back to freehand here. And so these tools work in the same way. Whether I want to use a trimmer, I can use this selector here. Even while I'm here, I can use a selector in this term here and go to here and say, I'm going to go to here. I'm going to edit, cut it out. I'm back where I was at before. So we're just editing MIDI data with the same tools. One of the easiest ways and best ways to edit MIDI information is within the MIDI editor. There are several ways to bring it up. For example, you click this little arrow up right here, and there we go. We got the MIDI editor. I can click it right here, and it's gone. I can also go right here on the track, double click, it'll come up. But I need to have a hand to do that. And there you go, the MIDI editor. Now, if you can't do that, once you grab the hand and the grabber and you click on it, you go here. You got to go over here, and we'll go to Preferences here in MIDI, and right here it says double-clicking a MIDI clip opens MIDI editor. That's our choice, MIDI editor. And then we'll press OK. And then it'll open. You can also go to Window and open the MIDI editor right here as well. So there are many ways we can actually open up a MIDI editor. And there's one more way that I can actually open up a clip in the MIDI editor. I can click on the MIDI clip and right click on there. And then I get a drop down menu and I see right here, Open in MIDI editor. I open this up and we see it right here. It's pretty big, right? So pull this up like this. Let's get a nice big view of this thing. It's a nice size window right here. And here we have everything. We have solo, we have mute, we have the notation display enabler. I can see this information in terms of notation of musical notes. We also have the zoomer tool. We have our trimmer tool, our selector tool, grabber. We have our scrubber, and we have our pencil, right? So my grabber works the same as we showed you before. Then we have the selected MIDI clip info. So for right here, let me scroll over to this thing here. This is our piano, and we can see the info. And you also see here in the track list that that's selected, along with a pencil, which we'll explain more later on. Here, if I have this lit, I can play MIDI notes when editing. So if I don't want to hear the MIDI notes, I'll just turn this off, and then when I come back to edit notes, and I'm in here editing notes, I don't hear it. But if I turn this on, I hit this note, I hear it in notes. Okay? Pretty simple enough too. Now here we have the same thing. We have mirrored MIDI editing, and we also have link timeline and edit selection, as we have in the main edit window. We have our modes from shuffle, spot, slip, and grid, and absolute grid. We also have the areas here where we are in the actual timeline, and we have our grid selection. And of course over here, as you can see, we have our selection display. We have the expanded edit tools, and we can have expanded grid display also. And we have a track list and scrolling. So I can choose whether no scrolling, after play, page, as we showed you before early in the first part of our lesson plan. Now here, as you notice before, I've got this pencil here, right? So, and you see here, this pencil really indicates that what's going on here is that I have the ability to use the pencil tool or to edit any information in here. I can come in here and edit anything, right? In here, in this area here. But I only have this one dot on. If I come back in, I want to hear, let's bring this in. And once I do, I know you don't see it yet, but if I scroll down further, you'll see it. This is the bass right down here. So the bass is here. Let me just click this one, and now it's gone. I could bring the other part of the piano in right here too, which actually is somewhat like the bass. It's the bass line for the piano. Now what I can do, if I click here once, right here, right below that pencil tool, now I can edit the bass. And we can show everything at once. You can show more of this. We can show this part here. And as I do, we got everything's almost compounded on top of each other, which you don't want to have. Be careful of that. So what you really want to do is, I prefer to pick just one thing at a time. unless I have to do some sort of harmonies here, and I'll just select different harmonies within the track matrix. So here we'll just see the piano. I pull the pencil tool there. I know I can come in here and I can edit within the MIDI editor window. Okay, we know we can edit. And if you want to get real complicated, you can actually just come here, turn whatever you want to turn on, and then you can come in here. I'm going to press Shift down and just pick as many pencils as I want to do if I want to edit everything up here. But that's a little too complicated because it's just too complicated, so I'm going to just turn them off here and make it easier. Now below here, of course, we have the ability to use the velocity setting, as we already know, but you can always see that we can do MIDI volume, MIDI mute, MIDI pan, pitch bend, all the typical MIDI parameters that we want to control and sort of change and edit are right here too as well. And you can make lanes for them. For example, here's a velocity. I can pull this up and get a better view, and I can go, well, let's add something else. Let's add this, you know. You can add them right there, and you can add them for each selected MIDI track that you want to add it for. And that's how the MIDI editor window works. Now also one more thing here, as you can see here, the same thing, we have keyboard focus and keyboard commands for that. You can check your manual for all the keyboard commands, and they're right there for you. A great way to edit MIDI inside of Pro Tools is to use the MIDI event editor. So you can go here to window and call it up. Actually, go to window. We go right here, we got the MIDI event list. Right? I can pull it up and I can see all the MIDI information. Now, another way to get this window up is to go here on a MIDI track. I'm going to right click, scroll to the bottom, and here we have Open in MIDI Event List. Same thing. And you can also go to the track. Let's say go here, it says bass. And I'm going to right click here on the bass, and the same thing happens. MIDI event list. Now, once you get this list up, there are several options you can see here. For example, here I can select the tracks that are MIDI tracks and pick which track I want to edit or look at. Here's the piano. I can go here to the piano lead and the piano. Also, I can see the standard drum kit. So I can see everything. This is the bass. You also see other data here. For example, here from bar 1, we see the pan. Let's open this up some. And I'm going to go from right here and say, look at this here. And I want to open this up a little more. You see bar 1 has nothing on it. So we're getting data that's already being sent out or had already been recorded to the MIDI file. So I'll go back to my MIDI event list. And you see the same thing here for the piano track too as well. Now in this window we can do a lot, and it's a great way to change data and to sort of get the perfect note length or the right note. For example, here you can see the data we see already, which is this panning data on top, and we also have this volume data here, right? And so here you'll notice we have this bar, right? So you'll notice in the actual track here, there's a blank here, and so that data is right there. I'll pull it back up again. So this data happens in the beginning before we even start to hear back the MIDI track. So there's some recorded data in here for panning and volume. Next, below here, we have the notes. And here's that first note. It's on the 5th bar, the 4th note, right after right there, and that's the G sharp. See the name of the note right here. And once I hit it, you also hear the velocity of that note. Now if I go here, where it says 100 in my event, this is the velocity. Now if I click on here, double click first, you see it opens up there, and it's still selected, but sort of just in that gray state, that green state, and I'll pull it down now. I'm turning down the velocity of this track, of this actual sound. Now once I hit that note, it's real low. Let's go back up here. I can drag up, or I can just put the data in. Select 120. Oh, let's go 130. It will never do that. See? Too loud. So you can only go up to 127 is the max of MIDI data. And there we go. I'll press enter and I'll play the note.
And we hear the note back. And then here we have our length, how long that note was sustained for, lengthwise, you can see here. And I can also drag down here. I can hear back some of what's been played and get an idea. I can see more information in my MIDI event list from right here, this little triangle. If I click here, right click, I can show other parameters. For example, I can show a sub counter, which will show me minutes and seconds. My main counter is beats and bars. I can also show note end time. Now currently, here in the length, we're seeing the note length. So for example, I'll select show sub counter. You'll see it right here now. Now I see the count in terms of minutes and seconds, how long that note actually is. I can go to show note end, and it shows me the end where that note ended at here, as you can see, in terms of beats and bars. Of course here, in length, minutes and seconds. I can turn that off too and switch back and forth. I can also change my scroll to edit selection. Currently I have paid scroll during playback. And this is a great way to edit any MIDI information, particularly when you want to get a perfect performance. Maybe some mistakes made by the player, but you can edit right here in MIDI event list.